session of Aley. Etched in memory, a work that reminds us how education, classrooms, and young minds shape not just futures but also the very fabric of a society. I would like to call upon Mr. Perumal Murugan sir and Dr. Aishwarya ma'am to join us on the stage. Villir Ulavar in contemporary Tamil literature. From Madhoru Bagan to Poonachi and Paya, his works boldly explore caste, gender, and the lives of ordinary rural communities. Though he once faced fierce backlash for his fearless storytelling, his arts, humanities, and social sciences, MAHE Bengaluru. Her research spans contemporary British drama, meta-theatre, and consciousness studies. She has been a UGC Senior Research Fellow at Madras Christian College and presented her work internationally, co-edited the anthology The Cosmic and the Corporeal, and directed a number of prize-winning student theatre productions. Beyond academia, she has actively raised awareness on gender-based violence through social media campaigns like calling out stalking and contributed articles on Tamil cinema to popular publications. More than that, at present, she is also a literary translator from Tamil to English. She was a South Asia Speaks Fellow for Translation in the class of 2024, and her translations have appeared in the Frontline magazine. A full-length book translation was Mr. Perumal Murugan's memoir, Students Etched in Memory, published earlier this year by Penguin Random House, India. And what makes this session more beautiful is that we have both the writer and the translator with us, so we would like to have the joy of formally launching this book right here. It is truly a proud and heartwarming moment, not just for Aley, but for the entire MAHE Bengaluru to have the book launch. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Perumal Murugan sir and Dr. Aishwarya ma'am to the stage for the book launch and the conversation followed up.
Vanakkam Ayya. Welcome all. I will be part moderator, part interpreter of this session. It's a slightly challenging role because I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that Mrs. Uma Mahadevan, the IAS officer of Development Commissioner of Karnataka, wrote a wonderful review of this book. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today with us in order to talk about this book. She was very excited about it. And I would like to start with that. One of the things that she had said in her review is, some books make the world better just by existing. That is how she began her review. And in her absence, I would like to thank people for the way this book has been received, and also for the thoughtful gesture from the team that they had a launch of this book, which I was not really aware of. I'm glad for that. And I think it's a fitting occasion because this is an educational institution, and what better place could we have for an author as eminent as Perumal Murugan sir to reflect on the way students have left a mark on his mind. I also have here a copy of the Tamil version of the book that Sir first wrote, and if time permits, we'll have a little bit of reading of that as well, because there are some very poignant stories that we would love to listen to in the original Tamil from him. And so to begin with, Sir, இந்த கதைகளை எழுதுறதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு தூண்டுதலாக இருந்தது என்னது அப்படின்னு உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல ஆரம்பிக்கிறீங்களா? ஐ எம் ஜஸ்ட் ஆஸ்கிங் ஹிம் வாட் மோட்டிவேட்டட் ஹிம் டு ரைட் அபவுட் ஹிஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், பிகாஸ் we've seen a lot of feshriffs that students bring out when teachers retire, but what made him take up this idea of writing about his students?
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் உங்களை எல்லாம் வந்து சந்திக்கிறதுக்கு இந்த அலேய் லிட்ரரி ஃபெஸ்டிவல் மூலமாக ஒரு வாய்ப்பு கிடைச்சிது. அதுக்காக என்னுடைய நன்றியையும் இந்த துறைக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த புத்தகத்தை இங்கிலீஷில் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணவங்க ஐஸ்வர்யா. அவங்களுக்கு இந்த புத்தகத்தினுடைய பின்னணி இதெல்லாம் ஓரளவுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த கேள்வி உங்களுக்கானது, இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய பார்வையாளர்கள் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கானதுன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். மாணவர்களை பற்றி இப்படி ஒரு புத்தகம் வந்து எழுதுறதுக்கான காரணம் அப்படின்னா மாணவர்கள் தான் காரணம். அதுக்கு
He says, this question is actually for the benefit of the audience because I happen to know the origins of the book, but that's true. And so he says, the reason for writing writing this book is the students themselves. And
2015 மாதுர்பாகன் அந்த நாவலுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை ஏற்பட்டது. அது உங்களுக்கு நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். அந்த சந்தர்ப்பத்தில் என்னுடைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் என் பக்கம் நிற்கிறத அவங்க வெளிப்படுத்தணும்னு ரொம்ப விரும்பினாங்க. அது அவங்க வந்து போராட்டம் இது மாதிரிலாம் செய்யணும்னு நினச்சாங்க. நான் அதெல்லாம் வேண்டான்னு தடுத்துட்டேன். காரணம் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னால், ஒரு கும்பலுக்கு எதிராக நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை நிறுத்துறதுல எனக்கு விருப்பம் இல்லை. அது பெரிய அளவுக்கு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை பாதிக்கும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நான் நினச்சேன். அதனால் அது வேண்டான்னு சொல்லிட்டேன். ஆனாலும் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு எதுவுமே செய்யலை அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு குறை இருந்தது. அதனால் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, நான் வந்து எழுதாமல் இருந்த அந்த 2 வருஷ காலகட்டத்தில் அவங்க வந்து என்னை பற்றி எழுதி ஒரு புத்தகம் எங்கள் ஐயா அப்படின்னு ஒரு புத்தகம் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க.
So he's saying there was a phase when he was briefly he refrained from writing due to the fallout of the controversy about one-part woman, which some of you might be aware of. And at that point, for about 2-3 years when he was not writing, some of his students wanted to show solidarity with him by sort of mounting sort of protest against the groups that were opposing Sir and like silencing him and all of that. And he felt that it was unfair to throw these students at the mercy of the mob or put them against the mob, because that was not fair to them. And so instead, the way in which their protest was channeled was that they brought out a sort of book about Sir called Yengalaya or Our Sir, like, sort of as a defense of him in commemoration of his work as a teacher and so on. And he felt that he had not done anything for them of that sort. And that was the reason he's...
அந்த மாதிரி அவங்க ஒரு புத்தகம் அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எழுதின கட்டுரைகள்லாம் படித்த போது எனக்கே பல விஷயங்கள் ரொம்ப புதுசாக இருந்தது. ஏன்னா நான் இயல்பாக ஒரு ஆசிரியராக செஞ்ச இயல்பான பல விஷயங்கள் அந்த மாணவர்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்துச்சு அப்படிங்கிறத நான் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன். அதில் என்னென்னா, இப்போ ஒரு மாணவரை எனக்கு எதிராக வரும்போது நான் உட்கார வச்சு பேசுவேன். அது என்னுடைய இயல்பான வழக்கம். ஆனால் அது அவங்களுக்கு வந்து மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு விஷயமாக இருக்குதுங்கிறத கூட நான் அந்த புத்தகத்தில் அவங்க எழுதுனதை படித்து தான் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன். அப்போ அதில் என்னுடைய டீச்சிங் மெத்தேடு பற்றி, என்னுடைய அப்ரோச் பற்றி, இது பற்றியெல்லாம் எழுதியிருந்த போது எனக்கு ரொம்ப புதுசாக இருந்தது. அதுக்கப்புறம் 2018 நான் திரும்ப எழுத வந்தபோது தமிழ் இந்து பத்திரிகையில் அரவிந்தன் அவர் அதனுடைய இணைப்புக்கு பொறுப்பாசிரியராக இருந்தார். இல்லை வெற்றி கொடி அப்படின்னு ஒரு இணைப்பு இதழ் வந்து வாரம் புதன்கிழமைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் அதில் வரும். அதில் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் பற்றி, கல்வி பற்றி இந்த மாதிரியான விஷயங்கள்லாம் எழுதுவாங்க. அதில் அவர் வந்து கேட்டார், நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய கல்வி அனுபவங்கள் தொடர்பாக இதில் ஏதாவது எழுதுங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டார். அப்போ எனக்கு தோணுனது என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னால், இந்த மாணவர்களை பற்றி எழுதுவோம். இது எல்லாமே நான் சந்தித்த மாணவர்கள்லாம் கிராமத்து மாணவர்கள். அவங்கள பற்றி எழுதுறது இந்த சமூகத்துக்கு பொது வெளியில் வர்றதுங்கிறது ரொம்ப புதுசாக இருக்கும்னு தோணுச்சு. அதனால் அப்படித்தான் இந்துவில் தொடராக எழுதுறதுக்கு இந்த விஷயத்தை எடுத்து எழுத ஆரம்பித்தேன்.
As he was saying, he felt on reading that book called Our Sir that there were many things about him that he had not even taken special notice of that he was now paying attention to. For instance, one very simple thing that whenever students come to meet him as a faculty member, he would make them take their seat in front of him before they start speaking. And so that apparently was a major touching gesture that he had not even been conscious of until he read about it in the book. And he then realized that, oh, these are all the things that make a difference to students. And so later on, when he was asked to write a column for the Tamil Hindu by this person called Aravindan as a supplement to the Tamil Hindu called Vetri Kodi, he then thought this was the ideal subject to write about his students, because that would be the most fitting way to pay tribute to them.
அந்த வெற்றி கொடின்னு அந்த இணைப்புக்கு தலைப்பு, அதில் என்னென்னா அது இளைஞர்களை மாணவர்களை மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கான ஒரு விஷயமா அவங்க வச்சுருந்தாங்க. நான் அதில் எழுதின முதல் கட்டுரையே பெருங்கலைஞன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. அதாவது படிக்கிற காலத்தில் நடிப்பில் ரொம்ப ஆர்வத்தோடு இருந்த ஒரு மாணவன் அதற்கப்புறம் எப்படி அந்த துறையிலேயே அவனால் வர முடியாமல் போய் ஒரு டாஸ்மாகில் வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய ஆளாக மாறினாங்கிறது அந்த கட்டுரை. அது அந்த பத்திரிக்கைக்கு அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பிடிக்கல. ஏன்னா அவங்க என்னென்னா உழைத்து முன்னேறியது வெற்றி பெற்றவர்களை பற்றி தான் எழுதணும்னு விரும்புகிறாங்க. நாம் இந்த மாதிரி கஷ்டப்பட்டும் கூட முன்னேற முடியலன்னு சொல்கிறத வந்து அக்செப்ட் பண்ணிக்கல அவங்க.
So the irony of choosing, the irony of the whole episode was that the magazine supplement was called Vetri Kodi, which basically means flag of victory. And so basically they wanted motivational stories of people who have struggled in life and come up and won, where there's like a happy ending slapped on top of every effort. And then he says the very first story he wrote for it, called Perungalanyan, translated here as The Great Artist, is actually the story of a boy who was very interested in acting, and unfortunately how he couldn't make it big in life. He had to become an employee of Taskmark, which is like the liquor store chain that's run by the Tamil Nadu government. And so he says the very first story turned out to be not a very vetri kind of story, and so they were not really in favor of that. They thought this was sort of killing the spirit. So but he says that is not how you measure success. Your efforts are not always crowned with success.
நான் இப்போ அவங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன், நான் ஒரு வருஷத்தில் என்கிட்ட ஒரு 100 மாணவர்கள் படித்து வெளியில் போகிறாங்க. அதில் நாம் எதிர்பார்க்குற மாதிரியான நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் முன்னேற்றம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னோம்னா, நாம் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அலுவல் சார்ந்து மூளை உழைப்பு சார்ந்த வேலைக்கு போகிறத தான் நம்ம சமூகத்தில் நாம் வெற்றின்னு நாம் கருதுகிறோம். அப்படி போகக்கூடியவர்கள் ஒரு 5லேருந்து 10 மாணவர்கள் தான் இருப்பாங்க. அவங்கள நான் சொல்லிக்கிட்டே இருக்கலாம், அவங்களே என்னை சொல்லுவாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி நான் படித்து இப்படியெல்லாம் முன்னேறி வந்தேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு. ஆனால் அந்த மாதிரி வர முடியாத 90 மாணவர்கள் இருக்காங்க. அவங்க என்ன ஆனாங்க அப்படிங்கிறத பற்றி நாம் பொது வெளியில் பேசுகிறதே கிடையாது. என்னுடைய கவனம் வந்து அப்படிப்பட்ட மாணவர்கள் மேலே தான் எனக்கு இருந்தது. ஏன்னா நான் ஒரு 10 மாணவர்கள் என்கிட்ட இருந்து வெளியில் போய் இப்படி வெற்றி பெற்று வர்றாங்க அப்படிங்கிற பெருமையை விட 90 மாணவர்கள் அப்படி வர முடியலையேங்கிற ஆதங்கம் எனக்கு எப்போதுமே உண்டு. அப்படிப்பட்ட மாணவர்களை பார்ப்பதுங்கிறதும் பேசுவதும் அவர்களோடு தொடர்பு வைத்துக் கொள்வதும் இன்றைக்கு வரைக்கும் எனக்கு வழக்கமாகத்தான் இருக்குது. அதனால் நான் இந்த தொடருக்கு அந்த மாதிரியான மாணவர்களை தான் முதன்மைப்படுத்தி நான் எழுதினேன்.
So he says, in any class, maybe 10% of students graduate and go to white collar jobs, and like, you know, those are the ones counted as success stories for anyone who wants to chronicle success. Like, this is a situation we're all very familiar with in our academic institutions. We are all interested in chasing and projecting success stories. But he says, that is, I mean, I cannot always put my focus on that 10%. I am interested and deeply invested in the lives of the other 90% who have not made it big, who have not been counted as success stories, because they are the majority and my focus has to be on them. And so that... And that is the reason he chose to foreground their stories when he started writing this serialized set of articles. அடுத்த கேள்வி நான் இந்த நீங்கள் சொன்ன இந்த வெற்றிங்கிறத பற்றியே நினச்சி கேட்கலான் இருக்கேன். One of the things that he mentions elsewhere about the impact of the book is there are, like he said, many very sad endings when you actually look at the stories he's written. And incidentally, the second story is about this there is about a student called Ramu who's sort of left paralyzed and so on. So I was asking sir about that, and he said, sir, did any of these people really achieve a happy ending after that? And so no spoilers, but I would like him to talk about the impact this book made, rather the Tamil version when it came out made, on what it was able to achieve for the students he wrote about.
அந்த தமிழ் இதில் அந்த தொடர் எழுதும்போது அவங்களுக்கு இது அவ்வளவா அவங்க எதிர்பார்த்த மாதிரி இல்லை அப்படின்னாலும் நிறைய அந்த அந்த பத்திரிகையை படித்த வாசகர்கள் வந்து இதை ரொம்ப விரும்பினாங்க. அதில் இப்போ இவங்க சொன்ன அந்த ராமுவை பற்றி ஒரு கட்டுரை எழுதியிருந்தேன். நான் வேலை செஞ்ச காலேஜ் எல்லாமே இப்போ இங்கே இருக்கிற மாதிரி பெங்களூர் சிட்டியில் இருக்கிற மாதிரி உங்கள் காலேஜோ அல்லது இங்கே பக்கத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய நிறைய காலேஜ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி மாதிரியானது கிடையாது. நான் வேலை செஞ்சது எல்லாமே கவர்மெண்ட் ஆர்ட்ஸ் காலேஜஸ். அது எல்லாமே கிராமங்களில் இருக்கக்கூடியது. நகரத்திலிருந்து, சிறு நகரத்திலிருந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட 5 கிலோமீட்டர் 10 கிலோமீட்டர் தள்ளி இருக்கும். சில காலேஜுக்கு, இப்போ ஆத்தூரில் நான் வேலை செஞ்ச காலேஜுக்கு மெயின் ரோட்டில் இறங்கி ஒரு 2 கிலோமீட்டர் நடந்து தான் போகணும். பஸ் வசதி எதுவும் கிடையாது. அதனால் நீங்கள் காலையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸு, டீச்சர்ஸு எல்லாம் இறங்கி நடந்து தான் போவாங்க. அதனாலேயே அந்த காலேஜுக்கு நிறைய டீச்சர்ஸ் வரமாட்டாங்க. எப்படியாவது ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் வாங்கிட்டு வேறு இடத்துக்கு போயிடுவாங்க. இந்த மாதிரியான காலேஜஸில் தான் நான் வேலை செஞ்சேன். அதை நீங்கள் மனசில் வச்சுக்கிட்டா தான் ஏன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எப்படிப்பட்டவங்க, எங்கேருந்து வரக்கூடியவர்கள்னு புரிஞ்சுக்க முடியும்.
So he says there's something you have to bear in mind before you even listen to the story and internalize what it is about. He says the kind of colleges that he's worked in and the colleges he's writing about are not like the kind of universities in which you study, which are like well connected and like, you know, very comfortably placed and so on. They just in terms of geographical location, they could be in such remote places that you would have to get off from the public bus and walk 2 kilometers just to reach the college in the first place. And you need to have this context for you to even appreciate what he's talking about.
ஏன் அந்த மாதிரி காலேஜஸ்னால், நீங்கள் 1960s 70s கவர்மெண்ட் காலேஜஸ் உருவாக்கின போது கொஞ்சம் பெரிய நிலம் வேணும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தாங்க. அப்போ கிராமங்களில் இருந்த மேய்ச்சல் நிலங்கள், புறம்போக்கு நிலங்கள் எடுத்தாங்க. அதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் எப்போவும் தள்ளி தான் இருக்கும், ஒதுக்குப்புறமாக தான் இருக்கும். அதனால் அந்த இடத்த செலக்ட் பண்ணி காலேஜ் கட்டுனாங்க. அது இருக்கட்டும். இப்போ இந்த ராமு அப்படிங்கிறவரை பற்றி நான் சொல்ல வரேன். அவர் 17 வயசில் அவருக்கு கல்யாணம் ஆயிடுச்சு. நாம் பெண்களுக்கு சின்ன வயசில் கல்யாணம் ஆகிறத பற்றி தான் நாம் நிறைய பேசியிருக்கோம். பால்ய விவாகம் அப்படின்னு பேசும்போது கூட பெண்களுக்கு அந்த காலத்தில் ரொம்ப சின்ன வயசில் கல்யாணம் பண்ணிடுவாங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. பசங்களுக்கும் அப்படி தான். ஆனால் பால்ய விவாகம்ங்கிறது 2 பேரையும் பாதிக்கக்கூடிய விஷயம். நாம் பால்ய விவாகம் நடந்து அந்த பையன் செத்து போயிட்டா அந்த பெண் விதவையாயிடுவாள். அதாவது அவள் மெச்சூர்ட் ஆகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே விதவையாயிடுவாள். அதனால் அதை பற்றி நாம் நிறைய பேசியிருக்கோம். ஆனால் இந்த பாய்ஸுக்கும் பசங்களுக்கும் அது மாதிரி தான். அவங்களுக்கும் 8 வயசு 10 வயசில் கல்யாணம் ஆகிடும். அந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது. அதை பற்றி நாம் அதிகம் பேசுனது கிடையாது. கிராமங்களில் பொண்ணுங்களுக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை, பசங்களுக்குமே சின்ன வயசில் கல்யாணம் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. இப்போ இந்த பையனுக்கு 17 வயசில் கல்யாணம் ஆயிடுச்சு. நீங்கள் இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்டில் சட்டம் வந்துடுச்சு. பெண்களுக்கு 18 வயசு முடிஞ்சிருக்கணும், பசங்களுக்கு 21 வயசு முடிஞ்சிருக்கணுங்கிறது சட்டம் வந்துடுச்சு. அதை கடுமையாகவும் அமல்படுத்துகிறாங்க. அதனால் இந்த குறைஞ்ச வயசில் கல்யாணம் ஆகிறது இப்போ இல்லை, கிட்டத்தட்ட இல்லை, ரொம்ப ரேர். அதாவது தெரியாமல் பண்ணுறதுங்கிறது இருக்குது. இப்போ இந்த பையன் 90s, அப்போ 17 வயசில் கல்யாணம் ஆயிடுச்சு. நீங்கள் அவன் பிஏ தமிழ் லிட்ரேச்சர் படித்தா தேர்ட் இயர் முடிக்கிறதுக்குள்ளே 3 குழந்தை. அப்போ அந்த பையன் மேற்கொண்டு ஹையர் ஸ்டடீஸ் எப்படி போக முடியும்? பட் நல்லா படிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பையன், ஒரு பேப்பர் கூட அரியர் கிடையாது. அவன் வேலை செஞ்சுக்கிட்டே தான் படித்தான். அவனுக்கு நாங்கள் நிறைய சலுகைகள் கொடுத்துருந்தோம். அவன் எப்போ வேணாலும் காலேஜுக்கு வரலாம், அட்டண்டன்ஸ் போட்டுருவோம். அப்புறம் காலேஜுக்கு வந்து கடைசி பெஞ்சில் படுத்து தூங்குறதுக்கும் அலோவ் பண்ணுவோம். ஏன்னா அவன் நைட்டு வேலைக்கு போவான். அதனால் அந்த மாதிரி இருந்ததுனால அவன் 3 வருஷம் படித்து முடித்தான். அதுக்கப்புறம் இர்ரெகுலரில் பிஎட் பண்ணி முடித்தான். இப்படியெல்லாம் படித்தான். ஆனால் அவன் குடும்பத்தை காப்பாற்றுறதுக்காக அவன் வேலைக்கு போனான். மேற்கொண்டு இந்த ஃபீல்டில் வர முடியல. இதுதான் அவனுடைய நிலை. ஆனால் அவன் ரொம்ப பிரமாதமான ஒரு கபடி பிளேயர். அவன் நல்லா படிக்கக்கூடிய பையன். ஆனால் இந்த குடும்ப சூழல், கல்யாணம், குடும்பம் இதெல்லாம் வந்ததுனால அவனால் ஒன்றுமே பண்ண முடியல. அதுக்கப்புறம்
So the background he's trying to explain also is that child marriage we think of as like a particularly painful thing for women, but he says it was also like an equally major problem for the boys. Boys as young as 8 or 10 would be married off until there were regulations passed in Tamil Nadu government and enforced very strictly, saying age of marriage has to be raised to 21 for boys and 18 for girls. And now it's kind of better, but he's talking about the 90s, at a time when one of his BA Tamil students, who was quite studious and also a very good kabaddi player, who used to work part-time, because at age 17 he got married, and by the time he's third year BA, he already has 3 children.
First year.
Oh, he already has 3 children by the time he's in first year of BA. And so he had to take care of his family by working and also, feed so many mouths. And with all of this, he couldn't sort of, despite the fact that he completed his BA and did B.Ed by correspondence and all of that, he still couldn't kind of go to a teaching job. He had to settle for just the manual labor that he was caught in. And as a gifted kabaddi player, he writes a lot about how he would come swooping in on the opponents in the team and all of that, and how his athletic build kind of impressed everyone and all of that. But he was burdened with a huge family to feed, and he couldn't actually go to the sort of career that he could have flourished in, despite being studious and all of that.
நான் அதுக்கப்புறம் அங்கேருந்து நான் ஆத்தூர் காலேஜ்லேருந்து ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபரில் வந்துட்டேன். திரும்ப ஒரு 15 இயர்ஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் திரும்ப அதே காலேஜுக்கு திரும்ப ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபரில் அங்கே போனேன். இப்போ போகும்போது ராமு எப்படி இருக்கார் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கலான்னு போனால், ஒரு ஆக்சிடெண்ட்டில் கால் உடைஞ்சு, எலும்பு உடைஞ்சு நடக்க முடியாத ஸ்டேஜ். 2 பசங்க, ஒரு பொண்ணு. ஒரு பையன் ஃபஸ்ட் இயர் என்ஜினியரிங் சேர்ந்துருக்கான். இன்னொரு பையன் +1 படிக்கிறான். பொண்ணு 10th படிக்குது. இந்த நிலையில் சாப்பாட்டுக்கே கஷ்டப்படக்கூடிய நிலையில், அவன் சம்பாத்தியம் இல்லை, அடிபட்டு இருக்கான், ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பணம் இல்லை. இந்த நிலையை உண்மையில் என்னால் ஜீரணிச்சிக்கவே முடியல. அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் என்ன செஞ்சேன்னா, என்னுடைய ஓல்டு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸு எல்லோரும் ஒரு கோஆர்டினேட் பண்ணி ஒரு ஃபண்டு க்ரியேட் பண்ணி அந்த பையனுக்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு கோயம்புத்தூருக்கு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு அனுப்பி ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு ஏற்பாடு பண்ணோம். அப்புறம் அவன் குடும்பத்துக்கு நான் இந்த கட்டுரை, அப்போ தமிழ் இந்தில் இந்த கட்டுரை எழுதினேன். இந்த கட்டுரை எழுதுனதை படிச்சுட்டு நிறைய பேர் வேறு இடங்கள்லேருந்து அந்த பையனுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எல்லோரும் கேட்டாங்க, ஃபோன் நம்பர் கொடுங்க, நாங்கள் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறோன்ட்டு. ஒரு வெட்டினரி டாக்டர் அந்த பசங்களுடைய படிப்புக்கான செலவெல்லாம் நான் எடுத்துக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னாரு. எடுத்துக்கிட்டாரு. நிறைய பணம் அவங்களுக்கு ஃபீஸ் கட்டுறது எல்லாம் பண்ணார். இப்படியெல்லாம் ஒரு பத்திரிக்கையில் வந்ததுனால அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு ஹெல்ப் கிடைச்சிது. ஆனாலும் அது எவ்வளோ நாளுக்கு முடியும்? அவங்க குடும்பம் 5 பேர் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு குடும்பத்துக்கு. அப்போ நான் என்ன சொன்னேன், இப்போ ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் எடுத்துக்கிட்டு கிட்டத்தட்ட 1 வருஷம் 1.5 வருஷம் ரெஸ்ட்டில் தான் இருக்கணும், எந்த வேலையும் செய்யக்கூடாதுன்னு டாக்டர் சொல்லிட்டார். அந்த அளவுக்கு காலில் அவனுக்கு ஃப்ராக்சர் அது. அப்போ நான் சொன்னேன், இந்த மாதிரி நீ படிக்கிற பையன், இந்த சமயத்தில் நீ எக்ஸாமுக்கு படி, காம்படிஷன் எக்ஸாம் வந்து வருது, டிஆர்பி ஸ்கூல் டீச்சருக்கு வருது. வரும்போது நீ அப்ளை பண்ணிக்கலாம், நீ படி அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு புக்ஸ் எல்லாம் எடுத்து நோட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எடுத்து கொடுத்தோம். அவன் வந்து நான் சொன்னதை கேட்டு அவனுடைய நண்பர்கள்கிட்ட எல்லாம் ஹெல்ப் வாங்கி படிக்க ஆரம்பித்து அதுக்கப்புறம் கால் குணமாச்சு. 2 வருஷம் படித்தான். படுக்கையில் இருந்துக்கிட்டே படித்து இன்றைக்கி கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூலில் வந்து பிஜி டீச்சராக இருக்கான். 42 வயசில் அந்த வேலைக்கு போனான். உண்மையில் இந்த கட்டுரை எழுதுனதுனால ஏற்பட்ட விளைவு அது. நிறைய பேர் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு வந்தாங்க, நான் நேரில் பார்க்குறதுக்கு போனது, இந்த மாதிரி நடந்துச்சு. அதனால் இப்போ இந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை வந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு இந்த கிளாஸ் ரூம் டீச்சிங்கோட ஒரு டீச்சர் நின்றுட்டா வந்து அவங்க லைஃப்பை, பல பேருடைய லைஃப்பை அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு கொண்டு போக முடியாது. நீங்கள் அவங்கள பின்னாடி ஃபாலோ பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கணும். அதனால் கிராமத்து ஸ்கூல்லையாகட்டும் காலேஜ்லேயாகட்டும் வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய டீச்சருக்கு வந்து இது இருக்கணும், தன்னுடைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை வந்து ஃபாலோ பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கணும். நீங்கள் லைஃப் லாங் ஃபாலோ பண்ண வேண்டிய நிர்பந்தம் இருக்குது. இப்போ நிறைய பேருடைய என்னுடைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுடைய பசங்க எனக்கு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக வந்துட்டாங்க. அந்த 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 அளவுக்கு வரைக்கும் எனக்கு அவங்கள தெரியும்.
So he says, actually, when he wrote about this story, it had a pretty dampening ending where he writes about, I saw him lying waist down, paralyzed in a hospital bed because he had met with a major accident and his family was reliant on his manual labor to feed all of them and so on. And so he wrote about this in that newspaper column. But after seeing that, generous support poured in from the readers, and a veterinary doctor was ready to fund the education of his 3 children and so on. They were all in different classes like class 10, 11 and PUC and all of that. And then they were able to sort of crowdfund his education, and he was able to gather help, support for this student, and he directed him saying, you cannot anyway rely on this kind of help to sustain you, and got him to study and prepare for a competitive exam, the Teachers Recruitment Board exam in Tamil Nadu, to the point where the 2 years that he was bedridden, he studied and studied with the help of his students with notes provided by sir, and managed to actually crack that exam. And today he is a government school teacher in a PG teacher in Tamil Nadu, and he joined this government job at the age of 42. After having spent most of his early career only in manual labor, he was able to make this turnaround, and he says that is the responsibility of a teacher in a rural setting in Tamil Nadu. Like, you cannot just teach students in the classroom and think your duty ends there. You basically follow them for life. They become your project for the rest of your life, to the point where you follow up with what their fortunes are long after they graduate. And now he says he's really proud to say many of his students' children have come to study under him, and now he has 2nd generation students of that kind. So that is the kind of legacy that a school and college teacher in rural Tamil Nadu has, and he feels like that is what teachers should see as the vision of their calling. ரொம்ப நன்றி ஐயா. இப்போ ஒரு இந்த கதைகள்லேயே நீங்கள் சொல்லக்கூடிய சில பொதுவான விஷயங்களுக்கு போகலான்னு இருக்கேன், இந்த இண்டிவிஜுவல் கதைங்களை தாண்டி. So one of the things that he talks about, one particular episode he discusses is how there is this college student election that happens in which a woman candidate registers after much persuasion at a time when it was not customary for women to contest in the election at all. And all the department staff and students encourage, and she files her nomination, but she's forced to withdraw. And so he writes about that as like an occasion when just seeing her name in the nomination papers filed was in itself a historic moment, because that had never happened in the college. And I want to ask him, is the student situation for women still the same, sir? You also had a 30-year-long teaching career. Have things changed now? Are women better represented?
இப்போ பெண்களுடைய நிலை கல்லூரிகளில் முன்னேறி தான் இருக்குதுன்னு தான் சொல்லுவேன். ஆனால் என்னென்னா, இந்த மாதிரி எலெக்ஷன் இல்லை. இப்போது கவர்மெண்ட் காலேஜஸ் எதுலேயுமே இது ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் உடைய ரெப்ரசன்டேஷனே கிடையாது. அவங்களுக்கான அந்த அமைப்பு எல்லாமே, அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் பேரவை இதெல்லாமே வந்து இன்றைக்கி இல்லை, க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. காரணம் என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் அதில் வந்து அரசியல் ரொம்ப இருக்குது. அதாவது அரசியல்னால் கட்சிகள் அதுக்குள்ளே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எலெக்ஷனில் கட்சிகள் உள்ளே நுழைஞ்சிட்றாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு படிப்படியாக அந்த எலெக்ஷனையும் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்குள்ளே சண்டை வருது, அடிதடி வருது, போலீஸ் கேஸ் ஆகுது. இப்படி இந்த காரணத்தை சொல்லி ஒரு காலேஜாக இருந்து தமிழ்நாடு முழுக்க இன்றைக்கி ஒரு காலேஜில் கூட எலெக்ஷன் கிடையாது, ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ரெப்ரசன்டேஷனே கிடையாது. அந்த மாதிரியான நிலை வந்து வந்துச்சு. ஆனால் இது பெண்களுடைய நிலையில் கொஞ்சம் முன்னேற்றம் இருக்குதுன்னு தான் நான் சொல்லுவேன். நான் முன்னாடி கோஎஜுகேஷன் காலேஜஸில் பெண்களுடைய எண்ணிக்கை ரொம்ப குறைச்சலாக இருக்கும். இன்றைக்கி அதிகமான எண்ணிக்கையில் படிக்க வராங்க. 33% வந்து தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் பெண்களுக்கான ரிசர்வேஷன் கொடுத்துருக்கு, அதில் சீட்டு ஃபுல்லாகுது. அதே போல் நிறைய இது மென்ஸ் காலேஜஸாக இருந்ததையெல்லாம் கோஎஜுகேஷனாக கவர்மெண்ட் மாற்றிருக்காங்க. அதுவும் ஒரு காரணம், பெண்கள் நிறைய படிக்க வர்றாங்க. அது ஒரு முன்னேற்றம்னு தான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
So 2 parts to his answer. One, he says overall there is an improvement in the enrollment of women. There's like around 33% reservation for women by the Tamil Nadu government that is being enforced. And in addition to that, many colleges that used to be exclusively men's colleges have now been made co-ed colleges, and women are now able to register in it and study. And so there is overall a certain level of better representation all across the board. But in terms of student representation, in terms of their voice, he feels that this, the step by step, slowly, the whole student election system has vanished out of government colleges altogether. We in private universities talk about how there is no student politics at all happening. But as such, the politics in public universities and colleges has now been, the student election system was infiltrated by political parties, where it got to the level of physical violence constantly breaking out, cases registered and so on, so that they were sort of phased out, and there are no student elections happening any longer even in government colleges. They've kind of completely ended, and there is no now an official body to represent actual student voices in most of Tamil Nadu colleges, is what he's saying. And so that is actually sobering information. And ஸோ அடுத்து ஒரு கேள்வி, அதுக்கப்புறமா ஆடியன்ஸ் கிட்ட கொடுக்கலான்னு நினைக்கிறேங்க. இப்போது ஒரு பெரிய தடையாக நீங்கள் சொல்லியிருக்கிறது வந்து ஆங்கிலம் எப்படி வந்து அவங்களுக்கு அவங்களுடைய கெரியர் முன்னாடி போக விடாமல் தடுத்துருக்கு அப்படின்ட்டு. இப்போ அதை அட்ரஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்ன செய்ய முடியும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? நான் question சொல்லிடுறேன். So one of the major challenges that many of his students face, and which he projects as a major hurdle throughout this book, is how, despite excelling in all their other subjects, the knowledge of English, or like at least the kind of curriculum demands that English has in college level, sort of cripples their careers completely, prevents them from graduating at all. And without that degree in their hands, they are unable to even enter a sort of workforce that will ensure them a basic level of quality of life. And so how college level English has actually, instead of empowering people, sort of become a hurdle in the path of their careers is a major concern he raises throughout the book. And so I'm asking, what can be done about this hurdle? What can we do about overcoming this? Are there any efforts being taken?
இந்த புத்தகத்தில் நிறைய கட்டுரைகளில் நான் சொல்லியிருக்கிறது, இங்கிலீஷ் பேப்பரில் பாஸ் பண்ண முடியாதனால நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுடைய லைஃப் வந்து அப்படியே நின்று போயிடும். ஹையர் ஸ்டடீஸ்க்கு அவங்க போக முடியாது, பிஜிலாம் படிக்க முடியாத மாதிரி. இப்போ நான் அதை ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஸ்டோரியே அந்த மாதிரியானது தான். இந்த டாஸ்மாகில் வேலை செய்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு காரணம் வந்து இங்கிலீஷ் பேப்பர் தான். அது ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்த்து அவரால் முடியல, பாஸ் பண்ண முடியல. அதனால் அவரால் மேற்கொண்டு ஹையர் ஸ்டடீஸ்க்கு போக முடியல. அதுதான். அது மாதிரி நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்கிறாங்க. இது எப்படி இதை சரி பண்ணுறது? தமிழ்நாட்டில் அல்லது இந்தியாவில் வந்து நாம் இங்கிலீஷை தவிர்க்க முடியாது. இப்போ தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து இன்றைக்கி இருமொழி கொள்கை அப்படிங்கிறதுல தெளிவாக இருக்காங்க. அதில் இங்கிலீஷ் கட்டாயம். அதனால் இங்கிலீஷ் இருக்கிறதுனால தான் இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து நிறைய பேர் வெளிநாடுகளுக்கு வேலைக்கு போகிறது இதெல்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருக்குது அப்படின்னு கவர்மெண்ட் சொல்கிறாங்க. ஓகே தான் அதெல்லாம். சரி, இங்கிலீஷ்க்காக என்ன செய்கிறாங்க? இப்போ பேரண்ட்ஸ்கிட்ட பார்த்திங்கன்னா இங்கிலீஷ் மீடியம் ஸ்கூலில் சேர்க்குறாங்க. அது காரணம் சப்ஜெக்டை வந்து நல்லா டீப்பாக படிச்சுக்கிறதுக்கு அது வழியாக இருக்கும்னு சேர்க்கறது கிடையாது. தன்னுடைய பிள்ளைகள் இங்கிலீஷில் பேசுவாங்க, இங்கிலீஷ் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டால் ஃப்யூச்சரில் அவங்களுக்கு நல்ல லைஃப் அமையும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக இங்கிலீஷ் மீடியத்தில் சேர்க்குறாங்க. இது வந்து ஒரு ஒரு அகாடமிசினாக நான் வந்து இதை சரியானதுன்னு நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். ஏன்னா இங்கிலீஷ் வந்து ஒரு லாங்குவேஜ், அது ஒரு மீடியம் தானே, சப்ஜெக்டு வேறு. அப்போ நீங்கள் இங்கிலீஷை வந்து ஒரு லாங்குவேஜாக நல்ல விதமாக சொல்லித்தர்றதுக்கான அடிப்படைகளை நீங்கள் வந்து உருவாக்கணும். அப்படி பண்ணுனா நீங்கள் ஹையர் ஸ்டடீஸ் கூட நீங்கள் தமிழ்லேயே படிக்கலாம். இங்கிலீஷ் மீடியம் படிக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. அதுக்கு வந்து நம்முடைய பாடத்திட்டங்கள் எல்லாத்துலேயுமே மாற்றம் வரணும். இப்போ நானும் கூட 3rd ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லேருந்து டிகிரி 2nd இயர் படிக்கிற வரைக்கும் கிட்டத்தட்ட வந்து 15 வருஷம் இங்கிலீஷ் ஒரு பேப்பராக படிச்சுக்கிட்டு தான் வந்திருக்கேன். ஆனால் என்னால் இன்றைக்கி வரைக்கும் இங்கிலீஷில் பேச முடியல. காரணம் என்னென்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, எனக்கு இங்கிலீஷை லாங்குவேஜாக சொல்லித்தரல, லிட்ரேச்சராக தான் சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. நீங்கள் இப்போ இங்கிலீஷை எழுத படிக்கிறதுக்கே பிரச்சனையாக இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒருத்தருக்கு நீங்கள் 8ஆம் வகுப்புலேயே பாருங்கள், வேர்ட்ஸ்வர்த்துடைய ஸ்டோரி, இப்போ வேர்ட்ஸ்வர்த்துடைய போயம் இருக்கும். எப்படி படிக்க முடியும்? அதுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய நோட்ஸை மனப்பாடம் பண்ணி எழுதி தான் பாஸ் பண்ணுவோம். நீங்கள் ஷேக்ஸ்பியரு, ஆர்கே நாராயணன் எல்லாத்துடைய ஷார்ட் ஸ்டோரி இதெல்லாம் இருக்கும். நீங்கள் லாங்குவேஜே தெரியாது, ஒரு சென்டென்ஸ் வந்து சொந்தமாக எழுதுறதுக்கு பயிற்சி கிடையாது, ஆனால் இதெல்லாம் படிக்கணும். எப்படி முடியும்? அப்போ பெரும்பாலும் வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இங்கிலீஷ் டெக்ஸ்ட் புக்கை படிக்க மாட்டாங்க, நோட்ஸ் தான் படிப்பாங்க. அந்த கொஸ்டின் ஆன்சரை மனப்பாடம் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கிறது தான். இது மாறணுங்கிறது தான் நான்லாம் திரும்ப திரும்ப நான்லாம் சொல்லிக்கிட்டு வர்றது. இதுதான் தமிழுக்கு கூட அதுதான். நீங்கள் இங்கிலீஷுக்குன்னு இல்லை, லாங்குவேஜ் டீச்சிங்கே கிடையாது நம்மக்கிட்ட. தமிழ் வந்து தமிழும் 1ஆம் வகுப்புலேருந்து படிச்சுட்டே வருவாங்க, தமிழ் மீடியத்திலேயே படிச்சுட்டு வருவாங்க. ஆனால் அவங்களுக்கு தமிழ் பிழை இல்லாமல் எழுத வராது, தெரியாது. ஏன் அப்படின்னா, நீங்கள் 5ஆம் வகுப்பு 6ஆம் வகுப்புலேருந்து திருக்குறள் இருக்கும், நாலடியார் இருக்கும், சங்க இலக்கியம் இருக்கும், இதெல்லாம் பாடத்தில் இருக்கும். ஆனால் அவங்களுக்கு சொந்தமாக ஒரு வாக்கியம் எழுத வராது. இன்றைக்கி இந்த வாட்ஸ்அப்லாம் இருக்கிறதுனால ஏதோ ஒருத்தரும் தினமும் 4 வரி 2 வரியாவது எழுதுகிறாங்க. இல்லைன்னா ஒன்றுமே கிடையாது, பரீட்சை தான் எழுதுவாங்க. எக்ஸாமை தவிர வேறு எங்காவது எழுதுறதுக்கான பயிற்சி நம்ம இதில் பெருசாக இருக்காது. அதனால் என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் லாங்குவேஜ் டீச்சிங் வேறு, லிட்ரேச்சர் டீச்சிங் வேறு, ரெண்டும் வேறு வேறு. அந்த தெளிவு வந்து நம்முடைய பாடத்திட்டத்துலேயும் டீச்சிங் மெத்தட்ஸ்லையும் இல்லை. அது வந்தால் தான் இதை சரி பண்ண முடியும்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
ரொம்ப நன்றிங்க. He says the primary challenge is in how we envision language education. Back in school, there is no clarity in people who write these textbooks and design the curriculum on what is language teaching versus what is literature teaching. So, for a student who is doing only one paper of English, they would put a Wordsworth poem in an 8th standard book without even realizing whether they are able to articulate a single sentence of their own in English. And so, without teaching them language skills, you simply dump them with text. What would happen is students would resort to never reading the textbook at all, and instead they would rely on some notes that circulate, and they would just memorize that and like repeat it in the exam. And that is how they kind of get by every year trying to scrape through this subject, never developing language skills. And he says, as an academician, he thinks this is entirely unsound. And This is not just confined to English. This is the situation with Tamil as well. Like they are taught a lot of classical Tamil literature like Naladiyar and all of those ancient verses, but they would not be capable of writing a single sentence on their own in Tamil either. And so he says, I think now thanks to WhatsApp, they are all forced to write a little bit either in English or Tamil, and that is the only level of compositional ability that they have, and that is not thanks to the curriculum, that's just thanks to the communication. So that is the situation in which we are teaching language skills, and without this clarity, this is a problem that will never be resolved, and then people's educational career will continue to be held back as long as we expect them to mug up literature that is prematurely thrust at them without equipping them with language skills. And he says, for instance, even he studied English as a paper for 15 years, and he still has difficulty fluently using that language because the system is outdated and the pedagogy is outdated. None of this really addresses the needs of the students. Roman Andrea. So I think we've all got a great glimpse of what all the diverse topics that he touches upon in this subject, and the concern he has for his students and by extension for the society comes through in a lot of these essays. I urge you all to go pick up a copy from the bookstore outside if you haven't yet. And I think now we can open the floor to questions. If I think we have the last 10 minutes, so I think it's only fair that we allow people to ask questions. I'll ask the volunteers to pass the mic around, and you could maybe take a moment to collect your thoughts and ask questions if you have.
Vanakkam, sir. One of the things that, as you very rightly brought out, the differences between educational institutions in the city and versus in villages. One of the things that we often are facing issues with is try to bring critical thinking and political thought into students, and we often find that they come blank-faced without it into our classrooms. So how have you seen your students bringing criticality into their class, into their lives, bringing their lives into your class? And how do you think that this bridge between, say, somebody who comes to our classrooms and private universities like this, how do you think that we can tackle some things like this?
So, அவங்களுடைய கேள்வி வந்து இப்போ நீங்கள் கிராமப்புற மாணவர்களுக்கும் நகர்ப்புற மாணவர்களுக்கும் உள்ள சில வித்தியாசங்களை சொன்னீங்க இல்லையா? நாங்கள் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுற சேலஞ்ச் வந்து இதுக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட ஆப்போசிட் ஆனது. என்னதுனாக்கா, ஓரளவுக்கு மொழி பழக்கம் அதெல்லாம் அதோட தான் வராங்க. ஓரளவுக்கு உலகத்தை பற்றின அவேர்னஸ் கம்மியாக தான் வராங்க. ஆனால் வரும்போது நாங்கள் அவங்களுடைய ஒரு கிரிட்டிக்கல் திங்கிங், அதாவது ஒரு சிந்திக்கக்கூடிய, கேள்வி கேட்கக்கூடிய திறன், சொசைட்டியில் என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சிக்கக்கூடிய திறன், அதெல்லாம் அவங்கக்கிட்ட இல்லாமல் இருக்கிறத பார்க்குறோம். அதாவது சுற்றி தன்னுடைய சூழ்நிலையை பற்றின எந்த அவேர்னஸுமே இல்லாமல் இங்கே வர மாணவர்கள் தான் எங்களுக்குள்ள சேலஞ்சாக இருக்காங்க. அப்போது உங்கள் ரூரல் சிச்சுவேஷன்லேருந்து வர மாணவர்கள் சமூகத்தில் பற்றின அக்கறையோடு இருக்காங்களா? அப்போது அவங்க கிட்ட இருக்கிற அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸை வந்து நாங்கள் எங்கள் மாணவர்களுக்கு எப்படி கொடுக்க முடியும் அப்படின்னு கேட்குறாங்க.
இல்லை, என்னுடைய மாணவர்களுமே அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு அவேர்னஸோடு இருக்கிறாங்கன்னெலாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன்னா நாம் எங்கேயுமே அதுக்கான ஸ்பேஸ் அவங்களுக்கு உருவாக்கி தர்றதில்லை. நீங்கள் ஸ்கூலில் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு சோசியல் அவேர்னஸ் வர்றதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு எங்கே இருக்குது? படிப்பு அதுதான். அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் என்னென்னா, இப்போது நீங்கள் பார்க்குற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை விட ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுவாங்க. அவங்க வேலை செய்வாங்க, குடும்பத்துக்கு சம்பாதிச்சு கொடுக்கணும், கொடுத்துக்கிட்டே படிக்க வர்றவங்களா அப்படி தான் இருப்பாங்க. ஸ்கூல் டேஸ்லேருந்தே அந்த மாதிரி வேலைக்கு போகக்கூடியவங்களா இருப்பாங்க. பட் சோசியல் அவேர்னஸ், இது பாலிட்டிக்ஸ், இது சம்மந்தமான இதெல்லாம் அவங்களுக்கும் இருக்காது. இப்போ நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன்னா, அதுதான் நம்முடைய வேலை, டீச்சர்ஸுடைய வேலை வந்து அதுதான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ ஒரு +2 லெவலுக்கு முடித்து ஒரு ஹையர் எஜுகேஷனுக்கு இங்கே வரக்கூடிய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு அதையெல்லாம் நாம் கொடுக்கறது தான் நம்ம வேலை அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். நம்மகிட்டேருந்து தான் அவங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும், பேரண்ட்ஸ்கிட்டேருந்து அது கட்டாயம் வந்து வராது. அதனால் நம்ம டீச்சர்ஸ் எப்படி இந்த அவேர்னஸோடு நாம் டீச்சர்ஸ் இருந்தோம்னா அதை ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு கடத்த முடியும். இப்போ என்னுடைய குறைபாடு டீச்சர்ஸ் அப்படி இல்லைங்கிறது தான். இப்போ எனக்கெல்லாம் இப்போ நான் கவர்மெண்ட் காலேஜஸில் இப்போது ஒரு ஒரு 2 பேர் 3 பேர் அந்த மாதிரி டீச்சர்ஸ் இருந்தாங்கன்னா பெரிய விஷயம். இப்போ அவங்க அதெல்லாம் இல்லாமல் வெறும் பாடம் சொல்லித்தரக்கூடிய டெக்ஸ்ட் புக்கில் என்ன இருக்குதோ அதை மட்டும் சொல்லித்தரக்கூடிய ஆசிரியர்களாக இருந்தால் பிரயோஜனம் கிடையாது. ஆனால் பெரும்பாலான பேர் அப்படி தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. அப்புறம் அப்படி இருக்கும்போது அவங்ககிட்ட இருந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் என்னத்தை கற்றுக்கிட்டு வருவாங்க? அதனால் டீச்சர்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரியான அவேர்னஸ் உள்ளவங்களாக இருக்கணும். இருந்தால் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு அது கடத்த முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
So he's saying many of the students who come to him are also caught in the trap of survival, and so they are constantly working part-time, trying to support a family, and they are not coming there very politically aware either. Their circumstances are different to the extent that they have to work hard in order to just keep afloat and so on. And so the number of students who come with that level of awareness, even in the rural setting, is pretty rare. And he says so that sensibility really has to come from college professors. And the unfortunate situation he's highlighting is that even in rural colleges, you would probably find only a handful of faculty members who have that sensibility and who are capable of transmitting that sense to the students. And he says that is one of the duties of you as a professor, for you to instill that sensibility in students, to make them aware of what is happening in society. And he says it is possible for you to do. And in a sense, you are duty bound to do it, because that is not going to probably come from their parents. Their parents are too busy again, caught up in the fight of survival. So that sensibility is not likely to come from anywhere else. Until 12th standard, your school system doesn't allow it. Any level of political awareness or social awareness, none of that is possible at school level. And so they come to you as probably shapeable clay at college level, and it is on you as professors who should be doing this. And even the sort of professors who possess that sensibility and are capable of doing it are very few in number. And he says those are the ones who can make a difference. And he's urging all of us to take that responsibility seriously.
இப்போ இதில் அந்த டாஸ்மாகில் வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய பையனை பற்றி சொன்ன பாருங்கள். இப்போ ஒரு பாட்டு போட்டியில் நாங்கள் ஃபோக் சாங்ஸ் பாடலான்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஃபோக் சாங்ஸ்னால் பொதுவாக என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, சினிமாவில் வரக்கூடிய பாட்டு தான் அதிலிருந்து தான் எடுத்து பாடுவாங்க. இப்போ நாங்கள் சொல்லும்போது சினிமாவிலிருந்து பாடக்கூடாது, கிராமங்களில் என்ன ஃபோக் சாங் பாடுறாங்களோ அது பாடலாம். ஒரு பையன் கேட்குறான், ஒப்பாரி பாடலாமான்னு கேட்குறான். இப்போ நாங்கள் ஒப்பாரியை அலோவ் பண்ணுறோம். அது ஒரு பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டின்னு தான் நாங்கள் நினைக்கிறேன். ஒரு காலேஜுக்குள்ளே காலேஜ் ஸ்டேஜில் அவன் ஒரு தலையில் ஒரு முக்காட்டை போட்டுக்கிட்டு உட்காந்து மாரடிச்சுக்கிட்டு ஒப்பாரி பாட்டை பாடுறான். அது மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு மாற்றம்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ அது நாங்கள் டீச்சர்ஸ் அலோவ் பண்ணலைன்னா அது அங்கே உள்ளே வந்திருக்காது. இந்த மாதிரியான ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் தான் நாம் செய்யலாம். இதெல்லாமும் பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
Wonderful. And so he's quoting this instance from the very first story where he's talking about this student who became a TASMAC employee. On one occasion when they held a competition for students to sing folk songs, they had announced that they were not allowed to sing songs from film music of any kind, only authentic folk songs that were sung in their villages. And then there's a student who came and asked them whether he could sing an opari, a dirge, kind of a funeral song. And he says, the fact that we teachers had the sensibility to say yes to it and allow it for a student to come and drape his half sari over his head and beat his chest and sing this dirge on the stage was in itself a hugely political act. And that is how you bring about transformation. And because they had the sensibility, they could do that. And he says that made a huge difference in the fact that it was a very political act to do within a college auditorium, because traditionally it is considered very inauspicious in a Tamil context for you to sing an opari song on a stage. And so that they were able to break that taboo, was able to sort of set a precedent in that college, and in that to that extent it was an actually political act. And here I'd like to indulge ourselves for a moment, where I had asked sir to read out that passage particularly about that opari from his book, and maybe read a tiny excerpt of the English translation for the benefit of the audience. And I think this is the perfect segue to do a little bit of that reading. கண்டிப்பாயா இன்னொரு 2 கேள்வி கேட்கலாம், நீங்க படிங்க. teachers are conditioned to be mindful of time. There's no ringing bell here actually. So.
பாட்டு போட்டியை இரண்டாக்கினோம். திரைப்பாடல் போட்டி, நாட்டுப்புற பாடல் போட்டி. திரையில் வந்த நாட்டுப்புற சாயல் கொண்ட பாடலும் திரைப்பாடலாகவே கருத்தில் கொள்ளப்படும். உண்மையாகவே ஊர்ப்புறத்தில் பாடும் நாட்டுப்புற பாடல்களையே பாட வேண்டும். இவையே விதிகள். போட்டிக்கு குறைந்தபட்சம் 3 பேராவது பெயர் கொடுத்தால் நடத்தலாம், இல்லாவிட்டால் ரத்து செய்து விடலாம் என்றும் முடிவு. 7-8 பேர் பெயர் கொடுத்து விட்டார்கள். போட்டி உறுதி. திரைப்பாடலில் பெரும் ஜாம்பவான்களாக எங்கள் மாணவர்கள் பலர் இருந்ததால் அப்போட்டிக்கு சின்னதுரை வருவதில்லை. எப்போதாவது வாராந்தர நிகழ்ச்சியில் ஆசைக்கு பாடுவார். மாணவர்கள் சத்தமிட்டு கத்தினாலும் விடாமல் பாடுவார். வெறுப்பேற்றுவதில் அப்படி விருப்பம். நாட்டுப்புற பாடல் போட்டி அன்றைக்கு காலையில் வந்து தயக்கத்துடன், இப்போ பேரு கொடுத்தா சேர்த்துக்குவீங்களாங்க ஐயா என்றார். போட்டி நடக்கும் நேரத்தில் வந்தாலும் சேர்த்துக்கொள்வோம். எந்த கடுமையான விதியையும் வைத்திருக்கவில்லை. திறமைகள் வெளிப்படத்தானே விதிகளே தவிர முடக்குவதற்கு அல்ல. சொன்னதும் உடனே ஒப்பாரிப்பாட்டு பாடுனா ஒத்துக்குவீங்களா என்று கேட்டார். நான் சட்டென்று, அதுவும் பாட்டு தானேப்பா, தாராளமாக பாடலாம், யார் பாடப்போறா என்றேன். நான் தான் பாடுறேங்க ஐயா, காலேஜில் ஒப்பாரியை யாரும் ஒத்துக்க மாட்டாங்கன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க என்றார். யார் சொல்கிறா? ஒப்பாரி வைக்கிறதுக்கு பொருத்தமான இடம் காலேஜ் தான், நீ பாடு, நாங்கள் ஒத்துக்கிறோம் என்று காசி மாரியப்பன் தைரியம் கொடுத்தார். போட்டி தொடங்கியது. 2வதாகவோ 3வதாகவோ சின்னதுரை. மேடைக்கு போனதும் கையில் சுருட்டியிருந்த தாவணி ஒன்றை விரித்து இடுப்பில் ஒரு சுற்றி தலையில் முக்காடு போட்டுக்கொண்டார். இளவு வீட்டில் ஒப்பாரி பாடும் பெண்ணின் தோற்றத்தை ஒற்றை துணி கொண்டு உருவாக்கிவிட்டார். தரையில் மண்டியிட்டு உட்கார்ந்து கைகளை விரித்ததும் ஒப்பாரிக்கான சூழல் கனிந்து விட்டது. பாடலை தொடங்கினார். கணவனை இழந்த பெண் பாடும் பாடல். அரச மரமிருக்க அரச மரமிருக்க, அரக்காடு நெவிலிருக்க அரக்காடு நெவிலிருக்க என்று பாடல் நீண்டது. இளவு வீட்டில் பெரும் துயரம் கொண்டு பெண்ணொருத்தி பாடும் பாவனையோடு அழுகை குரலில் எல்லா வகை ஒலி குறிப்புகளுக்கும் இடம் கொடுத்து அசத்தலாக பாடினார். அவ்வப்போது மூக்கை சிந்தி நாற்புறமும் எரிந்தார். துணியில் தடவினார். விழுந்து புரண்டு அழுவது போல தலையை கீழே சாய்த்தும் மேலெடுத்தும் அசைந்து அசைந்து ஒப்பாரி வைத்தார். மாரில் அடித்து கொண்டு அழுதார்.
We divided the usual singing contest into 2 categories, film music and folk music. Even folk songs, if they had featured in a film, would be counted as film music. The rule was meant to encourage students to sing authentic folk songs that were actually sung in their villages. We decided to go ahead with it, even if at least 3 students registered. In fact, 7 or 8 volunteered, so the folk song competition was happening after all. Since many of our students were experts in film music, Chinnadurai did not generally join that contest. On a few earlier occasions, he had sung in our weekly events, even braving the shouting and booing of the audience who loved to taunt. On the day of the folk song competition, he hesitantly asked us if the registration was still open. We told him that we would let him join the contest even if he came up to us at the last minute without registration. After all, the rules were meant to encourage participants and reveal their talents, not to curb their enthusiasm. He immediately asked, "Would you permit singing an oppari, a dirge?" We told him that it was perfectly acceptable and asked him who was planning to sing it. He replied, "I am. I'd heard it was inappropriate for singing in a college event." Kasi Mariyappan reassured him that we would allow it, even joking that a college was, in fact, the most suitable place for anyone to sing a dirge in. The competition began. Chinnadurai was the second or third contestant. As soon as he went on the stage, he unfurled a rolled-up davani he had brought, wrapped it around his waist, and then draped its long end over his head like a hood. With a single piece of cloth, he was able to recreate the look of a mourner singing a dirge in a dead man's house. As soon as he knelt on the floor and spread out his arms, the perfect funereal ambience was created. He started singing a mourning song by a woman recently widowed. While the sacred fig is still here, the shade remains in half the field, So the song went on. He perfectly imitated a grief-stricken woman singing inconsolably in the house of the dead with a whimpering voice that allowed room for all the layered notes of the tune. From time to time, he blew his nose and flung it in every direction, or wiped his hands on his clothes. He rolled and tossed about on the ground, moving his head up and down as though he were heaving as he cried. He beat his breast as he sang the dirge. Other questions?
Check. வணக்கம் ஐயா. ஓ, கேன் ஐ ஃபினிஷ்? நீங்கள் சொன்னது 100% உண்மை. நீங்கள் வந்து உங்களோட ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸோட கடைசி வரைக்கும் நீங்கள் லைஃப் லாங் ட்ராவல் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு. இப்போது இங்கே சிட்டிஸில் எங்களுக்கு ஒரு சேலஞ்ச் இருக்குது. என்னென்னா பவுண்ட்ரிஸ்ன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க இப்போ இருக்கிற பசங்க. ரெண்டாவது ப்ரைவசின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க, லிமிட்டட் கான்டாக்ட்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி சேலஞ்சஸ் எங்களுக்கு இருக்குது. எங்கள் கூட வந்து டச்சில் இருக்கிறவங்க நாங்களும் பயணிக்கிறோம் அவங்களோட லைஃப் லாங். பட் நிறைய பேர் வந்து விரும்புகிறதில்ல அதை. ஸோ இந்த காலகட்டத்துக்கு இதை வந்து நம்ம எப்படி வந்து ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுறது as டீச்சர்ஸ், as டெவலப்பர்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரிக்குலம் as professors?
இல்லை, நமக்கு அது யாருக்கு தேவையோ அவங்க கூட நாம் பயணம் செய்யணும். அதுதான் என்னுடைய இது. தேவையில்லை அப்படின்னு இருக்கக்கூடியவங்களுக்கு அவங்க பார்த்துக்கிறாங்க, அது பிரச்சனை இல்லை. சில பேருக்கு தேவை, அவங்களுக்கு அடுத்த கட்டம் என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியாது, எப்படி எங்கே போகிறதுன்னு தெரியாது. அவங்க ஃபேமிலி சுச்சுவேஷன் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும், கைட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஆள் இருக்காது. படிக்கிறதுக்கு புத்தகங்கள் கூட அவங்களுக்கு வந்து எதை படிக்கிறதுன்னு தெரியாது. இப்படி நிறைய பேர் இருக்காங்க. இப்போ இங்கே கூட இப்போ உங்களை மாதிரியான காலேஜில் கூட நிறைய ரூரல்லேருந்து வருவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரியான ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து சில சமயம் ஒரு இன்ஃபீரியரிட்டாக ஃபீல் பண்ணலாம். அப்படி இருக்கக்கூடியவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் நம்முடைய டீச்சர்ஸுடைய இது தேவை. அதை நாம் கண்டுபிடிச்சிக்கணும், யாருக்கு நம்முடைய உதவி தேவை, நாம் யாரு கூட பயணம் பண்ண வேண்டிய தேவை இருக்குதுன்னு நாம் கண்டுபிடிச்சிக்கிட்டோம்னா அது ஈஸியாக இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். தேவையில்லாதவங்கள விட்டுருவோம், அவங்க சுதந்திரமாக இருக்கட்டும்.
Very interesting question that she asked about how we talk about students asking us to maintain professional boundaries and private space and so on. How do you negotiate that with urging teachers to have a lifelong follow up with students and guiding them through life? When might they feel that you are intruding over their boundaries? And sir gave a very interesting answer. He said, oh, you should have the discretion to know who needs your help and who wants to keep you out. So if they really want to keep you out, let them have their freedom. Well and good for them. And only but it is important to remain sensitive to who might still need your support and who might still require that hand holding throughout life. You might even have rural students here coming here and might feel alienated or feel a sense of inferiority, and they might be the ones you might have to look out for, and in that you use your private discretion as a teacher and exercise judgment. One more question.
வணக்கம் ஐயா. உங்களோட புத்தகங்களை முத படித்தது பூக்குழி, மொழிபெயர்ப்பட்ட பயர். அதில் நீங்கள் ரொம்ப கோர்வையாக எழுதியிருப்பீங்க. அதில் நீங்கள் எழுத கதாபாத்திரத்துக்கெல்லாம் எப்படி நீங்கள் ரொம்ப பர்சனலாக எழுதியிருப்பீங்க. அது நீங்கள் எழுதும்போது உங்கள் நிஜ வாழ்க்கையில் நீங்கள் சந்தித்த நபர்கள்லேருந்து எழுதியிருப்பீங்க. சில விஷயம் நீங்கள் வந்து ஆட் பண்ண முடியாத மாதிரி இருந்திருக்கும். அப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க?
இது வந்து ஒரு எழுத்துடைய ரகசியம் பற்றி நீங்கள் கேட்குறீங்க. ஆமாம், அதாவது உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு எழுத்து வரும்போது அதில் எது நடந்தது, எது கற்பனையாக சேர்த்தது அப்படிங்கிறத உங்களால் பிரித்து பார்க்க முடியாமல் அந்தளவுக்கு எழுதுறது தான் ரைட்டர்ஸுடைய திறமை அது. அதனால் இதெல்லாம் நடந்தது, இதெல்லாம் நான் சேர்த்தது அப்படின்னு அந்த ரகசியத்தை சொல்ல மாட்டேன் நான்.
Okay, to quickly summarize, she asked a question about his craft on what are the parts of Pyre that were fictionalized and which were taken from real life, and he says that will remain a trade secret, you will not get to know. So
நன்றி சார்.
வணக்கம் ஐயா. இங்கே கீழே ஆக்சுவலாக நான் வந்து திருநெல்வேலி மாவட்டம் ஏர்வாடின்ற ஒரு சின்ன கிராமத்துலேருந்து வரேன். ஆனால் எங்கள்
ஏர்வாடி ரொம்ப ப்ராப்ளமாக இப்போ.
ஆமாம் சார், ஆமாங்க ஐயா. இப்போ என்னென்னா எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டப்பட்டதால் நான் ஒரு நல்ல ஸ்கூலில் படித்தேன், ஆங்கிலம் கொஞ்சம் தெரியும்னு வைங்களேன். இதையே என் ஊரில் என் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஊரில் உள்ள ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூலில் படிப்பாங்க, அவங்க அப்பா அம்மா ஃபினான்ஷியலாக கொஞ்சம் பின்தங்கி இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்கூல் முடித்து காலேஜ் முடித்து ஒரு கம்பெனியில் போய் இன்டர்வியூக்கு உட்கார்றாங்க. ஸோ அந்த டைமில் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் கேட்குறாங்க, கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ் பற்றி கேட்குறாங்க. ஸோ இந்த கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ் கேட்குறதுனால ஒரு கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில் இல்லாத பையனுக்கு அவனோட வாழ்க்கை வந்து எப்படிலாம் மாறுது அப்படின்றது உங்களோட கருத்து வந்து நான் கேட்குறேன். அதை நீங்கள் எப்படி பார்க்குறீங்க?
இல்லை, அதுதான் நான் லாங்குவேஜ் டீச்சிங் பற்றி நான் சொன்னேன். உங்களுக்கு சொல்கிறதுக்கு விஷயங்கள் இருக்கும். இன்னும் சொல்லப்போனால்
எனக்கே அப்படிதான். இன்னும்
ஆமாம், நிறைய கிராமத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பசங்க வந்து அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய சுதந்திரம் கிடைக்கும். அதுவும் அப்பா அம்மா வந்து படிக்காதவங்களாக இருந்தாங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு நல்ல சுதந்திரம் கிடைக்கும். அப்பா அம்மா படிச்சிருந்தா தான் பிரச்சனை. ஆமாம், இப்போ எனக்கே அந்த மாதிரி தான். எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா படிக்காதனால நான் லிட்ரேச்சர் படிக்கிறதுக்கு என்னை அலோவ் பண்ணாங்க. படித்த பெற்றோராக இருந்ததுன்னா ஆமாம்
கரெக்டு தான்.
என்ஜினியரிங் படி டாக்டருக்கு போகணும் ரொம்ப டார்ச்சராக இருந்திருக்கும். ஆமாம், அதனால் வந்து பேரண்ட்ஸுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு பெருசாக தெரியாது. இப்போ ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு அந்த பேக்ரவுண்ட்லேருந்து வரக்கூடிய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து சுதந்திரமாக இருப்பாங்க, நிறைய தெரிஞ்சு தான் இருக்கும். ஆனால் இந்த மாதிரியான இன்டர்வியூஸ்லேயோ இதுலேயும் எதை சொல்கிறது, எப்படி சொல்கிறதுங்கிறதுக்கான இது தெரியாது. அந்த ஸ்கில்லெல்லாம் தான் நம்ம லாங்குவேஜ் டீச்சிங்கில் சொல்லித்தரணும்னு நான் சொல்கிறேன். அதுக்கு தான் லாங்குவேஜ் டீச்சிங் வேணும்னு நான் சொல்கிறேன்.
ஓகே,
அதான் லாங்குவேஜை கற்றுக்கிறதுக்கு லிட்ரேச்சர் வந்து ஒரு 25% வந்து ஒரு டூலாக இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் நமக்கு 75% அதுதான் டெக்ஸ்ட் புக்கில் இருக்குது. அது மாறுச்சுன்னா இந்த நீங்கள் சொல்கிற பிரச்சனை ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக தீர்ந்துரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
எஸ், நன்றி.
His question. Just quickly summarizing, his question was again about how rural students face challenges in interviews. And sir is saying if we reverse the entire proportion of the literature to language skills that we have in our school curriculum, instead of like say 25% of language skills and 75% of text, if we flip the script, we would probably be able to achieve the sort of results that we aim to achieve. That's it. Yeah. Last question.
Good morning, sir. In the first place, I'm quite fortunate to be a part of this gathering and being able to listen to you. So how do you look at literature today and its role in today's times, especially when science and technology are dominating, in times when it is STEM and people are still making efforts to make it STEAM? So how do you look at literature today?
லிட்ரேச்சரும் சயின்ஸும் ஒரு பேரலாக வளர வேண்டியது தான். நாம் சயின்ஸ் அதிகமாக இருக்குது, லிட்ரேச்சருக்கு அப்படிலாம் நான் நினைக்கல. ரெண்டுலேயுமே வளர்ச்சிகள் இருக்குது, மாற்றங்கள் இருக்குது. நமக்கு இன்றைக்கி மாடர்ன் லிட்ரேச்சர்னு நம்ம சொல்கிறோம். 19th century வரைக்கும் நமக்கு இருந்த லிட்ரேச்சருடைய பாணியே வேறு. இப்போது நமக்கு லைஃப் மாடர்ன் ஆகும்போது லிட்ரேச்சர்லேயும் அதெல்லாம் வருது. சயின்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம லைஃப்பை மாடர்ன் ஆக்கிறதுக்கு எப்படி உதவுது, அதே போல் மாடர்ன் லைஃப்பில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பிரச்சனைகளை வந்து நம்ம லிட்ரேச்சர் பேசுது. ரெண்டும் பேரலாக தான் வளர்ந்து வருதுன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். லிட்ரேச்சர் இன்னும் உங்களுக்கு நம்ம லைஃப்பை நல்ல விதமாக புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு உதவும். ரீடிங் வந்து அதை அந்த வகையில் நல்லாவே உதவும். அந்த அளவில் நல்லாவே இருக்குதுன்னு தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
He feels that literature and STEM disciplines go hand in hand. Only that you need to see how far modern literature is able to reflect modern life itself for you to appreciate its importance and see how it can transform lives. And so it is wrong to neglect it, because he says both modern science and modern literature have contributed quite equally to the way our life has progressed. And it's so we would be ignoring it at our peril. So thank you everyone for
Thank you so much.
நன்றி.
Thank you, sir, and thank you so much, ma'am, for the insightful session. Your words remind us that education is not just about information, but about imagination, solidarity, and hope. Now I request Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, our head of the department, to please give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Thank you, ma'am. And let's keep the spirit of Aley flowing as we move into our next session. Thank you. Yeah. So the book written by Perumal sir is available outside. You can get your book signed by the author himself. So please help yourself in the what is it? Author signing desk.
Kindly be seated, please. Professor V. Geetha, a frequent name heard in most of our classrooms in various discussions of gender, caste, and civil rights. For over a decade, Professor Geetha has been conducting these important reading camps. Till date, she has organized 37 such camps across the country, especially in Tamil Nadu, each lasting 2 to 3 days. Professor V. Geetha is a distinguished scholar, researcher, and activist. She has written extensively on gender, caste, and civil rights, and has played a pivotal role in women's movements in Tamil Nadu. Her research and lectures shed light on the lived experiences and trauma of violence, and they have inspired many with the spirit of activism. As the editorial director of Tara Books, she has also been closely involved with literary and artistic works on mythology and tribal folk traditions. Importantly, she has contributed significantly to the Tamil anti-caste movement and has worked deeply on Dr. Ambedkar's thoughts and ideas. Other than this, she has also translated 2 of Sir Perumal Murugan's novels into English. Her work has firmly established her as one of India's most important intellectual and activist voices. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor V. Geetha on stage.
Good morning. It's lovely to be here. And thanks for being part of this class. So I start with the customary greeting, Jai Bhim. What I wish to do today is something fairly modest, considering we have only a couple of hours, and I do want to hear from you as well. So I want to introduce you to what I think is the semantic linguistic universe of Baba Saheb Dr. Ambedkar. Since many of you are students of the humanities, in literature, psychology, and I assume other disciplines, you are all very aware of the power of words and why words matter. And one of my favorite quotations is from T.S. Eliot's East Coker, where he speaks of the difficulties of our times when words won't stay in place, and how words slip, words go away from us. But we have to make words matter. And I want to explore the thought world of Ambedkar from that point of view, how he developed an extensive vocabulary of inequality, and equally of equality and justice. And I want to call attention to how he did this with respect to the categories of untouchability and caste. In some ways, these are categories that we hear almost daily in terms of news stories, for example, about caste atrocities or the reservation policy, or we hear of caste electorates, politicians wooing this or that caste community, and so on. We also hear of untouchability in terms of crimes against the so-called untouchables, who are formerly untouchables, since untouchability is a crime under the Indian law, and also it has the Constitution does not recognize it as a social experience anymore. But nevertheless, we all know it persists. So these are terms that we hear all around us, and I want to take you along a linguistic journey where we will see Dr. Ambedkar actually grappling with these terms and reworking them. And I think this is a very exciting thing to study, because in Dr. Ambedkar's universe, words and ideas mattered in as much as they can prove catalysts for action. This is not to say he was coining slogans or that he was actually giving us phrases we can use in our protests. No. Everything that he conceptualized was done with the intent of transforming and rendering the society more fair, more just, more fraternal. So there's a very sort of tight link between how he uses language and what he makes that language do by way of action, whether it is coming up with new laws, whether it is being part of the political world, whether it has to do with rethinking one's place in the caste order, and so on. So words are very consequential, therefore. So what I've done is I've circulated two documents, and I'm sure you can get them. One lays out the 6 themes that I will be discussing with you, and I've marked in blue terms that I think have conceptual weight. I've also put together a set of readings from Baba Saheb's writings across the 17 volumes. I've chosen some nuggets. I mean, you can go ahead and read other things later on. It's a 150-page document. You can read it after this class, and I'm happy to be in conversation with whoever wants to take this reading exercise ahead later on. So this is where we are right now, and let me start. So any questions, or can I just go ahead? Go ahead? Okay. So one of the things is, how does anyone think? What does it mean to think? I want to start with that very fundamental question. It's one of those difficult questions because we can't imagine ourselves outside of thought, right? I mean, we are thinking all the time in some ways, except perhaps when we sleep. But even then, Freud has taught us that dreams are a form of thinking as well. So we are never outside thought or language. But what does it mean to think conceptually? And that's what I want to talk about today. How does one think conceptually, especially if one is from a community that has been stigmatized, oppressed, exploited in fundamental ways? As students of literature, you're probably familiar with Dalit autobiographies. Some of you perhaps teach these autobiographies, or you study them or read them, and so on. Now, Dalit autobiographies bring to our attention experiences which otherwise we might not be aware of. Earlier this morning, we heard Perumal talking about the experiences of rural students. And clearly we were very aware of the vast distance between our worlds. But we were concerned about those experiences. We wanted to understand what did it mean to be such a student. So likewise, the experiences of those who are consigned to untouchable status, those have been the bedrock of Dalit autobiographies. That these are things that happen in your country, in your society. I am bearing witness, please take note. So there's a way in which experience is granted premium. Experience becomes the basis for us to understand Dalit lives. Now, Dr. Ambedkar does something very interesting with experience. Being born into a formerly untouchable caste, he was well aware of what it meant to be an untouchable, and those who wish to know more can read Waiting for a Visa, the only existing autobiographical fragment that we have, in addition to a few other references in his writings. But even there you'll see that it's not so much the weight of experience that he wants you to consider, but how he has made sense of that experience. As students of English, you'll appreciate the way he's constructed that very short piece. It's straightforward narrative, he's talking about things that happen, but you also sense that there's a distance. This is being written after many years, and he wants you to take note of the most salient aspects of that experience. The kind of discrimination, the kind of easy stigmatization, the very almost natural separation of people into untouchables and others. These are things he wants you to notice, and he makes sure you will notice them through his power of structuring that experience in a certain way. Now, in his writings as such, he doesn't ever refer to his experience beyond that. But then he is drawing on the collective experience of the so-called untouchables, and you'll see that in almost every other essay, he will reference an enormous amount of testimonial news. From various newspapers, he'll cite instances of what today we would call atrocities, acts of discrimination, acts of hatred, hate crimes, and so on. So basically, what he does with the experiences, he says this is part of how we are in this society. This is the way you and I share this space, and you decide where you are. I know where I come from. But he's not telling you this in a way that you can just get lost in that experience. No, he wants to make you uneasy. So that's what he does. So he starts from experience, but experience becomes a collective sort of social existence. And it's not simply Dalit experience. It's an experience where all of us who are not Dalits are implicated because people like us are doing it to them, whatever it is that they are being subject to. So you're not allowed to get out of that framework very easily. So he does that. And then most importantly, because he was educated in some of the most important educational institutions of the modern world, Columbia University, London School of Economics, and so on, the vast knowledge that he had gleaned from these educational spaces helps him scaffold that experience in certain ways. And that's very, very important because you will find him drawing from multiple disciplines. In fact, when he was at Columbia, he had taken classes in at least 7 to 8 disciplines. History, political economy, statistics, ethics, geography. So he had studied social psychology, sociology. So he had studied across disciplines, and he brings all the learnings from those disciplines in terms of actual phrases and words and ideas, which were, of course, developed in the context of Anglo-America, but he abducts them, you know. You can abduct words. You can make words mean what you like. You can bring them into your universe. And when he abducts them, he does something fascinating. It doesn't quite matter what those words actually meant in that context. He is making them do something for us and for himself. So that learning sort of finds its way into his writing in the most amazing kinds of, I'll give you examples very soon. So that's how he starts. And then the times also make us write in a certain way. As we all know how we're all trying not to write today, you know. We're also concerned about what should we be saying that wouldn't get us locked up. So basically language and the times are very, very important. And I think Ambedkar's early formative years when he was in his late 20s was shaped by very important world events. The Russian Revolution of 1917, he was still a student when that happened. The first phase of the revolution happened. The First World War, 1914 to 1919. And of course, the flowering of the Indian nationalist struggle after Gandhi returns to India from South Africa. So these were key events that also supplied him with ideas, supplied him with ways of looking at the world. And all of these together, his own experience, what he picked up from his classrooms, his teachers, unique way in which he made sense of them, and the times, what did the times yield? So all of them come together, and what does he do with them is fascinating. So what does he do with them is, he's not giving us a grand narrative of the times, but he wants us to look at something we flinch from looking at. And that flinching you see throughout the first 3 decades or 4 decades of the 20th century, when untouchability, like women's status, bothered everybody. Everybody was bothered about, oh, look at our women. Oh, look at the untouchables. People were bothered, but they also were not quite sure, how are we going to deal with this? So there was an amount of ameliorative action. Let's open schools for the Dalits. Let's have wells because they can't access common wells. Let's set up a scholarship fund. Let's teach Dalit children to keep themselves clean. So ranging from the condescending to the beneficial, the untouchable question was addressed in a number of consequential ways. I don't think we should be cynical about such efforts because they had very valuable outcomes. For example, you had Vital Rao Shinde from Maharashtra who started something called the Depressed Classes Mission. And at one point, the largest number of Dalit students to have finished school came out of the efforts put in by the mission. So those were consequential. Though Shinde's own position on untouchability, Ambedkar would quarrel with later on. So there were all these efforts, just like there were efforts with women. Let's make sure that we don't get them married before a certain age. Let's make sure they get to school. Again, all of this was done with this underlying anxiety, but let's make sure these women don't get above their station. I remember this hilarious exchange of letters in 1916 in New India, Annie Besant's New India, about women's education. Should women learn only the household arts or should they learn law, science, medicine? And there's a spate of letters which says, but if you let them learn all of this, they will become independent and they will stay unmarried till they are 70. How can we contemplate a society of spinsters in their 70s? So you had all these anxieties also. Likewise with the Dalit questions, there were multiple anxieties, right? I mean, this is problematic, but look, isn't this how it's always been? This is not right, but how can we rethink the social order? So there were all these issues there. So Ambedkar comes into this universe and he writes of what it means to be an untouchable conceptually. So I've divided this into 6 themes. How did he do this? First is he reconceptualizes the untouchable as a political subject. That the untouchable is not just somebody that you feel bad about, not somebody to whom you can be charitable, not somebody that you should be thinking of in terms of ameliorative action alone, but that they are equally like you, products of these times, that if you have a claim on justice and equality, so do they. If you want to be part of all these things the British government is doing by way of getting Indians into the legislature, they have an equal right. So he wants to present the untouchable, and I'm going to use the word untouchable in a historical sense, not because that term has any dignity. So he uses the term untouchable during these years, or the depressed classes, those are the terms he uses. So he says, I want to conceptualize them as political subjects. And how does he do that? And the political reform that the British wish to bring in, a very limited kind of electoral politics, where people with property and people who have finished college can vote. Needless to say, most of us would have been out of it. Women didn't even make it to middle school. Dalits couldn't even finish primary school. Likewise, the so-called BCs and OBCs. So this would only leave a bunch of very rich people and a small community of Brahmins and other upper castes to be part of this very limited electorate. But the thing was, the British, for whatever reasons, always wanted the untouchables to be present in the legislature. But they would nominate them. They'd say they're not capable of elections. They don't have people amongst them who can actually come and be part of a legislature. So it is in this context, Ambedkar presents his first political document, Evidence Before the Southborough Commission, which is a commission set up by the British to receive petitions from the Indians as to who should be getting the vote or who should not be getting the vote. And Ambedkar makes this amazing sort of set of arguments, and that's the first essay in the reading list I've given you. He says, look, you can't nominate us. Nomination by election is no election at all. We have to represent ourselves. And he comes up with this wonderful phrase where he says, the untouchability embodies a set of interests which no one but the untouchable can represent. Because that's what untouchability is, right? It marks a segment of people as untouchable. And who can represent their interests but themselves? So he's making a unique case for representation. But in case you think that can be a caste representation, he argues that somebody who's placed on the margins of society is likely to have a better appreciation of freedom and equality. And so, even though their interests might be something that stems from their experience, they will speak as a universal class and for universal interests. So you see him actually positioning the untouchable as a universal subject of politics, not as a reserved category. That's something we have to remember. Because the language of reservation has seeped so much into our understanding of caste, we think that the reserved category is a pampered category, it's an exceptional category, it's not meritorious. But Ambedkar is saying something else. If you are being consigned to the margins, you're going to be able to speak for society as a whole with a kind of generosity nobody else can have. And this is something I see sometimes in the speeches of leaders from Tamil Nadu, especially Tol Tirumavalavan, for example. The way he's able to take the measure of an entire system rather than individual instances of wrongdoing, you know. So you see that. But apart from that, Ambedkar makes another point. There are so many interests that are being represented in the British legislature. There are men of property who are being represented, men of learning who are being represented. He says, now how does it matter if you have property? One propertied man can represent other propertied men. So it doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim, non-Brahmin or Brahmin. But he says the interests of the untouchables are very different, and they are because while you're all standing for interests you wish to protect, we are coming here to claim something we have been denied. So the untouchable is somebody, and he uses the word, who has his persona confiscated. Now that's a brilliant use of language. Persona confiscated. So untouchability is not the untouchable's problem. The untouchable self has been confiscated. It's been taken away from her. The self doesn't exist. And Ambedkar believes that if you are part of a political space, you can actually make a case for that self. Because you will be in a public sphere, you will talk to others, maybe they'll change their minds. So, and here he draws from the philosopher John Dewey. He's saying that being together in conversation, in association, he uses the word association. Association is the very opposite of untouchability, right? It's the very opposite. So when you're associating with other human beings, there's a possibility of an exchange of views. What he calls social endosmosis. That's possible. You all know osmosis from your botany classes. So social endosmosis is something where our lives come like this together. So he uses all these terms to make a case for how being in the political space, you can create a new public culture, you can talk, you can reset the terms of what is politics, right? So politics is not simply about having better roads, doing this, starting a school here or there, but politics is about what kind of society do we want to build? How do we ensure there's equality? How do we ensure there's justice, there's fraternity? And when untouchables come into that argument, they're going to bring something very valuable to that. And they're going to learn something as well. So for him, politics is of pedagogic value. And as students, you'll appreciate that because many of you raised that question, what can we do in our classrooms? About being much more aware of and in touch with the larger world outside. And Ambedkar would appreciate that question because he viewed politics itself as a pedagogical exercise. Far cry from what politics has become today, but for that generation to be in politics meant that you persuaded people, you argued, you spoke, you listened. Even in the 1940s, when Ambedkar was addressing students in different contexts, he would say, for a democracy, it's very important to learn how to argue, to learn how to listen, to heed another person's words, to be civil in your response. You can be firm, but you need to talk. You need to know how to conduct a debate. So all of these were part of his earlier experiences as well. So the very first public statement he makes, where he wants to reconstruct the untouchable persona, he starts from saying they have their very persona confiscated, but he himself is a standing example of how he has transcended that confiscation. And he is very highly educated, he's drawn from history, and he's there as living proof of what untouchables are capable of. And so he reconceptualizes the untouchable as a political subject. That's at one level. And then he picks up that story a few years later when the British are contemplating another set of reforms. And this you will read in your class 10 history textbooks, Simon Commission, Simon go back, right? And the Indian nationalists said, we don't want to be part of this, there's no Indian on the commission and so on. Ambedkar says, right, absolutely. But if there are going to be Indians, will you have me there? So who is to represent all Indians? Can Indians be represented by one sort of Indian? A question that's still with us, right? What does it mean to be Indian? Who shall represent us? So Ambedkar brings up that issue. Earlier he had said an untouchable is a person, his persona has been confiscated. Here he draws on the vocabulary of the First World War. If you know your history, you know many empires broke up, many nation states were formed. And one of the phrases that was very resonant at that time was the right to self-determination of nations. Right? So Ambedkar picks up that argument and he says, self-determination is not simply something that nations can ask for, individuals can ask for it. Because I have my persona confiscated, I must have the right to determine what I am and what I'm going to be. So it's as important for me to make a case for self-determination. So he brings that up and he says, those who ask for self-determination realize that societies will be mixed, there'll be majorities and minorities. Minority rights become the measure of democracy. So he starts making a case for the Dalits as a minority. This might come as a surprise to you. When we think of minorities, we think of linguistic minorities, ethnic minorities, religious minorities. Ambedkar lists all of them. But he says the Dalits are a very distinctive kind of minority because they're an oppressed minority. Now that's a very brilliant bringing together of two categories that are seldom brought together. It's like saying the working class is an oppressed minority, except that they are not a minority. Right? But Ambedkar is saying that they are an oppressed minority, so they must have all the safeguards that minorities have in these newly formed nations. So if you're going to put Indians, more number of Indians into your legislature, treat me as a minority and give me certain safeguards. And one of the interlocutors, one of the British interlocutors asks him, so does that mean then that you would sort of find yourself in a position where people will respect you? Then Ambedkar again comes up with this very heartrending statement, again, but conceptually very strong. This is what I meant, when experience and ideas come together, they are not sentimental or dramatic, they are just very powerful. So what he says is, you cannot make a man love his neighbor by an act of legislature. This is such a poignant statement. You cannot make a person embrace by an act of counsel. You can't do any of this. But little short of that, you can create the conditions for people who behave badly to be punished. That's what laws can do. Laws can't make touchables love untouchables, as we've seen with all these so-called crimes of honor, right? Where that love itself is seen as a wrong thing, right? So you can't make someone love through the Constitution. You can't do that. But you need the Constitution, nevertheless, to say that hating someone will invite punitive action. That hating someone is something we don't countenance in this country, constitutionally. So Ambedkar was very aware of what having yourself represented as an untouchable in politics will do for you and what it won't do for you. And this is something that's very important for us to take note of, because he never ever said that it's only political power that will see us through. That has to come about through other means as well, where society learns to love better. And love is a very strong emotion in his vocabulary. It's not a sentimental emotion. Love is a powerful philosophical emotion. And that's what you will see in one of the quotations that he uses, which is part of your reading list, from this great theologian, Jacques Maritain, a Catholic theologian. So Ambedkar's sources are very important. See who he draws from. From a Catholic theologian, from Karl Marx, from the Bible, and of course his favorite quotations are all from the Manusmriti. Not a single text is without citations from the Manusmriti to tell you what he is fighting against. So when people ask us to study the Manusmriti, we should all agree. We'll know what exactly it is all about. And we can use Ambedkar's texts as annotations. So that's the whole. Now, they are minorities. They have the right to self-determination. I will determine my own political fate, my own political history. And why is he saying that so emphatically in the 20s? Because that's the time when Gandhi has become very powerful, is very much part of the Congress nationalist struggle. And Gandhi puts the untouchability question onto the Congress's agenda. But Ambedkar does not think that that's how that question should be addressed, as we will know later on as well. He thinks it is a question that needs firm tackling, and the untouchable should be in the forefront tackling it. Others can stand by and support them. Today we hear a lot about allyship. Especially students will recognize the perils and the possibilities of allyship for any cause, for any movement. But Ambedkar talks about what does it mean to be an ally in an extremely productive way. So this is something that he does in the 1930s in a letter to a man called A.B. Thakkar, who's known for his work with the Adivasis. So he says it's very good that you're forming this untouchability eradication program and you have all this organizational stuff you wish to do, but here is what I would like you to do. And then he makes a case as to how untouchables should be in the forefront of the struggle, why is that important, and how others can support them in different ways. So I think these were the ways in which he was trying to also work with the idea of untouchable political subjectivity. We are there, we'll represent ourselves, we'll enlarge the argument, we'll bring something new to our discussions about the just society. It's not to say that we don't want others talking about us, but we are our own interests. Nobody else can represent us. So that's something he very conclusively makes. And then during the roundtable conferences, he explains to a larger audience. Remember, this is in London. And he's sitting with the British government. Before that, he was talking to the British Indian government. And so there he uses a language where he draws on world history. It's so interesting to see him moving between these registers. So he says the untouchable is midway between a serf and a villain. This is medieval history. Readers of English social history will recognize these terms: villain, villainage. Right? I suppose you still teach social history, no? You must. I don't know if you do. Anyway, in our times we had to study. But basically he's saying that, look, you know serfdom, you know what it is to be bound to the land. But you can work yourself out of serfdom. There were laws against serfdom that emerged in the late 19th century. But as an untouchable, you can't work yourself out of bondage. Once you are bonded, you're bonded for life. Villainage. Villainage allows you to have access to land. Untouchables don't have land. So you're neither this nor that, with the qualities of both institutions shaping your life. So he puts it on an international map of ideas also. So this is what we are. And then he expounds on what does it mean to be an untouchable, again in a very, very, very moving manner. But he does this through a legal document. Now, can legal documents have feelings? It's a very important thing. But when any of you have read the Prevention of Atrocities Act, you'll know legal documents can have feelings. Because they describe things which shock you. Right? Like today we hear of all these horrible happenings in the Gaza Strip. Now, if you were to make that part of a legal document, 15 years from now, we'll wonder what kind of a society is it that did this. So likewise, legal documents can actually present realities against which that document is making a case. So Ambedkar produced perhaps what is the first constitutional document. People usually speak of the Karachi resolutions of 1931 as forming the basis for the constitution. But this document, which was presented by him and a leader from Tamil Nadu called Rettamalai Srinivasan, that is the first constitutional document, and I've included that in your reading list. And you'll see how he is trying to sort of cause the untouchable to emerge, you know. Take note of this person. Take note of her life. This is what she's up against. Your law should reflect that. If you're going to make laws that would improve her life, these are the things you should be taking notice of. It's a fantastic document, and as a lawyer, of course, he's drawing on legal scholarship. He's drawing on constitutions and laws from across the world. And one of the things, again, if any of you are teaching African American literature, I would urge you to teach Ambedkar in that class, is that he draws a lot on the US Constitution, especially the amendments that came about through civil rights struggles. They were very important for him. He brings them up from time to time. He's very aware of the differences. He doesn't collapse caste and race like we tend to these days. And we tend to collapse caste and race, but he only talks of race and untouchability. Caste is still different, and we'll come to that in the next part of my talk. But basically what he does is he draws from these constitutional documents to make a case for justice, equality, and liberty and fraternity. So you see him at different times conceiving the untouchable subject in different ways. So this is at one level. The second level is he wants you to understand what is his untouchability. What is it? So I've included a very pithy essay. Basically, he says, it's not my problem, it's your problem. You have caused it. So you ask yourself, are you a civilized person to be doing all of this? And he offers a very, very sort of sharp, restrained description of what many, if Perumal is not here, he would also agree that what happens in an Indian village of a day. The Ur Cheri, Ur Keri in Kannada, the Maharwada and the upper caste neighborhoods in Maharashtra, or any Indian language, you'll have words for those. Right? So even in religious communities which are far more ecumenical, far more fraternal, you still have the differentiation between regular Sikhs and Mazhabi Sikhs. So untouchability is present at every level in all our communities, in the spaces we inhabit. So he uses a spatial description to point to, look, this is how we live. And then he uses a sentence which is drawn from African American history when he says, the touchables think the untouchables are nobodies. And they want the untouchables to be nobodies because otherwise they can't be somebodies. Now what is he saying? It sounds like a sort of, almost like a ironic comment. But no, what he's saying is, in your social order, within the caste system, nobody is equal to anybody else. So how do you all feel a sense of, I'm an okay sort of person? Only by saying I'm not an untouchable. So the caste order as such is not a unified social order. You can't claim unity here. As Ambedkar says, it's an unequal social order, and I'll come to his analysis of caste in 3 minutes. But basically, in this essay on untouchability, what he's telling you is, you need me because I am the only measure of how great you are. You're not great in yourself. Only by kicking me, you feel good. So basically, he's saying, caste Hindus are fundamentally bullies. That the only way they feel good about themselves is by kicking someone below them. It's not an effusive sense of self. If the untouchable has his or her persona confiscated, the fate of the caste Hindu is worse because you don't even acknowledge you have a fragmentary persona. Now, this is something Periyar also would say. Why do you Shudras think you're great? Why do you want to practice untouchability? Look at the way Shudrahood is defined in the Manusmriti. Does it make you feel good? So basically what Ambedkar and Periyar were trying to do was to persuade a majority of our population, apart from the Brahmins, to see how they occupy social positions that are nothing to feel great about. But if you think there is something to feel great about, ask yourself why. And the answer that Ambedkar provides is, you feel good about yourself because you think, I have someone that I don't ever want to be. It's a very complicated social psychology, and Ambedkar draws on his familiarity with the literature of social psychology of his time. And he's very interested in social psychology. Why do we behave the way we do? So it's not simply about material suffering. It's not simply about untouchables are poor, landless. It's all of that, but it's also that they are the objects of a particular kind of focused hatred and resentment. And he wants us to understand, if you feel hatred, it's not my problem. It's your problem. You ask yourself why you carry that hatred within yourself. And then that gets him talking about the caste system itself. Because all of you who are there, and that's my third point, and he discusses the caste system in two ways, very interesting again. One is, what is the relationship of untouchability to the caste system? The other is, what is the caste system? Okay, so before I go into that, if you have any questions, I'd like to clarify doubts. If you have anything to ask me, please do. Can take 5 minutes to respond. Want me to repeat something? I'm happy to. Should I go on? Sure? Okay. But please stop me anytime. It's fine. So how does the untouchable relate to the caste system? It's a fascinating essay. Couple of essays. They sort of... See, much of Ambedkar's writings on these subjects were incomplete. So you will find a bit of repetition, but please bear with that repetition because he's making a different point each time he repeats something. So don't imagine you've read it already. No, he's saying something else about it now. Okay? So you make sure you read both the essays. So those days, especially Gandhi, and Gandhi becomes important because Gandhi is the one who's concerned about untouchability. And for Ambedkar, that's both a welcome thing as well as a problematic thing. Because in your concern, you're also making a case for abolishing untouchability, but the explanations you provide are confusing to say the least. So he says, how can you abhor untouchability and still claim Varnashrama Dharma is a good thing? What is that? How do I make sense of that? I need to make sense of this. This is something that he addresses in Annihilation of Caste. I have not deliberately put that essay in because everybody gets away saying, I've read Ambedkar and they've read only that one essay. I don't want to use that essay, but I've included other essays which will make you appreciate the different things that he wrote. So basically, Ambedkar said you can't see it in terms that make you feel good about where you are, right? So Varna Dharma and untouchability are related. How are they related? That's something that he wants us to understand. And again, he says it's a very poignant statement, again half in jest. And you know, the way when you say something in jest that's painful, you can't say it in any other way, right? We all know this about jokes. Jokes are cathartic, basically, right? And especially, but except misogynist jokes, they are never cathartic. Just like how jokes about Dhls are not cathartic. But you can joke about the caste system, perhaps. So here he says the relationship of the untouchable to the caste system is, and he quotes an orthodox Brahmin who said this. It's very interesting how he frames that as a textual exercise in reading. It's fascinating. He doesn't say it himself. He draws on a very, I suppose at that time, a well-known orthodox Brahmin leader in Maharashtra. And he says, so-and-so says, the untouchable is related to the caste system like a foot is to the shoe. Right? The foot needs the shoe. But the shoe can also be detached and thrown away. So you can't expect us to see untouchables as people who should be allowed into our temples. Like footwear, they have to be left outside. This is the meaning of that statement. And Ambedkar says, yes, that's the relationship. Because we are not integrally linked to you, but we are linked to that system in other ways, which is the origin of that very famous phrase he uses in his conversation with Gandhi. When Gandhi says, why are you feeling that, this society is not interested in the untouchables? This is your nation as well. You're part of this social order. Ambedkar says, no. I am a part apart, he says. Such a famous statement. I am not a part of the social order. I am a part apart. You can think about this for days. The poignancy, the vulnerability of those who are apart, the cruelty of those who would keep them that way, so that you can be a somebody. So, and that whole thing about part apart is what he theorizes then. What does it mean to be a part apart? He draws on sociology, ethnology, many disciplines to tell you that look at this caste system. What is it? So it's a triangular system. There are folks at the top, folks at the bottom. Think of a triangle. And students of maths or even those that don't know maths know there's no equality in the triangle. There can't be. The shape is such that it's not a circle. It's not like people can hold hands. So in the triangle, there are some at every level. So he calls it not a simple social system of inequality. That you have everywhere. Rich people, poor people, lords, workers, whatever, landlords, laborers. That's a universal phenomenon. But he says two things. Wherever you have these divisions, there is no bar on social intercourse. You can go to a pub and get drunk with your landlord. It's possible. You can fall in love with the landlord's daughter. They may not like it, but they're not going to say that you're polluting my daughter. So there is a certain way in which this society keeps people apart, even within that triangle. Everybody is kept apart. You're not part of a whole. Forget the untouchable who's a part apart. Even within that system, there's no simple equality. Instead, and Ambedkar, I think this is his most brilliant coinage, very simple but most brilliant coinage, because it sort of compresses everything we know about caste, each of us in an experiential sense. Because we are all raised to know who to bring home, who to bring into the kitchen, who you can marry, who you can't marry. Just do a sort of critical study of matrimonial columns. I mean, we all know this so well. The language keeps changing. So basically, it's a system that keeps people apart. And Ambedkar uses the term graded inequality. Such a brilliant term, because he says in a system of graded inequality, people are all unequal unequally. So he says in this system, as you go up, it's a gradation of communities. People are placed in a gradation because that's the triangle. So as you go up, you experience respect. As you come down, you face contempt or hatred. He uses both words interchangeably. Depending on the audience, he would focus on the one or the other. So basically what he's telling you is this is a negative society. This is a study in negativity. Social bonds are forged positively. We come together because we love something or we want to work towards something that's, like say this festival, you want this to work. This is not based on keeping people out, right? But that sort of a unity is not there in caste society. Caste society is a study in negativity, basically. The burden and the benefit are unequal, he says, for everybody in the caste order. So basically, you guys are not great. That's what he's saying. Those of you who are inside this triangle and who want to keep us untouchables outside the triangle, look at your own fate. You are victims of this graded inequality. And then you see yourself as holding on to whatever graded status you have by not sort of having anything to do with the untouchable. Between yourselves, you might negotiate things. Things might change. Sometimes you might find yourself closer to the top, sometimes closer to the bottom. Because in history, fortunes change. People's fortunes change, community fortunes change. You can shuffle your way up and down a bit, but you always have to be on a gradient. You can't move out of the gradient because it won't allow you to. If you move out of it, then you will be a different kind of an untouchable. As I'm sure many of us are queer folks are untouchable. In today's India, Muslims are untouchable. We reinvent untouchability all the time. All the time we reinvent. Because we have a master script, no? We know very well how to put somebody out. And once you know that, you can do it in different ways. And so therefore you see that Ambedkar grasped the social psychology of othering, of putting people out. So that's at one level. Graded inequality, you people can only come together because you're not us. Which is why you are so ferocious when it comes to keeping us at bay. That's the term he uses. A people at bay, he says. You keep us at bay. So you guys push us out and you want us to be there because otherwise how will you feel good about yourselves? And you see this in all these instances of caste violence. Often the provocation is very, very minimal, very slight. But so much resentment and negative energy is invested in that. Why? Because I don't want that minuscule difference I have from you to not be taken note of, because otherwise I will be like you, and I don't want to be like you. And you can't want to be like me. It works both ways, right? So I think in this sense, it's a very deeply consequential thing that he's doing when he talks of graded inequality, benefit and burden not being the same. Then he comes to those who are outside. Who's outside? The Dalits are outside, but so are the so-called Adivasis. But here he complicates matters. And he says, look, if you take the Adivasis and you take the Dalits, there is a possibility that some of the Adivasis might be absorbed into the caste order. This is something sociologists and historians will point out also. In certain regions and certain times this has happened. And amongst Adivasis, there's a gradation based on how close to being Hindu they are and how they are not close to being Hindu. So there's a shuffling that's possible. There's a kind of a breach that can happen. So he says that's possible. Within the caste order, what separates the Brahmins from the others is a curtain. They don't want you to cross that curtain, but you can open and have a glimpse at the Brahmins. And they'll also have a glimpse at you. That's fine. Sometimes they might even condescend to come to your side. Or you might work your way to their side. The relationship with the others is also something that there is a possibility of some minimal endosmosis. You can go up and down. But then he uses a term that Winston Churchill had made very popular after the end of World War II. But between the Dalits and this whole triangular society, an iron curtain has been put in place. The word iron curtain was used to describe all those countries which were in filiation with the Soviet Union, a country that I hope you all know once existed. But that iron curtain term he abducts, and he says between the untouchables and whoever is inside the caste order, there's an iron curtain. So today we are familiar with the term Savarna and Avarna. For Ambedkar, only the Dalits were Avarna. Everybody else was Savarna, including the poorest peasant who is suffering today, as we know, in the Punjab, in the Uttar Pradesh. But that peasant will still not share his land with the untouchables. So he is also Avarna, therefore. So, Savarna. So for him, the Savarnas realize a kind of a putative, negative unity only in and through the practice of untouchability. Which is why it's like the relationship between the shoe and the foot. They need the shoe to protect themselves. They can take it off, but they seldom do. So this is the way he conceptualizes the relationship of the Dalits to the social order. And therefore he says that Dalits are well outside. They are separate. There's no point in Gandhi saying, you're Hindus. We are not. You don't want us. So how can you say we are you? We are not you. We may be other things, but we are not you. Because you don't want us. You've never wanted us. You can sort of say in the Upanishads, we have said this. In our philosophical traditions, we've said this. Ambedkar says, yes, true. All of this is true. But basically, I can be equal to you only in philosophical terms. You can say Bhakti tradition. Karnataka, you have your great Bhakti movements here. And true, Bhakti movements did challenge caste. We know Basavanna's story. We know the story of many others. But Ambedkar says, and again, look at his sensitivity to culture and language. He says, if I can only be equal to you in a moment of religious ecstasy, what about everyday life? I mean, only when we're all bucks together and we're all praying and we're all lost in some ecstatic mode, we're all spirit-possessed perhaps, that we can be equal. What about everyday life? What about equality in the here and now? So he says, while he was deeply aware of the power of Bhakti literature, I mean, his father was familiar with Kabir, and they were perhaps part of the Ramanandi sect, and he knew the songs of Tukaram. His biographers tell us he would constantly hum Tukaram's songs. He was not unalive to the possibilities of such theologies. But he felt when it came to equality, they all just drop away. Because equality must be secular. It must be secular. Dalits must be part of everything others are a part of. Education, employment, public spaces, love, sex, everything. So it's not simply only before God, right? So therefore, he didn't sort of work with that idea, though he valued it. Then he has a deep dive into the caste order. And his deep dive is very interesting. That, of course, is very well spelt out in Annihilation of Caste. But more than that, the essays I've included for you are from the Philosophy of Hinduism and India and the Prerequisites of Communism. 2 essays, all unfinished, where he makes his very compelling point, this graded inequality business, the way it's been set up. Now, why is it that we don't feel bad about it? Apart from the fact that there is a way in which you feel great by kicking someone below you and looking up to someone above you, what else keeps it together? What is the glue that keeps it together? And he goes through a number of arguments, Where is it strongest? And then he calls attention to something that is very interesting, which Periyar would always make fun of, the Tamil Nadu context, how every rule can be broken provided you can do prashchitta. We all know this, right? You can do penance 55 times around some temple and even the most horrible crimes can be absolved. So he says that you look at where you can do prashchitta and where you are not allowed to do prashchitta. And he says with respect to 2 things, if you convert to another religion, you're out. If you marry someone from another caste, you're out. So the limits of the caste order are these 2 things. So you stay together by what I call in my book on Ambedkar, by creating a sexual enclosure. And Ambedkar was one of the few people who called a lot of attention to social reproduction. That is what keeps his caste system going. That you have created this sexual enclosure. Who can marry whom, who can't marry whom. Who can have sex with whom without a problem, with whom who will face a problem if they have sex with someone. These are things that are very clearly present in our social world. Nobody has to state these rules, we all know. And if we bend and break them, and somebody was talking about Perumal Murugan's pyre, it's basically about a couple that's broken these rules. And then what happens? Their life is miserable. And what happens? They become non-persons. They have to flee from where they are. So you see that no prashchitta for that. Straightforward murder. God can't protect you. So basically you find that he says that the system has kept itself together by allowing some leeway but clamping on in other ways. And it clamps down on the sexual enclosure the strongest. So if you think of, today we have a lot of discussion when it comes to the environment about the commons. We have to protect common land, common water sources, common whatever. But there is also a sexual commons, no? That we can all basically lead our lives however we like in terms of our sexual choices, the choice of partners and so on. There is a sexual commons. And Periyar would say this time and again. Let's not be fooled by the fact that today we are like this. We may be something else 50 years from now. There is no given imperative about what is right and wrong when it comes to love and sex. You can't really draw lines. We keep experimenting, we keep thinking. So in that sense, Ambedkar also makes a case for the sexual commons. And he tries to tell us that, look, this was not always how we were, but we became this way. By this enclosing of the sexual commons, by elaborate rules of who should marry whom, who shouldn't marry whom. And then he says, what clinched this for us as a society historically is we made this all seem like God had willed it. So he takes that hymn called the Purusha Sukta, which tells you who was born from where. The Brahmins are born from the head of the Purusha, the Kshatriyas from the shoulder, the Vaishyas from the stomach, the Shudras from the feet. Dalits don't exist in the scheme of things. They are unborn in the scheme of things. So Ambedkar always tried to understand, where did the Dalits come from in the scheme of things? Sometimes he says, Manu thinks there was a fifth Varna, but sometimes he says Manu is not very clear on the subject. And then he would himself account for it in other ways. But basically what he's saying is, if you think this division is something that God mandated, how are you going to fight it? If you are a believer. And for him, it's not so much conscious belief, right? It's not like every morning I get up and read the Purusha Sukta and tell myself, this is how I must be. No. And again, he uses a term from social psychology. He says these have translated into mental habitudes. Powerful word. Habitude is a very strong word. It's a word that sociologists use after Pierre Bourdieu, who uses habitus to tell us all those things that we just do without thinking. It's like getting up and putting water on our face or going straight to brushing our teeth or whatever, These are tendencies we have developed. We don't even question them. Habitual self-suggesting tendencies is a term Ambedkar uses. They self-suggest. It's not that you have to think in the morning that I am born from God's head. Everything I do assures me I am born from God's head. Or I keep assuring other people I am born from God's head. But these are self-suggesting tendencies. So basically it's mental habitude. And as he says, you don't have to read the Manusmriti for any of this. That's what we have all become in some ways. So it's a very complex understanding of why we accept it. When we say God has mandated it, what do we mean? And he says, religions consecrate many things, right? You consecrate a plant, you say it's a holy plant, you worship. Some stone you consecrate and say this is a form of Devi, you worship. But he says nowhere in the world, nowhere has a society consecrated inequality. And that's again a very powerful indictment of Hinduism, right? It's a consecration, a sacralization of inequality, which is why it's so hard for us to think ourselves out of it. So that's the way he thinks of the caste system. Why has it persisted? Mental habitude linked to a sense of the sacred and all of that. So this is one way of understanding the one among other things. But you will see how rich that whole argument becomes, the way he draws on Manu, the way he annotates the Bhagavad Gita, which is often used as a text for saying that, look, merit is not based on birth, it's based on guna, on your whatever you are as a person. But Ambedkar raises logical questions. I could be something at the age of 13 and something else at the age of 30. So how can you decide my guna is this? You can't. I could change. Human beings change. So he picks a lot of logical holes in the Bhagavad Gita. He also says it's a text that drew from Buddhism, and in order to make sure that Buddhist truths were watered down and domesticated. This is an argument he makes. Now, that's an argument for those who are interested in theology and philosophy, but importantly for us, the Bhagavad Gita is a text along with the Manusmriti that has sanctified inequality. So this is his understanding of the caste order itself. Now, all of this is one thing, but how did this happen? So he was very interested in history. And the history of his time, shaped by British historians' ways of looking at the past, to which Indians were reacting and coming up with other things. But basically it was that there was a great golden age, which is the time of the Vedas, or if you're a Tamil, you'll say Sangam literature. then that golden age, we all fell from that golden age for various reasons. Those bad Muslim invasions only did that to us. Right? So we'll take them out of our history books. We don't have to study at all. And then the British came, and then we had science, and then we've all become rational and whatever. This is the standard thing that you get. Tamil Nadu, it's a little different, but the logic is the same. But the logic is basically that the most important thing to understand is that this golden age is what we have to go back to. But Ambedkar makes this very powerful thing. Just because something is antique doesn't mean it's great. Antiquity is no measure of greatness. You can keep pushing your civilization back thousands of years. What does it mean? What has that civilization produced is more important. So basically, he says what we forget is that whatever we have today represents what he calls the triumph of Brahmanism. So if something has to triumph, it has to put down something else. And what has it put down in this case? It's the Buddhist vision of things. So for Ambedkar, the most important, movement in Indian history has been the conflict between Brahmanism and Buddhism, by which he means a doctrine of equality and a doctrine of inequality. Now, scholars might agree, disagree with this, but they all agree that Buddhism did pose a huge intellectual, philosophical challenge to Brahmanism. And how Brahmanism worked with that challenge was a subject of speculation, historical speculation when Ambedkar was writing. He draws from those historical sources, but basically he tells you that, look, this is what I think is important about Indian history. The Mughal invasions are not important. The Mughals didn't do much to us. They did what they did, but Brahmanism has affected our soul. That's a very important thing to remember, because what he's saying is it's made you what you are today. And it did this by its conquest of Buddhism. And by conquest, it doesn't mean it killed everybody alone. Basically, he's saying ideologically, philosophically, emotionally, you were made to see inequality as a good thing. And that is a success of Brahmanism. And how did that come about to be? It's a long, complicated history that he delves into. That's also, I've included a very short piece from The Triumph of Brahmanism, which is a 90-page essay. I've given you some 20 pages to read. He tells you all the various developments that happen, and central to that is his enclosure of the sexual commons. When did that happen? Why did that happen? And then he places it along other parallel happenings. So we are all interested in intersectionality as feminists, right? And Ambedkar offers us a way of thinking about some of these things, because he says the enclosure of the sexual commons, the denial of the Upanayana ceremony to Shudras, the elevation of Brahmanical power to such an extent that even if a Brahmin commits regicide, he is still okay. So he puts together a set of what he thinks are parallel developments. Now, historically, we again don't know if this is how it happened. But the question is, you can't think about Brahmanism without thinking of all of these. Whether they happened at the same time, whether they happened sequentially, we can quarrel as historians. Or whether some of them didn't happen also, that's also fine, we can quarrel. But if you were to draw a map of Brahmanism, you'll need these 7 coordinates, central to which is the enclosure of the sexual commons. And to keep that in place, you put rules. And to make those rules very important, you call upon God. So you again and again return to the question of controlling women in a very fundamental way, along with other things. So you can't simply talk about decontrolling women. You also have to take a position on Upanayana, and maybe not go to any Upanayana ceremonies at all in our own everyday lives. So it's like that. So basically, that's the sort of intersectionality he wants us to look at, that these are all linked. One could not have continued without the rest. So that's his understanding of history, which is why I think for him it became very, very important to convert to Buddhism, because he was picking up in his own understanding a long historical logic. And he would also tell you that the hatred that Brahmanism exhibited towards the Shudras and women, and he makes this again very powerful argument. He says the hatred of the Manusmriti focuses on 2 simple words, Shudra and Stri. It's a very powerful statement again. It focuses on 2 simple words. Dalits are not the object of hatred, because the Dalits don't exist in the Manusmriti. They exist as a very small category, and Ambedkar is not even sure how to read that category. Sometimes he thinks they are Dalits, sometimes he is not sure. Bahyas, he calls them. But basically he says the hatred expended on Stri and Shudra, what is this punitive hatred? I mean, you have power, you can control people. I mean, you have the Shudras as your bondsmen and bondswomen. But why do you need that gratuitous violence? that I will put things in your ears, I will cut off your breast if you do this. Now, what is that gratuitous violence? And that is where he says it actually, whether it was actual law of the land and all, we don't know. But it's a measure of Brahmanical anxiety about the Stree and the Shudra. We know why they're anxious about women. Because we'll all become spinsters, we'll study, we won't do anything else, we won't reproduce. That is the source of their greatest anxiety. That's their anxiety about queerness. That's their anxiety about non-heteronormative sexuality. What if we all say, I don't want to have children? Right? Or we'll have children, somebody can have them, we can share them. We say all of these things. What happens to property? Property and progeny is a basis for everything, no? So in that sense, the anxiety about women, I understand. What is the anxiety about the Shudras? And that is so interesting because Ambedkar's greatest angst was the Shudras, into that category you can pack in all the Bahujan communities, OBC, BC, MBC, whatever it is. But he says, why is it that they are not on our side? Why is it that they are the foot soldiers of Brahmanism? And that's a question he keeps asking. And he will tell you in his introduction to Who Were the Shudras, I wrote this book so that the Shudras see where they are placed, how they have become objects of hatred by the Brahmanical system. And the gratuitous violence that these texts counsel, again and again against the Shudras. So basically he gives you that whole picture, and then he says, Shudras and Stree, they gravitated towards Buddhism. And that became the reason for a lot of worry. Some women became, of course, bhikkhunis, but more than that, they started giving all these alms to the Buddhists instead of to the Brahmins. So you had a very different system of sharing of resources. And that did not go well with the Brahmins. Anyway, these are again historical arguments which historians can debate, but for us it's a moral argument that is important. What he is saying is, oppressed people found something for themselves in Buddhism. The existing Brahmanical order didn't like it. So this is the argument he is making. So to convert to Buddhism is something that will restore the entire social order to some semblance of fraternity and equality. Let's not forget, he counseled Buddhism for everybody, not just the Dalits. He might have addressed the Dalits. But he felt it was a good thing for everybody to be a Buddhist. That's up to all of us. Whatever we wish to become is a different matter. But Buddhism was seen as his universal ethic. So that's how he rephrases it. So this is the history part of it. I'm going to come to the last section, which I think is important because I'll end with the Constitution, which is a good thing to end with these days. So one is, of course, all of this is about who is an untouchable, what is untouchability, relationship of untouchable to the caste order, what is the caste order, how did it come to be. I think he offers in each of these instances something very startling. Persona confiscated, I'm an oppressed minority, I am apart, and you live in a system of graded inequality. You need me to even hold on to your graded status. And this is how we've all come to be where we are. These things hold together. But one thing also bothered him a great deal, that is the utter poverty of the untouchables, the material conditions of their existence. They had no land, they had no fixed occupation, they were menials as he calls them. He bases his arguments largely on Maharashtra. Things differ across the country, but we all know nowhere in this country were they allowed to access land unless they struggled and fought for it. They may be given some land as compensation for a duty. But Ambedkar also pointed out, supposing you don't want to do the duty, you're stuck with that land, you feel like you have to do that duty. Which is why he carried out a huge campaign against what was called as a Maharvatan. Basically saying, look, this is a stamp of my untouchability. Why should I hold on to it? I don't want it. Either you allow me to own it, then I'll pay tax and I'll be like all of you. Or you just pay me for my wages and then don't say, I've given you land, you have to do this. And then you keep on adding to my task, each task more menial than the other. So he was very aware of what landlessness can do to the Dalits. So he was always trying to find ways of connecting them with surplus land. Always, that was very important. Not just for Ambedkar, but Dalit leaders, movements across India, you will see from the 1900s and all their resolutions, Dalits want land. They want land, they want something from Poramboku, they want something from Grameen land, something from the grazing ground, something from the fish pond, something from where only trees are there. So access to land is important. And again, you can take a moment to reflect on the term for peasant in your own languages. Forget Kisan. Kisan is a term we coined. Kisan is a neologism. In your own language, if you think of how you habitually refer to a peasant, in Tamil, for example, in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, a peasant is called a samsari. And the samsaris are by definition non-Dalit castes. So Gail Lomweth points this out. Like all the names for a peasant in our local languages, you will see that they are the names of particular castes, which makes the Dalit landlessness given. So that was a huge issue for him. Secondly, what sort of employment? It is caste employment, right? And therefore, he was all for wage labor. He learnt his Marxism very well. He said, if I am a coolie worker where I'm paid for something, it's a contractual relationship. It's not based on caste. So this whole important thing from status to contract that we understand in sociology, where you move from an ascribed identity to an identity you wish to be known by. That is only because I'm telling you I don't want to be this, I want to be that. I have the rights of contractually getting into something with you. So that status to contract he felt was a very important move. And even if untouchables are poor, let them work for a wage rather than for a piece of so-called free land. Secondly, later on, being the kind of observant person he was, he also said, but this law of contract is not such a good thing. Because it makes it seem that the worker is in full possession of everything when he or she makes that contract, but it's already an unequal system. What kind of a contract can you make with Adani as a worker? Or with even the government of India's public sector units? You should remember the public sector units are also graded. Who gets to live in the township? Who lives outside? Who is a class 4 employee? Who is a casual laborer? And there's been wonderful studies which have mapped out that these are all follow the logic of caste and class. Adivasis whose land is taken to set up Rourkela steel plant, Bhilai steel plant, are there foremen in the factories? Very few. They're all casual workers. They are sweepers. They are head loaders. So likewise with Dalits. So industrialization hasn't changed this for us in fundamental ways, and Ambedkar was aware of that. So he wanted to also cut through this thing about labor and caste, right? He says, whatever I do, my labor is not valued. I mean, Marxism rests on the labor theory of value. But if I'm not, whatever I do, I'm not valorized. I can work like a dog, but I'm still going to be paid what I'm paid because I'm seen as a Dalit, or I'm seen as an OBC person. I could be the most skilled hairdresser in town, but what if I'm only getting 30 rupees? So basically that whole caste labor nexus he was very concerned with, and he felt that one way of dealing with it is abandon your rural occupations, move to the city. Sadly, we know that's not working either. This morning I was looking at the different faces of construction workers here coming to this place. They are from every part of India, and they're probably all Bahujan Dalits or Adivasis. Coming to the city may have brought some good things to them, but it doesn't change where they are, basically. So Ambedkar would have rethought that position, I think. But I think the point I wish to make is how does one address material conditions of existence? One is provide them with land, and he went beyond that, and in the document he submitted to the Constituent Assembly, on behalf of his party, he had started the Scheduled Caste Federation. It's called States and Minorities, and I put that in your reading. The document, he says the state should take over land, and everyone should work as an employee of the state, Dalits, non-Dalits, everybody. So that's one approach. The other was Dalits should have their own villages. That might seem odd coming from him, because he wanted people to mix. Why is he asking for separate settlements? And this is his dilemma always. Ideally, I want to be in a fraternal society. But if every day you're going to tell me, don't walk here, don't go there, I'll build a wall here, what kind of a life is that? So give me my own villages. Let me just develop myself on my own terms. So that's another demand that he makes. Public sector, he makes a demand for the public sector. But he also has space for a private sector. So basically, he's offering you a quasi-socialist document, and he's saying, equality and liberty are not only about freedom of expression, mobility, right to life. It is also about the means to exist. If I can't have the means to exist, I won't even know I have the right to liberty. It can get compromised so easily because I can become a bonded laborer. So in that sense, he also tried to bring in the economic imperative as part of the fundamental rights in his document. We all know that didn't happen in the Constituent Assembly. It becomes part of the directive principles of the Constitution. So, but Ambedkar's whole thing was,
in order to ensure justice for the most marginal, who is going to do that? And he invested good faith in the possible independent Indian state. Now, in this, he was like many others of his time. They felt that the state should be granted a certain measure of authority to do things which society wouldn't do on its own. And if that state is going to be populated by Dalits and Bahujans, things could get better. This was a dream, this was a idealized understanding that many of them had at that time. I don't have to tell you how that dream has unraveled in our post-independent context. But I don't think we need to be cynical about that unraveling. It's not that it just happened because people were completely sort of cynical to start with. But I do think it points to many dilemmas that Ambedkar himself knew could not be addressed easily. What do you do with poverty in a country where there is graded inequality? How do you bring people together to fight for economic equality without fighting for social equality? You can get all workers to go on strike. But then if one worker were to visit another worker's home and you give him tea in a separate lota, then what happens? How will you ever imbibe that spirit of unity? That was a dilemma. But he also was very aware the peasant was poor. What do you do with the poor peasant? You can't be inhuman and say that person should have an anti-caste consciousness, only then I'll work with that person. So these were all dilemmas that couldn't be solved easily. Neither were they solved by others who were equally invested like Ambedkar in social justice, like say the communists of India. Neither could it be solved by the broader non-Brahmin movement like in Tamil Nadu, where you have the most horrific crimes now being trained at Dalits. So obviously there are lots of gaps that we need to keep thinking about and talking. And for me personally, this journey with Ambedkar's writings over the last 10 years has been extremely rewarding, because it has put me in touch with a number of communities that are very invested in these questions, especially Dalit communities, and how much work they have done on the ground to ensure their children go to school, their youngsters go to college, to make sure Baba Saheb's writings, at least some of them, reach those who can read and write. So I think that is a source of hope for us, because when many things seem negative, you also have to see dialectically what we have created over the last 75 years. And I do think we have created the conditions for mobility. Reservation policy is a huge instrument of mobility, in however limited a sense. And modern education has brought people together in urban contexts where some things are not possible anymore. Not that everything has gone away, but some things are not possible anymore. So there's been movement, and most of all, over the last 15, 20 years, the effects of reservation is seen in our universities and our colleges, because we've all had to rethink our curriculum, what we are reading, what is our discipline. There's been so much intellectual challenging coming from the Dalit Bahujans and the Adivasis and women that no one can sort of hold back and say, I won't look at it. I mean, many of us do still, ostrich-like, but the fact is we are being challenged. I think those are all good things that have happened over a period of time. And reading Ambedkar helps you appreciate the audacity of that enterprise, right? It's sheerly audacious that in 1919 he would say Dalits should be in the cabinet. That he would say that I have a right to claim universal interest. These are terms that we've stopped using and thinking. And returning to Ambedkar, it would be a very useful exercise to replenish our very stunted political vocabulary also. It's very boring, no, the way we use words now. It's boring, it's unimaginative, it's emptied of context, of history, of people's lives. They've all become templates, like in our various software programs. They've all become apps, but you can't have social engineering. You need to have social endosmosis. So I think in that sense, reading Baba Saheb can be an extremely rewarding experience. And while he placed his faith on the Constitution and Buddhism, he did not let us sort of sit back and say, there's a solution. I think all of these were points of departure, and one needs to go back and see how much they tally with fundamental values that Ambedkar and others held as important. And for Ambedkar, they were very clear, simple words: liberty, equality, fraternity. Those are terms that he freights with so much meaning that they become more than just the watchwords of the French Revolution. So I will leave you with those things, and I hope you enjoy reading Ambedkar, which I'm sure you will. And if those who want to read it in their own languages, almost everything is available on the internet now. Velivada.com has them in all our languages, all the major Indian languages at any rate. So I shall leave you with that and take questions. Thank you.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you for throwing the light upon Ambedkar's life, his journey, and how it took. It was really enlightening. But also at the point of time, like how if we see revolutionaries such as Basavanna, Akka Mahadevi from Karnataka, who fought against the caste system, they had different experiences in their own life journey over a period of time, and based upon that, they made their own opinions about the systems. Similarly, I think Ambedkar had also spoken about one of the issues in one of his book titled as the partition of the Pakistan or the partition of India. So where he specifically says that Hinduism is said to divide people, and in contrast, Islam is said to bind the people together. This is only a half-truth. For Islam divides as inexorably as it binds. Islam is a close corporation, and the distinction that it makes between Muslims and non-Muslims is a very real, very positive, and very alienating distinction. The brotherhood of Islam is not the universal brotherhood of man. It is a brotherhood of Muslims for Muslims only. So this one thing that he speaks about. And another thing, as you mentioned, when he goes to the, speaks about the Buddhism and other aspects and all. So Ambedkar in Constituent Assembly debates in 1948 and 49, he also makes a statement saying that equality and fraternity and liberty has a roots in Indian tradition, particularly in the Upanishadic idea of oneness in all life. So instead of, I think, only mentioning the one side of a personality, we should also look at his other works. And he might have told about the Manusmriti and on like which part of a human body, what kind of a varnas have been taken birth. In the book in 1946, upon Shudras, he writes a book, and in the same book he also mentions, okay, let the people who are calling that we have been born out of the feet, okay, let them say it, but we should take it in a positive way. He himself says that, like, why can't we think that upon us the whole society is standing? So he also tries to build a confidence upon, amongst the people. And again, if we take a closer look on Ambedkar, in the same Thoughts on Pakistan book, he also mentions that consequently the so-called Aboriginal or the hill tribes are also Hindus because India is their fatherland as well as their holy land, whatever form of religion or worship they follow. So what is your opinion about this, ma'am?
Thanks for that. I think this brings home the importance of reading Ambedkar contextually. Each one of those things I can speak at length, but I don't want to do that because we have very little time. I don't think Ambedkar ever meant to make peace with the Hindu philosophical traditions. I would like to state that unequivocally as a somewhat familiar reader of his texts. We've been reading them for 10 years. He would bring these issues up from time to time. He talks about Brahmaism and riddles in Hinduism, but he says his Brahmaism is completely inoperative and it makes no sense in an everyday life. He makes that very, very clear. He also places equality, liberty, fraternity within the Upanishadic tradition in the course of a particular debate in the Constituent Assembly. But elsewhere, the weight of that whole source is granted only to Buddhism to the extent of denying his own readings of French Revolution. So Ambedkar has very specific reasons for why he chooses to anchor those values in Buddhism and not in the Upanishads. There's just one stray reference to the Upanishads. Read riddles in Hinduism, read revolution and counter-revolution in ancient India, read Buddha and his Dhamma, and you would see how he was completely negative about the Indian philosophical traditions. Now, whether he was right or wrong on that score is another matter. But I wouldn't like to sort of assimilate his ideas to a broader philosophical tradition we call Indic or whatever it is. And secondly, when we talk about this whole thing about Purusha Sukta and being born from the feet or the head, I mean, if it's a question of trying to say whether he felt it was all right and that it's a way of thinking about the social order, I beg to differ. I think that's again a stray quotation which interested parties use from time to time to not listen to Ambedkar's relentless and uncomfortable critique of Hinduism. Ambedkar did not like Hinduism. We'll have to face up to that. You can quarrel with it, that's fine. But he was not a Hindu, he didn't wish to be a Hindu. And he made it very clear in the vows that he took when he converted to Buddhism. I mean, those vows are not part of any Buddhist theology. It was basically taken to tell people, I don't want to be part of this world. So I think we need to think about that. The Pakistan book is a complicated book, and I didn't talk about it because I think we need to talk a lot more about other aspects of Ambedkar's politics. Because Ambedkar's general argument with Muslims was on account of the Muslim League, which at that time he felt had defined the entire question of preferential rights. And the Congress was willing to listen to the Muslim League but not to the untouchables. That was his anger with the Muslim League, which he carried through into various writings. In Pakistan or the partition of India, he draws on stereotypical representations of Muslims in third-rate Christian missionary literature. He draws on it as a lawyer would, but subsequently in his second edition, he backs off from his earlier position and he says, partition is not something that we need to countenance if all minorities can actually work together. It's a position that he holds on to in the Constituent Assembly debates. I have personally find his views on Islam problematic, but I wouldn't assimilate him to somebody who viewed Muslims with disrespect or hatred. Because that's the tendency today that you see in India, where Ambedkar is used to make claims for othering Muslims. I don't think Ambedkar wished to do that. It's an unfortunate statement in Pakistan or the partition of India. And there are many Dalits who have written about how to read that text. We can all differ on how to make sense of that text. It's a polemical text, it's a problematic text, but then also follow the debates in the Constituent Assembly on minority rights. He says things about the Adivasis, which are equally problematic. But then you look at his support of the 5th and 6th schedules. That's very important for today's context. So I think there are areas in Ambedkar where lots of debates need to take place, but I really wouldn't want to pick quotes out of context from across different time zones and make them to be things that offset the more general drift of his arguments. For now, that's where I leave that question. Any other question? Yes.
Firstly, thank you so much for this insightful session, ma'am. We really liked it. Me being a sociology student, I had one. So I just have one question when it comes to the historical context that he was keenly interested to understand how the caste order came into place and how untouchability was associated with it. I would like to know Ambedkar's views on how, like, being Brahmins being numerically small, but of course they had access to intellectual, assets and all that. But how weren't there movements or people from the non-Brahmins who are finding it different, and if they would have felt that it was oppressive, wouldn't there be any rebellious thoughts against it? Because they or this was not possible, this solidarity was not possible because they were divided by other identities. Was that the case? Or why was it not, why was other people not being able to mobilize their strength against the Brahmins?
Yeah, so that's a very, very good question. That in contemporary times, the times that Ambedkar was writing in, it was all too evident to him that this sort of graded inequality pushed the Shudras to hold on to their positions rather than see themselves as being in solidarity with the Dalits. That was very much part of what he was witnessing in terms of what had happened to the non-Brahmin movement in Maharashtra and to a certain extent in the Madras presidency. And he was also seeing how this whole Brahmanical sort of control of resources, especially intellectual and cultural resources, bode ill for the non-Brahmin as well. But why is the non-Brahmin not seeing it? Because for him, non-Brahmins who had seen it, like say Shahu Maharaj of Kolhapur or the Gaikwad of Baroda, people who were challenging the caste order in their own ways, that could be done. He was conscious of it. But that was not happening made him think of how it is perhaps this whole graded inequality that prevents what he calls a general mobilization against the caste order. And also puts an iron curtain between the Dalits and the rest. Now, whether this has always been the case in history is a very interesting question to ask. And I would say that as students of history, we can work with Ambedkar's insights and then test them against histories in different parts of the subcontinent. I think if we start thinking of history in terms of India, it won't work, because we were never India until 1947. So, or late British times. So basically we have to think of what happened, say, in southern India. And Karnataka, I think some excellent work has been done in terms of historiography and history, in terms of how did people respond to the caste order. Because you had a very large Jain presence for a long time. Debates within the court even, between Brahmins and Jains. How did the Jains challenge the Brahmins? That's one way of looking at it. The Bhakti movement, Basavanna and others, what happened to the Bhakti movement? So I think there were many registers in which challenges existed. It's not that they didn't exist. And perhaps this call for unity is something that is very specific to the present. But in different ways, people must have protested. It's not that there was no protest. So we need to really work through these histories in a very nuanced way based on our geographies. We also need to think of how might we see dissent itself? Where will we look for it? It need not be only in the realm of politics or economics or culture. It could be in some very localized ways also. So local stories, local memories of struggle, all of those can also be very, very interesting. If you want a grander picture, you can also look at what did the coming of Islam do to India in terms of the caste system. Did it help to sort of disaggregate it in some places? Did it help to consolidate it? What actually happened? Because we didn't have one kind of Islam. Much as people would like us to think that Islam is this one big thing, it's not. The Southern Indian Islam is completely different. And I think, what did that do to our societies? For example, that would be a question to ask. What did something like Sikhism manage to achieve? And what could it not achieve? So those are questions. I think we need to bring in many, many histories to understand this. I think we should treat Ambedkar's ideas as enormously suggestive and rich in terms of how do you think of caste in historical terms. Make it a subject of history. It is not simply a subject of describing a society. This society is not to be understood only in what you would all call structural functional terms, right? Those are terms from sociology. You have to see it in historical terms. And I think that is the biggest lesson that one can pick up from his own grappling and the vocabularies that he came up with.
Ma'am, first talking about my personal experiences, ma'am, there is a guy, yes ma'am, I don't know anything about him, he does not know anything about me, just I don't know why he hates me, so whenever I go from the corridor and anywhere, like he will shove his hand, like he will try to do like this, like get away from me, just like the act of untouchability. But we don't know anything about each other, and I don't even know why he dislikes me. So, ma'am, my question is, it's very psychologically, I've seen in another movie, like in this recent Sushant Singh Rajput's Mahendra Singh Dhoni also, there was a scene where there were two railway guys, and they used to hate Dhoni, so they used to do like this when Dhoni was coming towards the office. They just went like this to show they'll not touch him. Ma'am, so my question is, the practice of untouchability, was it just a pollution, or was it the show to represent hatred, where the Brahmins or the upper caste, they saw the untouchables to be equal to them, like enemies, like kind of enemy-like feeling, like was it just hatred or pollution, or like?
So the sort of things perhaps you experience, or what is shown in the film that you mentioned, that sort of, let's say, drawing boundaries can happen in all cultures. They're not specific to India. That's at one level. But another level, the question for us is, how does untouchability translate itself into actions where there's not even an untouchable present? That is a more important question for us to ask. Has it given us a language of putting people in their place, right? And that's a whole vocabulary of pollution and purity help us do that. For example, one of the things that many people, sociologists, and Ambedkar himself would bring up these examples when it comes to pollution and purity. Women are considered polluting when they menstruate, when they have children, when they've just given birth to a child. But Ambedkar points out that those are all provisional moments of pollution. They pass. But with the untouchables, it's forever and forever. Once an untouchable, always an untouchable. That's the statement that he makes. So pollution and purity may be expressions of something else. Whether it's an expression of hatred, is that because the untouchables are seen as others or enemies? Ambedkar explores these ideas in his writings. For example, in his book on the untouchables, he suggests that perhaps
There were ways in which they were kept out because they were seen as being different for various reasons. Perhaps some of them were Buddhists. Perhaps they did not belong to that particular clan which had started practicing this. He sort of comes up with many kinds of ideas. But what perhaps is important for us to remember is untouchability, in the ways it expresses itself, does reek of resentment and hatred. Now, whether it's because of purity or pollution is perhaps not the most interesting question. That may be the language in which it is expressed. But why is that so important to you? Why is it that, and Ambedkar himself will ask that question. If you read volume 5 of his essays, he'll tell you, why does it hurt you if I cook meals with ghee in my house? Why do you say as a Dalit I shouldn't do it? If I as a bridegroom ride a horse, why does it bother you? So there's that sense of the untouchable becomes something that I don't ever wish to be. And that is an expression of resentment and hatred. All that you don't wish to be, you focus on the untouchable, right? I think that is a very worrying phenomenon, and we should ask ourselves as a society, how did we get this way, and what are the other aspects of our lives that this way of being affects? So we'll need to think a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
We will take one last question.
Sorry. Hi, Geeta. I'm here. Hi, it's always lovely, very enlightening to hear you speak. And I'm looking forward to the panel with us later. But I had a particular question for you. When you talk about Ambedkar positing to us that caste is untouchability and caste has to be seen as a historical construct, how much is he drawing on and building on Jyotiba Phule's thought and work, and particularly what we see Jyotiba Phule doing quite polemically and powerfully in Ghulamgiri?
Thank you, Rita, for that. Interestingly, he parts company with Jyotiba Phule actually in some ways, in some very fundamental ways, because Jyotiba Phule, like a number of 19th century thinkers, including Periyar to some extent, saw this in terms of an Aryan invasion of India. And that it was that brought in these aspects of civilization we term Brahmanical. And they imposed on a local population of workers and producers and stripped them of their dignity and exploited their labor. That's the story of Ghulamgiri, basically, how they were enslaved by Brahmanism. Now, Ambedkar doesn't see this in racial ethnic terms at all. He says that even allows for the possibility that there were moments in the Rigvedic times that mobility between the Varnas was possible. So basically his argument, which he makes first in castes in India, is that we were possibly a society that were integrated that then got chopped up. And that chopping up, he then sort of goes back to the triumph of Brahmanism. But I think the point he also makes is that it's not enough to think of this in terms of an outsider coming and conquering us. Now, we are all hopelessly mixed up. We are not split into so many racial types. Tony Joseph's book puts that point across in a very commonsensical way. Whatever we might like to say about race and caste, we are all hopelessly mixed up in our DNAs. So in that sense, Ambedkar was very aware of this mixing up, and then he wanted to understand it's not like the United States. See, for him, one of the templates of thinking about untouchability was slavery. But this is not like the United States. We don't even look different. As he would tell you, Brahmins and Dalits look alike in Punjab, just as Brahmins and Dalits look alike in Tamil Nadu. Same dark skin, same light skin. So it's not that they can have a racial thing here. So for him, the thing was, why did this happen? How could a possibly integrated society become so deeply hierarchical and unequal? And I think for him, history was very important, because the moment you concede that history is where the answers lie, then you see this as a human phenomenon rather than as God-given, rather than as driven by some sort of civilizational impulse. And here I want to share with you a delightful anecdote by D.D. Kosambi. And D.D. Kosambi is writing on this phenomenon that's very popular in the Deccan, the Satyanarayana Puja, no? It is done in most families. Both Brahmins and non-Brahmins, I think, do it. So he says, how did the cult of Satyanarayana emerge? It's a Deccan cult, basically. So he said he was not Satyanarayana, he was Satyapir. he was Satyapir, and then he identifies the original cave in which perhaps Satyapir was sort of locked himself up for whatever reason. And then like all these peers, he was associated with healing and with various traditions of making ill people better and so on. Then he says he must have attracted attention, and then along must have come an enterprising Brahmin who felt that, wow, this can't be true. This must have something to do with my own understanding of who has these magical powers. So he endows him with a kind of an avataric energy. And then he becomes Satyanarayana. So basically he uses his anecdotal thing to say how Brahmanical thought fears history. Because history tells you that things happen in time, things happen in fairly definable contextual ways. But then if you want people to believe that this is beyond time, how do you then work with that? How do you place something beyond time? By removing it from history altogether. So it's valid for all time. And I think Ambedkar was very conscious of that. And he was also, and he would, if you read Who Were the Shudras, Riddles in Hinduism, in fact, Riddles in Hinduism is where he explores this so sort of sharply. He says this whole notion of Vedic infallibility, that the Vedas can't ever be wrong. And he draws his ideas from the whole notion of biblical infallibility, scholarship on the Bible, and the critique of that infallibility, and the rethinking of Jesus as human. So he says Vedic infallibility is constructed, right? And he historicizes that construction. So basically he wants to historicize Brahmanical Hinduism and bring Buddhism into that argument to say, to go back to what she was saying, that look, people did fight. People did come up with differences. All of this is unfolded in history. So I think even beyond Phule and Periyar to some extent, as a scholar, as somebody who had taken history for a deep study and was influenced by John Dewey's understanding of history, that history is not dead wood. It is something that connects to the present, but you must realize that not all of the past you can carry forth into the present. You must just leave some things behind as you move on. So it might appear pragmatic, but it's basically what he's saying is there can be no history without us feeling solely troubled about the present. So it's our troubled present which makes us look at the past and ask questions about it. So in that sense, Ambedkar is a very interesting historiographer as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Geeta, for that illuminating session and inspiring responses. When I began this session, I had the honor of introducing Professor Geeta as a scholar whose works we study in our classes. But now we can proudly say that we are not only reading her, but also hearing her firsthand. And that has made the experience all the more enriching. Thank you, ma'am. Please note, Lit Gala competition will be taking place in Khasak, that is between AB4 and AB2 at 12:30. Lunch is at 12:45 at the AB5 cafeteria, and please reconvene here at 1:45. Thank you.
Yeah, they are moving. I already said they're moving. I don't know who those people are. They are not moving.
Yeah, we'll be starting now. So, I would like everyone to please settle down and pay attention. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Aley Literature Festival 2025. I am Prakhar, and I will be your host for this event. This year's theme, Waves of Solidarity, asks us to reflect on how stories bring us together, how they carry voices across boundaries, and how they spark movements for change. Our panel today, Women Publish Women, Waves of Feminist Publishing, takes up this spirit of solidarity in the world of books. We'll be looking at what happens when women shape publishing at the level of ideas and institutions, when they collaborate across disciplines, and when they open doors to new opportunities through funding, grants, and publishing initiatives. We're honored to have 2 extraordinary women whose work continues to transform the way we think about literature, activism, and knowledge making. Professor V. Geeta is a scholar, researcher, and activist whose writings and lectures span gender, caste, and civil rights. She has been part of the women's movement for decades and helped establish the Tamil Nadu Women's Coordination Committee. She has written extensively on the Tamil anti-caste movement and the ideas of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Her major works include Towards a Non-Brahmin Millennium, Undoing Impunity, Speech After Sexual Violence, and Religious Faith, Ideology, Citizenship, The View from Below. Her contributions place her among the most significant intellectual and activist voices in India today. Professor Arpita Das is a decorated scholar, educator, and publisher, and the founder-publisher of Yoda Press, an independent publishing house that has carved out a unique space in the Indian literary landscape. Yoda Press won Publisher of the Year in 2016 and was shortlisted for the award for 4 consecutive years. Importantly, 5 Yoda Press titles were cited by the Supreme Court of India in 2018 during the landmark judgment that decriminalized homosexuality. Some of its notable publications include Because I Have a Voice, Queer Politics in India, Between Memory and Forgetting, Massacre and the Modi Years in Gujarat, and Refractions of Islam in India, Situating Sufism and Yoga. Alongside her publishing work, Professor Das writes on topics ranging from gender to popular culture, producing essays that remain both timely and incisive. Guiding us through this discussion is Dr. Swati Shivanand, Assistant Professor in the Department of Liberal Arts and Human Sciences here at MAHE, Bengaluru. A historian by training, she earned her PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University with a focus on decision-making and development in 20th century Hyderabad, Karnataka. Her research interests span urban and regional histories, labor, gender, and the political economy of media, with publications in Economic and Political Weekly and other popular platforms. With Professor V. Geeta's scholarship deeply rooted in activism and Professor Arpita Das's visionary leadership in independent publishing, today's dialogue promises to be an exploration of solidarity, resistance, and the radical act of women making space for other women in literature. So let's grab our surfboards and get ready to catch the literary wave. Please put up your hands, guys.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this stellar panel that the Aley team has put together. A big congratulations and thank you so much for the panel that the organizing team has put together. It has really meant a lot for all of us to sit and listen to Banu Mushtaq, Perumal Murugan, Professor Geeta. It's been an amazing time for those of us sitting on the other side of the dais. So I'm honored to be here to initiate this conversation between these two stellar women. And I'm going to just dive straight away. And it's a question that's open to both of you. The panel is on feminist publishing, and so could you, both of you, please tell us what is feminist publishing and how has this idea sort of changed over time for both of you in your endeavors? I think in Professor Geeta's introduction, your work with Tara Books was not mentioned, but if any of you, the students here, if any of you have not looked up Tara Press, please do. It's an amazing enterprise, and the art, design, and scholarship is stupendous. So that aside, what is feminist publishing? And how has that transformed for you over the years?
Well, feminist publishing is what feminists do at a very simple level. Very quickly, as far as Tara Books is concerned, it came out of a conversation in this women's group that Geeta Wolf and I were a part of in Chennai, called Snehidi, Forum for Women, which addressed matters to do with domestic violence at that time, back in the early 90s. And feminist groups always scrounge around for money. We simply don't have enough money, and somewhere we had got some money and we had set up a small feminist library in our office. And then that got us onto the subject of books, and then one thing led to another. Geeta had a small son at that time, and we lamented the absence of enough reading material that was not Anglo-American, and how much can we go back to a National Book Trust or Children's Book Trust or Chanda Mama or Twinkle or Tinkle and all of that. And so Geeta said, actually, I'm going to set up a press for doing children's books. And we said, wow, I mean, that's like sudden, right? So we thought it's one of those things that you say and then you don't really do much about it. But she took it very seriously, and she decided that she was going to set up this publishing house for doing books for children set in the Indian context,
This could be translations from other Indian languages or books we developed from here. And her interest was in doing picture books. So that's how Tara Books started. And what was particularly feminist about it, I think she was a feminist to start with. Then she roped me in through a mixture of guile and coercion, as always friends do. It's basically saying, I've got the perfect book for you to work on. And this turned out to be an amazing book called The Art of Survival about women quilters, which had emerged out of a group that she was part of in Germany when she was living there, a women's group that was doing interesting work with women from across the world who were doing quilting. So she said, look, this is a kind of book that you'll be very interested in, come and read it, and then tell me if you'd like to come and work part-time. I said, no. I'll come and read it and I'll do it, but I'm not going to work part-time, which is how it started. But I didn't go to Tara until 3 years afterwards. We were, of course, friends and we did things together and we were in this women's group. But I think what became very feminist for us after we both became a unit was that the process of how we work through consultation, discussion, make sure that every difference is talked about and not sort of kept under wraps. How do we work with other people? How do you work with people who are not like you, of your same class and caste background? How do you create a space for coeval conversation? These were things that we slowly got into, and that's, I think, was what was immediately feminist for us. And of course, when you started doing books for children, you realized that where are the little girls? They're just not there. It's all these boys who do heroic things, who do fun things. Girls don't have fun at all. So our very first book was called Mala. It was based on a folk story actually from the Kannada, from A.K. Ramanujam's collection. And Girish Karnad had made a film on it. And we had seen the film and we thought, let's riff off the film and do a book. And the artist was a woman. She was from Shantiniketan at that time. And she had found a boyfriend in Chennai, so she was living in Chennai. So she worked on it. And so that's how the first book came about. And then after that, we can come back to this question later, but basically it was making sure that girlhood are there in whatever we do by way of children's books, which then brought us into putting women into other contexts when we branched off in other ways, and being very feminist in terms of work processes, which I think has been a very learning experience for all of us.
Yeah, I completely resonate with Geeta, but I want to start by saying thank you so much for putting me on a panel with Geeta, because the publishing industry is full of all kinds of strange cookies, like every industry, I suppose. Geeta is one of the people I'd love to meet and talk to, but we don't manage to do that. So this is lovely. This is really lovely. Just being here, on a university campus, at a Lit Fest on a university campus matters a lot, because I'm afraid Lit Fests have become a circus, as you all know, the worst kind of commercial circus in very exclusive spaces, although they keep calling them the most democratic event in the world and some rubbish of that sort, and we know they're not. And universities, even private universities, are still, at least, because of the sheer presence of students and communities, still some sort of commons. So, I think more Lit Fest should only happen in university spaces, if not in public spaces. Sorry for that little digression, but I feel very strongly about that. How Yoda Press began in terms of its feminist ethos right in the beginning was, I suppose, because I considered myself a feminist. In the beginning, it was just one or two of us. So sadly, that's how not sadly actually, happily, that's how all independent spaces begin. But one of the things, as Geeta was speaking about processes, I think that very quickly became the most feminist thing about us as well, that we were never squeamish about collaborations. As a matter of fact, where I would find because I came out of a very corporate publishing background. I had worked with HarperCollins and then with Oxford University Press, Sage Publishing in the middle, all very corporate, even though they were at two ends of the spectrum, trade and academic. where everything was ruled by competitiveness. And we found that we were very much reassured by the sense of people wanting to collaborate with us. Perhaps it came from a space of being by ourselves, and then you were finding your way through the big bad world of the market. But collaborations mattered a lot. So as we grew, collaborations remained a centerpiece. And that I realize now was a very important feminist aspect of our work. The consultations, the fact that even now, if we now it's moved to a WhatsApp group because I'm away teaching at Ashoka a lot, but it cannot be my word over others. I like a cover, an intern says, no, the color when it gets printed will look flat. I will immediately have to take that on board, and happily so, because I know I'll be wrong. And I think there's a lot of that happens which makes me feel reassured about the space itself. When we started in 2005, 2005 was the first LGBTQ book. At that time, I think I felt that the fact that we wanted to have an LGBTQ list, which nobody really talked about an LGBTQ list, I felt that was the most feminist thing about us. But I used to always call it, we didn't have the vocabulary now, folks. You guys have all the vocabulary now, Gen Z. You've given us the vocabulary. I used to say we are alternative. We're a feminist alternative. And then at some point, one of my interns, I think about I don't know, 8 years ago or something, said to me, no, what you were doing was intersectional. Can you start using that word? Intersectionality, because that's what you were doing. And so, I had to receive that word from a younger person and realize that, yes, that is where we are. And I think that's the space that we've moved towards, that solidarities and intersectionalities. And that's how the feminism at Yoda Press has evolved. That we I think just before COVID, became very clear that we have to develop lists around climate change, and I know you have a question for us later about that, and mental health. And not knowing COVID was coming and then mental health was going to explode the way it did. But so also about finding those intersections, which is everything to do with feminisms in plural, and no one singular feminism. Yeah, I think I'll stop there.
Actually, there's a nice little anecdote which I should have shared with you earlier. Because I Have a Voice was published, some of its authors took it around wanting to release it. And it was not easy to find a venue to release that book back then. So we had at the Alliance Française, the cultural attaché was queer. So that helped. Yeah. And he agreed to have the book released, and I was one of the speakers. I don't know if you know this.
I remember that.
You remember that, yeah. So it's very interesting how we also end up in each other's backyards in ways that we don't even imagine.
The other crazy anecdote with that book is, I don't know if you remember, but one of our premier bookstores, I won't name it, in Delhi, refused to keep the book, saying, we don't keep such books. And there were 25 of us, friends from the community and allies. We landed up on the same day asking for the book. And then they've started ordering, they still place orders for that book. So
yeah, that's very interesting, because coming back to this question of intersectionality, one of the things that we found ourselves in the midst of as we built Tara was that we had colleagues who were literally from every which community in the office. We didn't set out to actually do that in terms of, planned recruitment. But Chennai being a city, obviously, and since we also were easily multilingual, Tamil and English, which opens up spaces right away for you in the city. So today we have an office where you have workers, co-workers, say from a Fisher community or from a Dalit community or from a Muslim community, and all of them sort of come into discussions about publishing in a very
what can I say, unself-conscious kind of way. For example, Ranjit, my colleague who looks after packing and dispatch, he would call up and say, are you sure you should be giving this much discount to this bookstore? I noticed that they haven't paid up for the last so many months. And which has a sense of common co-ownership of things, which is very heartening. And every time a book comes, what we do is we make sure that the entire office sits around and the book is discussed and talked about so everybody can have a take on the book. And since we do a lot of picture books, language is not really an issue. It might be in English. Some books are in Tamil, but many of them are in English. And since much of the art is evolved out of workshops that we do with artists, people have met the artists, sat with them over lunch, managed to communicate in some sort of crooked Hindi, which is nobody's language, neither the artist nor ours. But I think all that has made for a kind of a world of shared values in publishing. And I like to think that it is really a feminist sensibility that has made that possible, where you have a sort of a non-hierarchical way of functioning, and people can actually tell you that, look, I don't think this works, as she was saying, that everybody has a say in telling you what will work or what will not work. At the end of the day, your reader is also someone like that, whom you don't know and will have their own opinions. So I think it is that which has kept us going. And through the COVID years, it was so important because I think it also made us take some tough decisions about who should be paid and who shouldn't be, who can wait without getting paid. So
we lost an office space. We didn't have an office space for 4 years.
I remember that from your
yeah, we worked
from that
remotely
time.
for 4 years.
Yeah, so
then, of course, discovered that actually we can do very good work working remotely. And even now we've remained hybrid, which allows many other people with various other pressures and responsibilities to be part of the team, you know, which would not have been possible earlier. Sorry, I'm digressing again, but it is all connected.
I think for women's lives also that gets to be very important. How do you work together, especially if you're, say, doing secretarial work, or if you're actually in the front office, you have to manage the bookstore. One thing is, since we are children's publishers, that we have to be child-friendly. So we encourage people who can't leave children behind at home to bring them to the office. I mean, not that we had organized child care, but we said, well, it's all right. I mean, we've had children at our feminist meetings. They can be in our in our office also. What does it matter? And we also encourage men to bring children, saying that you can also bring a child. It doesn't have to be only your wife who takes the child to a daycare center or whatever it is. So I think that also has been very important for us, that we don't see children as disruptive, because I think children are very much part of female spaces for the most part. And we would like women to feel that they can bring their child and not feel guilty, you know, for disrupting a meeting or for doing whatever it is that children can do. And for us, it's always endlessly entertaining to watch a child, because we're writing for them, about them. So we're also doing ethnographic work as the children are running around in some ways. I mean, that has become less because everyone's past childbearing age in some ways now in the office. We are 32 years old, so as an institution.
I think that was a great start. And the other thing about having feminists on stage is that you don't need to ask them too many questions. They will talk, build on each other in a very collaborative way. I don't mean that as a criticism, but I meant as more that it's always just fun to sit back and listen to them. But I think what both of you spoke about, which is that feminist publishing is more than just the books that you publish, but and also talking about the spaces within which this production takes place, the processes that that constitute feminist publishing. I want to just take a step back to ask about the moment of the early 2000s, when 1990s and 2000s, when both Yoda Press and Tara Books came up. What was it about that period of where feminism was in India, in political practice, but also the publishing industry, that prompted, that enabled these kinds of publishing houses to come up? I ask because we get very rooted in the present, but I think as both of you as stalwarts of the industry, you should you are best placed in a way to tell us what was that moment of the 1990s and 2000s like.
So I think for me, basically, Tara Books for me is so tied up with the kind of work we were doing in Chennai city and in Tamil Nadu, which was building on the experiences of the previous decade, especially women and the question of sexual violence and family violence and the kinds of laws that we had lobbied for, and the work that was being done with the family courts, with arbitration boards, legal arbitration boards that the state had set up. At least that's what we were doing in Chennai. And it was evident that people who come and join your group might not all want to do that. That some of us would like to do that, or we see that we had to do it. But for some others, it was also a space where they could come and address anxieties they can't share with others. This could be of a personal nature, this could be of matters that bothered them, like for instance, caste bothered a lot of people because Mandal was happening right in front of our eyes, so there was that. So it seemed very evident that we need to also make sure that we don't make it seem that unless you do this, you're not a feminist. That you've got to turn up for these horrible meetings at the police commissioner's office, otherwise you're not a feminist. So we didn't want to do that. But at the same time, we also realized that not all of us might want to do everything. So Geeta Wolf, for instance, made it very clear that she was interested in books and culture and things, and she would take us along and we can do what we think is important by our way of politics in that sphere. And so then we told her, then you're exempt from all these police station visits and all, you're fine. You don't have to be part of that. So it was also a division of labor in some ways that we agreed, and we didn't try to set up a hierarchy or anything. All of this was equally important. And we were all readers, so for us books were important in any case. So I think that was something that we saw ourselves doing. But I think because we were having these conversations across different domains of interest, our feminism became that much more nuanced. So we never saw doing books or being part of cultural spaces as somehow less important. And neither did those who did books think that they were rarefied. That all of these are all hopelessly mixed up somewhere, and we need to really keep that on board. And I think that shows in the kinds of work that we subsequently went on to do. So for instance, when we started working with Indian traditional artists, that is from indigenous communities, from Adivasi communities, or those that are identified with particular castes, like say the Mithila artists, who were originally largely Brahmin and Kayast, but right now many others paint as well in the Mithila region. It also prepared us to think about women's stories in a very rich and granular way, not to make them adhere to some notion of feminism that you think ought to be a norm, but actually see these wonderful, rich, sometimes tragic lives for what they tell us about women's capacity for creativity, for self-expression, and how you find the most doughty, intelligent women in places that you would hardly think of looking, for example. So we learned a lot by talking to some of the women that we worked with, and I think our politics helped us process that patiently, rather than rush to decisions. I remember, first of all, of course, for me personally at any rate, working on the Tamil anti-caste movement, anything to do with Hindi immediately raised my hackles. I thought, Hindi and all that. And it was only after working with the indigenous artists that I learned to see Hindi as a language and not as an imposition. Because they also don't speak Hindi, but nobody has a choice because it's either English or Hindi. So in that sense, but also that there is Hindi and there is Hindi, and that not everything is the language of the state. So in that sense, it also opened up they opened us to various ways of looking at things. And I think I'll just end with this, two major points in our work with artists where I think we broke new ground for ourselves as publishers, as feminist publishers, and also in terms of how we understood what these artists were doing. One was that it became very evident to us that these artists were not just artists who were given to creative self-expression, they also exemplified a worldview, that their art exemplified a worldview. So if you are from a Pardhan Gond community or you are from a Meena community, you can't really sort of think of art as a Meena style. It was not a style, or a Pardhan Gond style or tradition. It was also a life world. And much of what they did emerged out of that life world. And so much of it had to do with women's lives. Because all of these originally were crafts or arts practiced by women in the context of the household. So that impulse to decorate your household or the duty to draw a column in front of your household, however you see it, it had to do with domestic spaces and domestic labor. And then from that domestic labor, when someone steals a moment for creativity, it's so wonderful. And then you see the possibilities of what are seldom explored when you think of art, you know. So I think we learned a lot just watching and listening and also the complete discipline that the artists brought to their work. I mean, I worked with contemporary artists and traditional artists. No contemporary artist delivers on time. They're at least 6 months late, if not more. But with the traditional artists, it is like, this is life, as Baju Sham, an artist from the Pardhan Gond community would say, he says, I paint for my stomach. I have to deliver on time. So there was no sense of the artist being away from the world, the artist being sort of not aware of hunger, of injustice. They were not political positions. They were existential positions for many of them, and that taught us a great deal. So we went on to develop an entire set of books called 8 Ways, the 8 Ways series. 8 Ways to Draw an Elephant, 8 Ways to Draw Fish, whatever it is, for children, where we position these artists as teachers. Because they are not subjects to be studied. They themselves are teachers. So we did workshops, bringing them to Chennai and to schools and everything. So I think that was a major breaking point in our own feminist understanding of art itself, that, you know, you need to look for art, see art not as mimesis, which is what Western theory tells you for the most part, or art as entertainment, but it's also part of how you are in this world, you know. And women's lives taught us a great deal, and I am always thankful to those really amazing women artists that we continue to work with. And I think that has been a major movement from creating books for children with female protagonists to working with artists, tribal and nomadic artists, but also working with women artists, which has been a completely amazing experience.
So for us, of course, a little later, 2004 is when we began. And I think I have to say that that impetus initially was very personal, because I was working with Oxford University Press at that point as their history and philosophy commissioning editor. And I was getting, you know, at that time, I don't know if it's that way anymore, but at that time, options were far fewer in the industry. And also, Oxford University Press had a certain reputation. So if you got a job there as a commissioning editor, it was considered, you know, something important that you were in a position to do. And it was a huge disappointment. There's no other way to describe it. Because having gone there, the 2.5 years that I spent there, it was frustrating beyond belief. Because they were getting into this space when all the cutting-edge scholarly work, which happened during the time of Ravi Dayal and Rukun Advani, who are like, you know, iconic names for us in the industry, that was done. And now this was the dregs. And this very formulaic, templatized kind of regurgitation of existing corpus, existing works. And history was always their sort of what they called their, you know, their most important list or whatever. But I felt completely handicapped, and I felt that everything, they wanted to talk about everything from the point of view market and numbers and no longer from the point of view of ideas. So it was a very, very dispiriting place for a young publishing professional to land up at, mistakenly thinking that she was perhaps at the most important point in her career, right? I was just turning 30 then. And I felt, what does one do now? I think after the initial kind of shock and horror of it, I started thinking about starting something on my own. 2.5 years I still had to stay there while I was doing the homework that went into starting Yoda Press. But I also felt, I mean, obviously when you asked yourself questions like, so what does one want to work with? I think the LGBTQ list, which we at that time called the sexualities list, became so important because that became like a lighthouse, a beacon for us. That became what exemplified the sort of publishing we wanted to do. And a lot of people say, yeah, that's your flagship list. In a sense, it felt like that. Because there was a lot of feedback, such that this won't sell. You know, this is not going to work, this happens, this will work at the, I don't know if you guys have heard of Orkut and MySpace and, yeah. So everybody was, you know, the reactions were, this will work at that level, right? I mean, because it is a fact. We had chat rooms on Orkut where we would often talk about queer politics. It wasn't just dodgy conversations, it was also political conversations, right, Neeraja? So, so, you know, I mean, and it was an instinct that, for instance, we were having these really exciting conversations around queer legal issues or medical issues with young people who are now for you all big names, but for me they just passed out, the dear friends from NLSIU who were part of ALF, Alternative Law Forum, right? People like Arvind Narayan and others. And, you know, it just felt like the most organic thing to do, to put these conversations and to put these narratives into on the bookshelves. But every time I did try, before leaving OUP, I did try to bring up this conversation there from a history and philosophy list point of view. But the managers there were completely aghast at the thought of anything to do with sexuality at that point. Remember, this is the 2000s, so early 2000s, right? And I remember, as a matter of fact, going to them and saying, I know for a fact that same-sex love in India is coming, they're looking for an Indian edition, Salim Kidwai and Ruth Vanita, they're looking for a publisher in India. We have to pick this up. And they said, you've got to be kidding. Imagine that iconic work. And then Penguin picked it up, of course. And it just, I think that broke me, you know, in your language these days. And I said, this is not going to happen in my life again. And then we put together some sort of a little plan and moved towards it. But I have to say also, just like Geeta was mentioning, the larger collective of the queer community and the allies were very much a part of my support structure, because this was also the beginning of the queer movement in Delhi. And as some of you know, that the Delhi movement in a lot of ways gave it that final, you know, judicial sort of leap forward because of the two Supreme Court cases, the High Court, Delhi High Court case, and then the Supreme Court reading back. If you remember, some of you remember that the brilliant High Court judgment was removed by the Supreme Court first. And then the special bench was formed, which then read down 377 in 2018. So now, you know, my students in Ashoka only remember 2018. And I keep telling them, talking about history, you were talking about that earlier.
Leader's judgment.
Yeah, exactly, that look back, because 2009 Delhi High Court had given an absolutely landmark judgment, and you should also be looking at that. 2013 was the first Supreme Court recognition of the trans community. That as well, you know, was an important milestone. So that collective, again, played a very important support structure. And I think we got a lot of strength from there going through this whole time. Yeah.
I think what both of you have spoken about is how politics is central to feminist publishing, and how being involved in the process of publishing has also nuanced and added complexity to your own feminist politics. So I think that's I want to ask more about that, but I think I'm going to just step back and ask a little bit more generic but important questions. I think one of the things that both in the university and outside, two game-changing, field-defining developments have been AI and, of course, climate change. I know these are two very disparate things, but I was wondering, I wanted you to both sort of reflect on first on AI and the fear that or anxiety that is generated about reading practices, attention, all of which is directed towards young people, but I think it's affecting most of us as well. So how has AI, how are you thinking about AI intervention in reading practices? And the other is, of course, climate change, because climate change fiction and is a rising genre as well. And again, we have writers like Amitav Ghosh and others talking about how it's necessary now to talk about climate change, because that's really where like collaborative futures lie. So two very disparate questions, but they're both game changers, both for the publishing industry, but also for how we conduct our politics. So, yeah.
So I'm going to go back in time. Before you had AI, you had Kindle. And Kindle was a big challenge in the late 90s. And I remember writing an article for the book review called The Future of the Book, very grand title. But basically, it was also a time to ask ourselves, what is it about the form of the book that we think it should endure? Because Kindle does not approximate the form of the book. You know, the spine, the pages. And as a nerd and as a historian, obviously I went back into looking at the history of the book, which, there's a lot about the history of the book written from the European point of view. But also, we were very lucky at that time in Tara to have a young person who had joined us as a designer, but who went off to study elsewhere at the Central St. Martin's College of Design in London. She was from Tamil Nadu. And she, very solemnly, this young woman told us that the form of the book as we know it can and must change. And we said, why do you say that? She said, I'm studying book history, and the form that you have has evolved over so many decades and centuries, and that's what has kept it going, and for these reasons, because if you're doing narrative moves in time, and the turning of the page actually facilitates that movement in time, something which Kindle doesn't let you do. A flip book might still, but it's not the same thing. Back and forth thing is a very interesting thing. And then she acquainted us with the history of book design, and we learned a lot from that young woman, and she continues to steer Tara's design philosophy, Ratna Ramanathan, and I'm very proud to say that she is the pro-vice chancellor of the university. She joined as a student. And it's a great honor for a woman from India, and she's brilliant. I mean, she's absolutely brilliant as a designer. So she told us about the form of the book and the historicity of the book, and also acquainted us with non-Western forms of the book. The scroll, for example, or you have all these amazing productions from Mexico, from parts of China, and so on. So we realized that there's more to this whole form than what we should be worrying about, that there are endless ways in which the book can be made to live. And since we were very invested in art, and because of Ratna in design, we decided to rethink the form of the book. So today we have made books which are scrolls, books which are leporellos, which open out like this, a book which opens out as an apartment building, actually. This is my favorite. It's for very small children. It's called Knock Knock. A child loses her bear, and then she goes into each apartment looking for it. And the book closes like that. When you open it, you enter someone's apartment. And it was done for us by a Japanese book artist. And it's a delightful book for all ages. But so basically, we saw that one way of thinking about understanding the nature of the times we are living in is not just to worry about what it would do to us, but also think of how else can we be making a case for the book. And to us, for the book was such an important cultural object, because when the artists that we work with, many of them sell in the bazaar, Delhi Haat, and some of them today have got into galleries, but they're being ripped off so badly, I don't know if they'd want to be in the gallery space, but they still sell in bazaars. And I think one of the things that we learned was they differentiate between what they make for the bazaar and what they would like to keep at home, as they said. So one of the things we've tried to do is also to elicit conceptual values and arguments from what artists tell us, because we feel that they are the best theorists of what they are drawing. And one of our books is called Origins of Art, the Gond Village of Patangarh. And basically we've tried to understand what is the Gond vision of art. So when you start talking to them, you get a very different sense of the book, because they say, okay, I sell you something in Delhi Haat or in some other fair. You take it, you go away. If you're a good person, you'll thank me and think well of me. If you're a bad person, you'll put it on 100 bed sheets, rip me off, and sell it and make a profit. So they had a very clear sense of how they were being cheated. But then they also told us that, but you see, the book is very different. It will stay after I am gone. And this whole value for the book, as a form, also made us feel that one shouldn't endlessly speculate about what will happen to the printed book in the age of Kindle, that there is a certain life that it will continue to have. So we kept with that thing. And I would think bring the same reasoning to AI. At one level, of course, as children's book publishers and publishers who publish a lot of art, we wonder what AI, it's so easy for anyone who knows art to recognize an AI production at this stage. And we also know that that's not quite where our anxieties are about AI. So, and so much of how we bring this art to the world has a lot to do with how we present it. And tactility is a very important aspect of that, both in pedagogic terms, that you actually bring something out so you can touch and feel. We bring different printing processes to the art, to the thing. We work with letterpress, we work with the silk screen process, with risography. So basically that has helped us think about the book as something that you can keep reinventing in interesting ways. And we have not addressed the question of AI centrally because it doesn't seem very pertinent to us at the moment. At the moment, it doesn't seem pertinent. Having said that, we also see the value of some of the things that the moment offers. For example, the whole phenomenon of hypertext, for example. How might we incorporate that into our publishing? Not simply by sort of having a QR code, that's one way of doing it, but also can we think of, say, the work we do with artists as leading you into, in a hypertextual kind of way, into other domains. So we do exhibitions, for example, exhibitions of work featuring work by the artists and also the prints that we make of their work. So I once wrote a blog post called Why Curate One When You Can Publish? So basically it's that hypertextual logic, no? What can you do with it? So we make films, short films. So we see this as part of an interconnected world of communication where we have artists talking about their work, we talking about their work. So in a way to also bring alive that world which makes this art and book possible. And we've seen that works for contemporary art as well, not simply traditional art where so little is known, but it's also interesting. For example, we did 2 books which are leporellos, which open up like that. These are fold-out books. So one features text from Karl Marx's The Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, that celebrated rant on money Marx has on that. So we were working with a Spanish political cartoonist, and he wanted to come to India. He loved Tara books, but we said, what can he possibly do in 3 months' time? And it's not India, he's going to be in Chennai. So we thought, and we thought, what is more universal than money? So let's think of a suitable text that deals with money, and we did that, and he came up with the most amazing art for it. Then we asked him to write a blog. What was your inspiration? He said, your calendar art and Bruegel. So, so it was so interesting how people sort of then can be made to talk about their work. So in that sense, we've addressed AI. For me, the climate change question is easier to answer. For the simple reason, one of the things, sort of starting off from how we see our artists as teachers, as ideal teachers, we've done books on ecology which position them as knowledge producers. So in that sense, it's a very interesting counterpoint to the kind of mindlessness that has caused climate anxiety. So we have a book that is to come out called the Beel Book of Seasons, about how in a certain Beel village in Madhya Pradesh, the farming cycle is observed. So this is perhaps not the case everywhere. Lots has changed in many parts of Madhya Pradesh, but some villages still do this. So Buri Bai, the artist, spoke of how is each month important to her, starting from Holi, the Holi festival, and coming back to Holi. And then you see a farming cycle that happens. So we have actually bookended her narration and her art with essays, very short essays about
why is this vision of the world important today? What does it have to speak to us about overproduction, the confounding of need and greed, and all of this, and how this is so important in days of climate change. And we've done another book called Walking is a Way of Knowing, about this community called the Karders, who live in the Annamalai Hills. Yeah, so basically the Karder elders are your teachers. How do you understand a forest? So basically I think for us that has been very important to think of these community elders as teachers, and that has made us feel that, at a level of the classroom, of what children can actually do with some of these ideas in a practical way, and what does their art communicate in itself. So all of these has helped us. The AI is a bit more tricky. We haven't really addressed it head on, but I think through the form of the book, we've tried to sort of follow our own eccentric path. So,
about the AI bit, gosh, I think I would give two different answers if you ask me this question 2 different days. Because it's a conundrum, and it confounds me at the best of times. And like Geeta, I also teach. So when I put on my professorial hat and I teach writing, and you guys know better than me, GPT-4 apparently is better than anything that anyone has ever seen. I was reading this article by a professor of economics the other day, and I've forgotten which American periodical, who said that he got goosebumps when he gave a prompt to GPT-4 to write a short extract using his scholarship and tonality, because it almost sounded like him. And he said that by GPT-6, I can imagine they'll have exactly me, right? Silence, because what do you do when you teach writing and you are up against this? And then you're a publishing person who is committed to reading culture more than anything else. It feels like the end of your days, even as you are around. But I have to say that since I joined publishing, and I joined publishing in my 20s, I've also lived through the panic of, first it was the online buying panic. You remember everybody used to get into a panic in the community about online bookstores. They're going to be the end of us. Bookstores got into a panic. But we still have brick and mortar bookstores, and few and far between, yes, but these are now really deeply loved, and they are also doing online selling. Right. And the chain bookstores, which were causing a lot of panic at that time, are dead. They're dead. They're only selling stationery, from what I know, and glamorous magazines, which more power to them. Then came the e-book, and you know all about that, right? I mean, during COVID, print book sales suddenly shot up. Backlist sales shot up, which I haven't seen since I came into the industry. It was marvelous to watch, right? How the rules can be upended. So, therefore, my sense is that as a professor, I do live off trust a lot. So one of the things we have done in Ashoka is that we have the Ashoka AI policy, which is still in the making, but a lot of us from programs and departments within Ashoka, we have told our students that we're not going to tell you not to use it, because that's pointless. So what if we do some exercises where we integrate AI use in the classroom? So we give them these, and I think professors across the board must be trying it, yes. So I'm in good company then. So, but it's really exciting because it throws up the most obvious and simplest way for the student to say, oh, you know what, I can do this better than the machine. Till now, I'm not saying GPT-6, I don't know what will happen, but till now, when they have to sit and do a synthesis exercise where they have to read through 5 different pieces of literature and tell us how the 5 resonate with each other through the lens of a particular phenomenon, they end up feeling that what GPT is giving them is generic as hell, whereas they are being super specific. And once this feedback starts coming in class, I sit back and I heave a sigh of relief. I'm not saying that it's going to last very long, but that's where we are at. Climate change, of course, I just want to say that, we came to it slowly because we have this policy of doing a lot of research and homework before we announce a list or start signing up authors. So we came to it slowly. But one of the things we wanted to do was, we did not want any more upper caste, upper class, privileged men writing on the environment. I think we've seen enough of that, Bangalore particularly. No. So 2 books that I'm very, very proud of that we published recently. One is my namesake, Arpita Kodiveri. She's a young environmental lawyer who has worked for 10 years in the field of environmental law with communities, forest communities across the country, and basically wrote this book called Governing Forests, which then Melbourne University Publishing picked up for the world rights. Saying how environmental law needs to change and needs to work with communities in a strategic way if A, we need to defeat governments and corporates getting together, and B, save the forests. So, it has a 2-pronged kind of very, very non-jargony, solution-centered approach, yet being very nuanced. I love that book. And I think the fact that it's a young woman who is from a community, a local community, and has lived among local communities for 10 years made the difference. And the other one I commissioned Namita Vaikar, who heads PARI, People's Archive of Rural India, to write our book on the farmers' protest, which I see completely as an environmentalism and climate change issue apart from social justice. And you won't believe it, there were so many upper caste, upper class, white-haired environmentalist men who could not believe that an executive, a woman who's always held an executive role in a rural archive should be asked to write this book, and not them. And that made me even more sure that she had to write the book. And she's written a marvelous, marvelous book called Farmers' Protest, ! But I just want to end by saying that, what you mentioned earlier about Amitav Ghosh and fiction on climate change, I think there is fabulous, powerful fiction that deals with climate change and environmentalism in our languages. Forget about the works in English. I mean, we need to translate these, right? I'm very excited right now for this book we are translating to English. We decided some time ago we can't do fiction originally in English anymore. Nobody wants to stay away from Penguin and Harper and come to us. And we felt that what we could work on, rather, is bringing fiction in translation of a kind that has not existed before. Non-fiction and fiction in translation, both. So this book is by a contemporary Bengali writer called Lutfur Rahman. And it is a set of short stories located in the Sundarban Chars. So I don't have to explain why, it's all about climate. And, but the more heartbreaking part of the story is that the community he belongs to and he writes about, every story is about Dalit Muslims living in the Sundarban Chars. So that is like a double, triple, quadruple whammy, right? And in Bangla they say gai kata dae, that you feel like pinpricks of horror and heartbreak reading some literature. This is like that. And that's what I'd say. Look for climate change, what you were saying, environmental humanities, literature, in our languages. That's where, and let's do collaborations where universities bring these and we translate them. I think the English writing gentlemen are going to try and make lots of money, pots of money off environmental writing now. Please, let's not also support them there.
No, I completely agree with that, because I think some of the most exciting knowledge worlds exist in vernacular writings, and also writings by people who are from communities that deal with nature or with labor. So I think those are, Tara started a series called Makers. No surprise where we got that from. But we started off with a book called A Potter's Tale, a village potter who joins a museum, and it charts his whole relationship between doing, spirituality and knowledge. And then we've done a book called Boat Builders of the Coromandel. These are a bunch of fishers who suddenly decided to build cargo boats which are humongous. They look like Noah's Ark, in fact. And we wondered, why would anyone want to do this? Somebody came to us with a long, complicated academic paper as to why they are doing this and how are these boats built. And they said, we want Tara to publish it because you've done a Potter's Tale. I said, but who will read this? Yeah. This is so complicated. It's full of boat design, technology. Why don't you write a story about why these men are doing what they are doing? And then you come up with an entire understanding of the sea, of their own work, of the seasons, and what has happened to the fishing season. So when you get these narratives from people who live and work in very defined environments, climate change is a default setting in some ways. And for the fishers, it's completely, like with the Sundarbans. So, and then we went on to write another book, publish another book in the same series called Weaving with Compassion, the Rikyas of Kutch. Like the executive lady who people wondered why they were writing. We got an executive lady write this for us. She wrote it herself. Meera Goradia, who's worked with Kutchi weavers, Dalit weavers, Meghwal weavers for the longest time. And it's just a shock even for people to know Dalits are weavers. So in that sense, I think once you tap into the cultural laboring worlds of people, much of what is available by way of literature is in the local languages. And that's a very good idea that you've come up with, that we collaborate with people who would use these books in good creative ways.
I think you've both taken my question about AI and climate change, so these very disparate, but whatever, and turned this into a very instructive exercise of how feminist publishing is actually addressing, taking head on the challenges or the questions that is in front of us, urgent questions of the time. So thank you. I had 8 questions and I was able to ask only 3. And I'm mindful of time, and so I'm going to open up open it up for questions from the audience.
I just want to ask about feminist publishing. When it comes to feminist publishing, how do you deal with the dilemma that a lot of women writers are coming up and publishing a lot of novels, especially about women's sexuality, right? And being very open about it. But there's a very thin line when it becomes feminism, radical feminism, and pseudo-feminism. And when these women are writing about their sexuality, it can very easily become something that is very pseudo-feminist. So how does that deal with, how does feminist publishing deal with that? Like, women writing themselves is a very feminist act, but what they're writing also matters, because a lot of people are going to read about it. I don't want to take names, but there are a lot of female writers coming up right now who are doing this. So how do publishing houses deal with these things?
Publish for adults so much.
Should we take a couple of questions together? Yeah. Anyone else? No? Yes? Okay. I think you can.
That's an interesting question. I think if I were making all the commissioning or acquisitions decisions sitting in my office, I would probably make a lot of mistakes. But I think one of the things that helps in such a situation is having such a collaborative, consultative process at work, what Geeta was referring to. That really helps, because there are things that I will not pick up on, resonances that I will not pick up on, which a younger colleague will pick up on, or a differently identifying colleague will pick up on, or a colleague with a different background will pick up on. And that I think that is one definite way in which we try to stay as honest and ethical as we can possibly be in the work of feminist publishing. At the same time, just because I always ask for trouble, I'm going to say, I don't like labels, you know. It's such a subjective thing, and what is pseudo-feminism for you might have made a huge difference to someone's life. I didn't care much for Eat, Pray, Love, for instance. There are people, and good friends of mine, who swear by Eat, Pray, Love. It was life-changing for them, crisis-solving in some cases. So I've also learned, I think in my 20s, I sat on one hell of a high horse when it came to literature and labels. Because of the fact that I started to read probably before I did anything else, I think I had a very, very problematically superior attitude towards this act. And it's possible I brought some of it to my beginnings as a knowledge producer. But I've learned over the years that's the one thing you have to let go of. Acquiring nuance in this work and figuring out what is your blind spot and trying to reduce it. I'm not saying I've totally got rid of it. I have to keep checking my privilege. Is absolutely, monumentally important. And when people of my age or older than me, and trust me, there are many very privileged people, sit there and do none of it, when I know that I'm doing a little bit of it, it really appalls me. So I would just say that it's a very subjective thing. And I think labels make us feel safe in a lot of ways, but they can become extremely misdirecting in the long run. So give it space, give that thought some space, stay with that thought, that's all. I don't know if that makes sense, yeah?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I wanted to know what you all think of self-publishing. A lot of people choose it as a first resort, and I wanted to understand from people who have been in the industry a long time, what do you all think?
I mean, I think this self-publishing is a sense of urgency that people want to put their books out, and I would support that. But also, as somebody who's been an editor from age 22, my first job was with Orient Black Swan. I was put through the mill of editing, really trained in ways. Those were tough days. We were literally sort of made to look at the English language in ways that you would have never suspected was possible. Yes, yes, absolutely. So I think there is a role for an editor and a designer in everything that we do. And for these reasons, I think personally that creativity is fundamentally a collaborative act. I don't think any of us can do anything without other people being involved. So we always tell our authors, we're going to have this book illustrated. The illustrator will bring their own layer to this. The designer will bring their own layer. The printing process will bring its own layer. So I think you'll have to see this as a collaborative thing. Your name will be there as an author, but so will the designer's name be there. So will the names of the printers, if it's a handmade book, be there in the book. So I think somewhere, perhaps, what that can be used for is to sort of, when one feels confident about one's writing, to share it with somebody and ask for opinions. I do think writing benefits from a reader's point of view, whoever that reader is. To this day, I'm very happy when somebody says, that's not working, can you rewrite that? And whenever someone asks me to write a piece, I always say, give me word limit and will you copy edit? Because these are constraints that are very important. And if some younger person says, I don't get it, it might make sense for you who lived through the 80s, but I don't get it. That's a very important lesson for me to learn. So I think self-publishers might not be able to take advantage of such things. So while I think it's an important first step, you want to seriously write and take your writing ahead, it is good to involve another person who can play an editorial role, to some extent at least.
I just add to that. I know what self-publishing has also come out of. Everybody says it's only come out of technology going where it did. It hasn't. We also have to take on board that it's also coming out of big publishing being very predatory. And therefore authors feeling that they need to do this if they need to get their work out there. But beyond, I mean, having given that, having taken that on board, I still feel that to be able to think that you can do this on your own by nixing every other role really does not, beyond a point, make sense. Sadly, we've got now in the market self-publishing platforms which are as predatory, by the way, most of them. Maybe one or two I can think of. Yeah, one or two I can think of that are actually taking on board editorial role, collaborative, kind of putting you in touch with the distribution houses, all of that. The rest are just there for show me the money. So that's not the way forward. Something else will have to happen. Yeah.
Any other questions? Do we have time? No.
I think we have time for just one final question and then
yes,
we'll
okay.
end it off.
Thank you very much for that. My question comes from the number game that both of you were referring to when you just came into the industry. Now the number game has kind of shifted to the social media platforms. We talk about the Insta followers, this follow, that follow. I mean, how many followers do you have? And that kind of goes into the decision making in many of the publishing houses. My question is, how do you see it from your individual perspectives, this shift in number games, because it still exists in different forms? Thank you.
I think one of the things is to at least to be able to see one's publishing as limited, that we are not there to address a range of concerns, nor can we expect to have thousands of readers. Not that we are snobbish, but because your books only interest some people, they don't interest everybody, and that's fine. So that's the case, then you make sure that you do that well, that there are these readers who like your books. It's harder with children's books because everyone has a child at home, and children are a universal category in some ways. So there is a number issue involved there, but I think in our context especially, even with families that can afford books, reading is very much part of one's cultural capital. If a child has never seen a book in its household forever, reading is not going to happen. So in that sense, I think numbers are good. And to encourage people to buy across the board cheaper editions, even books that are not done with the finesse that they could have been done, all those become very important because books are simply not accessible for a host of children for a host of reasons. So today when we were coming in, you showed me that box, book donation box for children. Never mind if in a government school they can't read English, it doesn't matter. The fact that the books are there is an incentive for reading. So I think in that sense, numbers are important for children's books, but we don't see ourselves as a publisher who can do those kinds of books. But I think with Instagram, I'll be very practical. Instagram does not fetch you money. It does not translate into sales. Yeah, it does not. What translates into sales is the book itself. Basically, if people see the book, if bookstores are willing to give it some space, and provided you can use your own website very well, these are things that bring in revenue. I don't think Instagram as such, we've tried all kinds of things, none of which brought us revenue. All these YouTube bloggers who sort of recommend your book, but then you realize there are so many hidden costs, or real costs also, so that's not working. Book reviews are based so much on subjective decisions and on a certain set of people that magazines or newspapers prefer, so that's also not an avenue for doing much. But I do think it's the books finally which actually compel readers to buy. And it's not easy. I mean, I was just telling Arpita that we're really bad financially, many of us, in publishing these days for various reasons. But at the same time, I do think that there are ways in which we should think of from within our own publishing context and not worry over much about social media, frankly. If to pick a thing from what she was saying, I mean, Penguin and Harper can afford it. Look at what they've been doing with Arundhati Roy's book.
But they do an awful job
They
of
do
it.
an awful job of it. Finally, you wonder why you won't even read that book, finally.
Unintelligent social
Yes.
media.
No, seriously,
presence.
once you do that, you wonder if so much hype is being made about the book, I'm not sure I want to read it.
I don't think the people who are making the reels have read the book.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
So
exactly.
that kind of dissonance, you all are very clever. You can figure that out immediately. So inauthenticity also doesn't work on social media.
No.
You know that. So.
Yeah. So revenue is revenue is really the book.
Okay. Yeah.
It's been an amazing panel, and I want to give you both just 1 minute because we have a lot of young people in the audience, some of whom may be interested in joining the publishing industry. So 1 minute to both of you for advice for young women in particular who might want to join the publishing industry. What do they have to look for?
You won't make money, number one. You have to have passion, number two. You've got to have a thick feminist skin, number three. But on the other hand, there are enough of us in the industry to give you a welcoming space, should you be really interested. But it's a slow-going thing. It's important that you also think of a livelihood that will fetch you money while you support publishing and be part of some of the things that we do, because we can't pay those salaries. At least we can't in Chennai. But on the other hand, there's always room for talking, experimenting, thinking of projects, working with interesting people. So there is that.
Yeah, I mean, I think two of the most exciting things that are happening right now in publishing is the move towards audio. And of course, my mic had to misbehave just as I said audio. Maybe the print gods are not happy with me. But move towards audio, and also this, you know, because I mean, of course, right now, Bollywood is in the doldrums, but this massive kind of search for material by the streaming platforms, and also them realizing that the real gold mine is in Indian languages, so much more translation is going to happen. So I think there's a lot of space for young people. Of course, you have to think about whether you want to be in our kind of publishing or the Penguin Harper kind of publishing. Many people, by the way, come and intern with us, get trained by us, and then go there. We are very used to that, so that's fine. You can do that. I think the important thing is we would like more young people in our industry, because I believe in reverse mentorship. And I learn a lot from younger people. So if we stop getting young people and they all run to the OTTs and advertising, then we've had it. Our industry, which is already a bit of a, you know, fossil, has had it. So please, please come to our industry. Pitching our industry too.
Heartfelt thank you to Professor V. Geeta, Professor Dhls, and Dr. Sumati Shivanand for this conversation. Swati, I am so sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Your work has shown us how publishing can be a site for solidarity, where stories challenge silence, where ideas transform systems, and where new futures are imagined. And now, to formally close this session, I would like to invite Dr. Sumati Nagesh to present a token of appreciation to Professor Arpita Das and Professor V. Geeta. Before we conclude, I'd like to share that the books written by our distinguished speakers are available at the bookstores just outside. You are all most welcome to purchase copies and have them personally signed by the authors at the signing session that will take place right after this panel. And to our audience, thank you for joining us. We'll take a 5-minute break before our next session. This has been Women Publish Women, Waves of Feminist Publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you come forward, please? I promise I will not call on you to do things that you don't want to do.
Do you need like cordless mics or Social change begins with the individual. When a collective transformation of social thought occurs in a forum, it creates mass-scale social change that provides individuals the tools necessary for the betterment of the community. Theatre of the Oppressed is not just about fun games or exercises. It is about actually addressing issues that are important for people to talk about. It possesses a quality of removing mental blocks that are hard for people to shake off. It puts those who are marginalized with a history of invisibility at the forefront of dialogue and conversation. The form of forum theatre questions power and challenges privilege through active engagement that fosters communication in a solution-based practice. It transcends the boundaries of age, class, gender, and other such demarcations to create a safe, accessible space by turning the spectators into spect-actors. The event will transform you, the audience, into the cast, and that is the beauty of forum theatre. Radha Ramaswamy ma'am is a leading theatre practitioner and educator known for her pioneering work with Theatre of the Oppressed in India. She is the founder of the CCDC, or Center for Community Dialogue and Change in Bangalore, through which she has facilitated hundreds of workshops that apply theatre to education, healthcare, and social change. With a background in theatre studies and decades of practice, she has built a reputation for using performance as a tool for dialogue, empowerment, and transformation, both in India and internationally, using said performance as a thread to needle progress into our cultural fabric. Over to you, ma'am. We look forward to this event. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. There were a lot of big words there. And the theme of this two-day festival is solidarity, which is another big word. And the session that finished just before this, you had people, really remarkable people who have accomplished great things in their lives, talk really inspiringly about bringing about change through their work. What I would like to do in this session is something slightly different, move away from the world of words and the world of the intellect, to the world of the body. And the reason that I want to do this is not just because we've been sitting and listening, we've been listening to some really good and important things, but because the body has a lot to offer. The body holds memories, the body holds experiences, which often we don't process because we don't have the time. And when we allow the body to speak to us, and that does not happen usually in the course of our daily lives, so I'm going to use this workshop as an opportunity to let us listen to our bodies. And when we listen to our bodies, what does it have to offer us? Is there a way in which we can look at a word like solidarity? And I don't know, I don't have the time, we are starting late, to ask each one what it might mean to you. But I'm sure you have some sense of how a word like that can give us a sense of the big picture and can actually seem quite overwhelming and very difficult to practice. We think of big issues, we think of global issues, and we also think of national issues, right? And solidarity often means, going out to show support for something, and very often we are left a little confused or doubtful about how do you figure out exactly how, and what are the first steps, etc. And it might seem like too demanding or overwhelming, right? So what I would like us to do in the next hour and a half or so that we have is to see how we can look at this word in a way that makes meaning in our lives, in our everyday lives. How does it become relevant to us and accessible to us? And is there a way in which we can kind of explore the way that it surfaces actually in our lives and demands that we show some sort of response to that idea, And then it might seem possible to take it forward into larger and larger areas, So that's really what I would like us to do. How does that sound? Does that sound okay? Just let me know. But yeah. Okay, so I want to begin by telling you a story. This is a story about Augusto Boal, a Brazilian theater director, the man who created this body of work known as Theatre of the Oppressed, which is now used all over the world in very, very varied contexts. So Boal, when he began, was an activist, a theatre director, someone who put on plays that were known as agitprop, or agitation propaganda theatre, right? Political theatre, very much like Badal Sarkar of, our own Badal Sarkar or Safdar Hashmi. And this story is about a time when Boal's group went to this small village in the northeast part of Brazil to do this play. Brazil was then a totalitarian regime, a feudal society, and this village had mostly a peasant population, all of whom were severely socially and economically oppressed. So landlords who had taken over, the lands of small-time peasants, burnt houses, etc., a lot of oppression. And Boal's play ended with the actors kind of standing there and telling the audience of peasants, let's rise against this injustice, let's spill our blood. And they were so good, the actors were so good at what they were doing that the audience was moved, tremendously moved and inspired. And Boal and his group were feeling good. They could see that, And one person from the audience, an old man, a big man, came up, tears in his eyes, and told Boal, you are not from here, you're from the town, and yet you understand our problems. So, we are so impressed, and we are completely convinced that we have to fight and that we have to spill our blood. So we are ready to follow you, but first, let's have lunch. And Boal is like, follow us? So we'll fight, we'll bring our guns and we'll fight with you, lead us. And Boal says, but our guns are fake guns, they're props. And he says, what do you mean, fake guns? Why do you have fake guns? For the play. This is a play. So we're just using fake guns. Oh, okay, that's all right, but you're not fake. The guns may be fake, but you're not. We can see that. So, we'll give you guns. We have enough guns for all of us. So, so you can see what's happening there. How do you get out of something like this? So, yeah, we are not fake. We are true artists. We can't fight. So, if we come with you, we'll probably be a hindrance rather than help. So Virgilio, this man whose name Boal never forgot in his life, told him, so this blood that you are talking about spilling, it's our blood, not yours, right? And Boal writes in his book, I have never felt more ashamed in my life. This idea of asking somebody to do something that you're not willing to do yourself, right? Makes you think about what solidarity really means. And a man called Paulo Freire, from whom Boal derived a lot of his ideas, who inspired Boal, a contemporary, who's a famous educationist, whose book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, is something that all of us must read. It's profoundly meaningful for our times. Freire says, solidarity means running the same risks. Yeah? So, like I said, these are grand ideas. So what do they look like in our daily life, right? So at some point I might ask you to, maybe also talk to us about things from our lives that, connect to this. Right now I just want to give you a small example of how I encountered it in my life. So Lakshmi, who works for me in my house, I've been talking to her about getting out of her abusive marriage. Really bad relationship. It's not helping her at all. But she doesn't want to. So we've had conversations, and I felt frustrated. I felt like, she doesn't get it, till I realized that I think she probably gets it better than I do, So I'm bringing some ideas to the conversation and expecting her to simply take them and work from them, I'm not really listening to what she is telling me when she says, no, I need him. My children need him. I'm not listening to her at all. So what I think is support that I'm offering is not solidarity, really. Because if she walked out of her marriage, does it affect me in any way? Just something to think about, yeah? Okay, this workshop hopefully, will give you something to think about and some questions to also think about when you leave here. And I'm thinking that it may be very different from workshops that you may have done before. One reason being that we're going to work with our bodies. And like I said, our bodies have a lot to offer. In order to sort of get into that mode of working with the body rather than with the head and with words, yeah? I'd like you all to stand up, please. Okay, if you're ready, yeah, get rid of your bags. And yeah, anything else that volunteers, please join. Please join. If I need your help, I'll ask you just play. Let's play. Okay, with whichever hand works for you, and with your forefinger, draw a circle in the air. The most beautiful circle that you can draw. Size doesn't matter. Just draw a nice circle in the air. Wow. Yeah. Photographers, if you're not operating that, you can do this too. Yeah. Yeah. Lovely, lovely. Okay. With the other hand, yeah? Make a cross or a plus, however you want to describe it. Yep. Right. Yay. Now can we try and do the two together? Is anyone managing to do it? Anyone? Who? You are? Okay, someone's doing it. Oh, wow. Yeah. Aditi, you got them all on film? Yeah? Yeah, okay. And this is being live streamed, right? Yay! Okay. Yeah. All right. Now the next thing that I'd like you to do is to, okay, it's a little tricky for me, but you will, I'm sure, be able to manage it. With your foot, yeah? Draw a circle in the air with one foot. And with your hand on the opposite side of your body, write your signature in the air. Yeah, I don't know, as big and dramatic as you can make it. Your signature in the air. Okay, all right, yeah, fantastic. Okay. Okay, I'd like you to find somebody to shake hands with, someone you don't know. Someone you don't know. Shake hands, introduce yourself. One person, just find one person. Shake hands and stay there. Stay there. Okay, like this.
Hi, I'm Sneha.
Sneha, Radha. Okay, does everybody have a friend now? This is my new friend, Sneha. I'm her new friend, Radha. Everybody, you have to do this. You have to do this. Find someone you don't know. Shake their hand. All right. With your other hand, find a second person. Keep that hand. Move. 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 Move if you have to. Okay, let go of your first friend. Let go of the first friend. Find a third friend. A third person. All right. All right, please sit down. Well done. Before we begin Theatre of the Oppressed workshop, we usually run through a few agreements for the group. Yeah? One is that we listen to one another, and we listen in order to understand, because very often we think we are listening, as long as, there's some sound coming into your ears, you think you're listening, yeah? So let's listen in order to understand, and not in order to have a quick response, a quick, clever, witty response, which is a kind of training that we get in schools, right? How quickly can you answer the teacher's question? Instead, can we just, listen deeply so that we understand each other? That's one. In a workshop space, sometimes people share things, and it's always respectful to honor that by not repeating it outside of the workshop space. So sometimes you hear something that's so profound that you have to share it with somebody, and that's human. I get it. So if you can share that without revealing the person's identity, that would be a way to respect confidentiality, right? So let's do that. Let's respect each other by saying that everything that everyone says is okay, right? It's their opinion. I don't have to agree, but it's people's right to their opinions that I'm respecting. Okay, there's that. Whatever happens here, whatever I ask you to do, if you don't feel like doing, you don't have to do it. You have the right to pass. Okay, so that's all right. But I also would like to urge you to push yourselves a little bit. You've chosen to come into this space, even though it has this horrible name, Theatre of the Oppressed, which, very often it's uncomfortable for people to associate themselves with that word, oppression. They're not very sure what that means, Am I here because I'm oppressed, or am I here because I'm an oppressor? So whichever way, it's not comfortable. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for being here. So if you've come here, then my request to you is challenge yourself a little bit for the next 1.5 hours maybe. Yeah? Because if we don't do that, I don't think we learn very much. Yeah? So just said something about being spectators and becoming spect-actors. So when you do, something happens. When you watch, it's a different experience altogether, right? So the invitation is for you to just jump in, try something. But like I said, you take care of yourself. Because I don't know what your limits are, what your boundaries are. So I might ask you to do something, and you decide how much you want to do and how much you want to push yourself. But the invitation is there. And I hope that you will, that we all will challenge ourselves. I'm not here as an expert on solidarity, by no means. What I'm good at is the tools that I've come here with, which are tools of theatre of the oppressed, and they are simply a tool to get people to work together in a space on something that is of interest to all of us. So that's what we are here to do, yeah? So let's begin by participating in a little exercise using, working with the limitations of this space that we have. But we do have a nice stage, so maybe some of us can go up there and some of us can work here. But it would be necessary for all of you to get out of the comfort of your chairs and come here, yeah? So let me show you what it is that I'm asking you to be a part of, okay? Let me ask, Arun, do you mind coming and volunteering to be part of a Colombian hypnosis exercise? Okay. This is Arun, my friend. Yeah. Okay, Arun has worked with me. He knows what theatre of the oppressed is. So it's not like, I'm like bullying him into doing something that he doesn't want to do. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to lead. So this is an exercise called Colombian hypnosis. It looks like hypnosis. It's not really hypnosis. It's just a game, yeah? So I stand, and I'm the leader, he's the follower, and I stand with my hand, my palm in front of his face, at a distance of about 1 foot, and I adjust the height so that the bottom of my palm is in line with his chin. And Arun is looking into my palm. In a few seconds, he's completely in my power. I can do whatever I want with him. Shake it off. Okay, yeah. The spell's gone. But Arun has no idea where he's been and what all he's been made to do. He doesn't know. Yeah? Okay. This is what I'd like you to do with a partner. Yeah? Ready? Okay, choose somebody that you don't know too well. Yeah? And some of you can, as I said, go up on stage here. Some of you can work here. Come, I'll give you instructions. Thanks, Arun. Thank you. Come, Rahul, come. Okay, some of you up on stage here, please. Come. I'll give you instructions. Take position. People, this is the first step. We have to build on this for the rest of the workshop. So let's get going, please. Up. Some of you here. Okay. Yeah. Take positions. Find a partner. I'm facilitating. Relax. Find a partner. Partner. Everybody has a partner. Everybody has a partner. Here. No, it's too crowded, so watch. Yeah.
I'll watch.
Yeah. Here, sit. If they need help. Neerja, play. Have a partner? Everybody has a partner? We can have 2 more people here. We can have 2 more pairs up here. Okay, come here. Okay, we're starting. We're starting. You're going to regret this, all those who are sitting. You're going to really regret this. Last chance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We begin. All right, everyone. Stand with your partner. Decide. Why is all this space empty? Spread yourself. That's okay. They will get you all. Come, come, come. Come here. Okay. Everybody decide who is going to be the first leader. Ready? There's more space on stage if you want to come. Come, come, come. Okay, I know that you are in your mundus and, kasavu and all that, but it's going to be slightly difficult. But, yeah, saris, beautiful. All right, first leader. Who's the leader? All right, I'm demonstrating. Everybody else follow. Not yet, just not yet. I'm giving instructions. When Arun and I were doing, you just saw us doing something because we knew what we were doing. But I want you to now understand what you're doing, right? So wait for instructions. She's the leader, first leader. So stand, as I said, like this. Everybody stand like this in your pair. First leader, quickly. Quickly, please. Where's your partner? Are you ready? This has to be done in silence. You may feel like giggling, which is okay. You two know each other too well. You can't be partners. Come here, play. No, they don't need motivation. Come on, come here. Just what all excuses? Students know excuses better than anyone else. All right. Are you playing? Come. So what? Do what the mundu allows you to do. Come. Please come. Vegam. Neeraja, you're going to be crying later if you don't play. I'm telling you. Take Arun. All right, first leader. Everybody ready? Okay. Now, you may feel like giggling a bit when it's happening because of just the silliness of what you think you're doing, but that's okay. But otherwise, we are not speaking. Is that clear? We are not speaking. No words. Yeah? No words will be spoken. We'll do this in silence. That's when you can really figure out what's happening in your body. Okay? That's the purpose of this. So even this, if you've been holding your hand like this for some time, you know that something's happening already, right? Yeah? Yeah. If you need to support your hand, you can do that. Now, slowly, you know what's happening, right? The other person, your follower, is looking into the palm, and they are completely in your control. You are powerful. You can take them wherever you want. You can do whatever you want. Again, limitations of space, but otherwise, yes. So let's start moving slowly at first, because there are so many people in this space. So start moving slowly, but do move and try and make it as much fun as possible for you and your partner. Don't do boring things, please. Do interesting things. Make it fun. Make it a little more fun. Try to move. Actually, the aisles are free. You can go into the aisles. You can go wherever you want in the space without bumping into people. Don't talk. Don't talk. Yeah. Use your hand and your body, your whole body. Feel the power. Leaders, use your power to make this exercise as fun as you can. Fun for you, and if possible, fun for your partner as well. Enjoy this. Enjoy this. Try and move as much as possible. Move. Move in this space. Move. Don't get stuck in a corner or somewhere. Please, move. Everyone, move as much as possible. Don't have to be very polite. Come on. Push yourself. Push your partner to do things that they wouldn't normally do. And very slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shake it off, shake it off. Everyone, shake it off, shake it off. And now, time for revenge. Right? Yeah. The new leaders. The new leaders. Wow, you went from here to there. Great. Yeah. All right. New leaders, take positions. Take positions. Everyone. This is badla lene ka time. All right. Ready? Ready? Go. So new leaders, I'm very, very curious, very interested to know what you're going to do. Are you really going to take revenge? Go, do whatever you want. Are new leaders doing something very different from what was done to them? Are you thinking of being a leader and what it means to you? And does it mean something different to you than it did to your partner? New leaders, explore your own desire to do this in your own way. Try to make it fun. Don't lose sight of that. That's the important goal, to enjoy it. Have fun. Your partner has to follow you. That's important. Don't go so fast or do such crazy things that you've lost your partner. You've lost your follower. Then there's no point. Keep your follower. Followers, if you feel like resisting something, do that without talking. Show resistance with your body. Arun, you can play with Arun. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shake it off, shake it off, shake it off. Okay, now the third stage of this exercise. First leader and second leader. Ready? Ready? The hands go across like that, right? Both hands. Ready? Not, both are leaders and both are followers. Both are leaders, both are followers. Let's see how this very complex negotiation of relationship and power happens. Yeah? There's no formula for this. You just have to figure it out as you play. Yeah? There's no one right way to do this. You just have to figure out how you're going to be both leader and follower at the same time. Yeah? Go. Let's not speak. I know this is tricky. And each one of you is looking very different from others because you are figuring it out for yourself. Like I said, there are many, many ways of doing this. And it can keep changing as you keep playing. It can keep changing. You figured out something and then it changes. Are you following? Are you leading? Where is your hand? Where is the other hand? Where's your face? Too many things. Which is exactly how it happens in life. Move as much as you can. I know space is not like great, but you're doing great. There's more space in front on the stage. Move. Don't get stuck in any one part. If you can, move a little bit. Things can feel very different in different spaces. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shake it off, shake it off, shake it off. Okay, let's all just sit down. You can sit down here. You can all sit down wherever you are. Let's all just sit down for a bit. Yeah, just relax, relax. And let's talk a little bit about what happened. Did you have fun? Yes. Okay. Which part of this exercise did you enjoy the most? the third, the leading, whatever. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. How many of you, I'm trying to see if I can see everybody. How many of you enjoyed leading more than following? Okay. Yeah, just give me a reason why. Yeah, give me a reason why. What about leading did you really like?
I don't know, it was just a feeling that I can't explain.
Okay, good enough. Yeah.
I liked it when the other person was doing what I was.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, here. Somebody had.
I had to be aware of surroundings, so I make sure she's not bumping into others.
We need to listen. Huh, okay.
So
you like
I
that
was-
sense of responsibility?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Yeah. Why did you like it so much? Okay, all right. Anybody else?
I felt comfortable because the moves were chosen by me.
Yeah, you were controlling, you were in charge. Yeah.
Yeah, I was able to choose my moves, so it was easy for me.
Nothing unexpected, no surprise coming your way. Okay, all right.
Exactly the same as you said. I don't like surprises. I don't like unpredictability. So if I can control, I know where it's
Okay.
going.
All right. Does anybody else have anything to add to this about leading, why you liked leading? Anybody? But we heard many different reasons why people liked being leader, right? Now, those who liked following more than leading, how many? Okay. Quite a few. Yeah? All right, let's begin with you. Okay, any reason why that?
Just like because for the first time I'm meeting him, so via this, like, you know.
One way of getting to know him.
Exactly,
okay,
exactly.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so because Anya was my partner, I don't know her that well still, but because she is someone who is more the type to like do something non-conventional, I don't think I would have even ended up on the stage if she hadn't dragged me here. So following was more something which pushed me outside of my own comfort zone, and it helped me open up, I think, a lot more even to the exercise.
Okay, all right. And because of your partner, you knew that would happen?
Didn't expect that much, but yeah.
Okay, that's your partner? Yeah. Can I hear from you, please, the response?
Hi. Yeah, I liked doing both personally because while I like doing random things to, like making him follow the thing because it's funny, but I also like following it because it's also more fun for me because I don't know what's going to happen next. So I like doing both. Also, I just pushed him on stage. I was like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. And he did.
Okay.
So yeah.
How many of you as leaders pushed your followers? And you understand what I mean by push? Yeah, you get what I mean by push? How many of you pushed your followers? Okay. Why? All the control. Okay. Any reason why you wanted to push him and then you? Yeah.
So, yeah. So I was basically trying to check the flexibility, compatibility, to what extent can I push, that also is something. And also to think about how does she feel, because at the same point of time I'm thinking what she is feeling of this push.
Okay.
So I was very clearly, and that is what you also did with Arun, I believe, at a point when he was cornered. So it is, as you said, that the experience of the body becomes very important. So it is not just about talking about cornering, because when I'm cornering her, she's actually feeling being cornered through her body.
How did you know
that? Because I kind of work on theater. So theater is my... So basically I did just try to corner her to the wall, and then she was trying to go on the other
So
side,
from
and
the way
then
her body reacted to that, you knew.
Yes.
So you were reading her body,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay, all right. Sumati, you wanted to say something?
I actually liked what Anya said, and I'm going to go with that. I actually liked both, and I think it was a little different because I was doing this with a student, and I was very conscious of that. So when the student was leading, I was thinking that I should not overpower and I should give in. So I enjoyed giving in, and I enjoyed doing everything. But when I was leading, I wanted to push the student to give in, and the student at one point said, "Ma'am, Liz."
Okay, who
And
was that?
Ija.
Was it you?
Who was so reluctantly doing it, but did such a fantastic job. And I said, okay, but come anyway. And so I enjoyed being pushed and pushing as well. And so I think the relationship between what we hold in a professional space came into play in that, and that power I was conscious of.
Okay. What's your name? Okay, Jas. Can I ask you what your experience was playing with a member of the faculty?
Thank you, ma'am, for that. So
What are you thanking her for?
because I'm a student, she's a coordinator, English. Yeah.
You're thanking her for
English
playing with
department,
you.
Yeah. That's it.
How was it playing with her?
It's good, ma'am. It's kind of difficult. I guided her with what to say.
Was it difficult for you?
Yeah.
I
Tamil,
really have a
she don't
request
know.
for all the teachers present here and also students that let me be the facilitator, please. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
It's all right. Yeah.
You know Tamil or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So first வந்து நான் கைட் பண்ணேன் மாமா. ஸோ நான் வந்து ப்ரொஃபஸராக இருக்கிறதுனால கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியாக அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு இருந்தேன். அவங்க அப்படி பார்க்கல, ஏன்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்லண்ணா. ஸோ அவங்க வந்து கொஞ்சம் டிஃபிகல்ட்டான மூவ்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஸோ ஐ ட்ரைட் மை பெஸ்ட். That's it.
Okay, okay. Yeah. He was so kind and understanding, but she wasn't. Yeah. So, yeah, so that took him by surprise. That's what you said.
இல்லை அப்படி சொல்லலை, நீங்கள் அதை கொஞ்சம் சரிகமாக பார்ப்போம்.
Right, yeah, it's my job to read between the lines. Okay, also the fact that, so we are all seeing, actually, thanks Sumati for talking about it so that we could bring out this also as an example, right, of the kind of dynamics that are in operation in our daily life, right, and that we all work with. We all know how to work with it. We work with it all the time, and everybody has their own styles, right, of working with it, and there's no right or wrong. We just carry on, because in life you don't have the option of sitting out. You know, if something is happening, you just have to be there and play. You can't sit out. You can't say, time out, please, while I figure out how to do this. You don't say that. So you're playing. So we are all experts at this. You know, we are doing this every minute of our lives. All that we are doing here is zooming in on a moment and saying, what just happened? Okay? So if we can actually do that, zoom in and say, okay, let's unpack this and what could have happened here. So what Sumati and Ijaz spoke about, we got a little bit. I'm sure there was much more going on that, you know, if you want, you could go into detail about to try and understand what happened there. And like I said, there's no right or wrong. It just is the reality, right? And all of us struggle with multiple identities and managing our multiple identities. And sometimes we want some identities to disappear, but they won't, right? I mean, like in certain relationships, we wouldn't want certain identities to come into play, but they do. You can't get rid of those, right? So these are all ways in which, you know, being mindful, being aware can actually be useful. Because there's not much that you can do about your identities. Many of them are things that you're born with, right? You can't do much. And you can't do much about how that is perceived also. How other people are seeing you. You can't do much about that. But there is something that is in you, and that is how aware are you of various identities that you carry? Are you aware that it's coming into play in this particular interaction, in this particular way? And if I'm aware, then how does that help me? Tell me, how does it help us being aware? Yeah.
So, for example, you're aware that you're doing so and so, and if you don't like that, then you can change into something that you prefer doing at that
Yeah,
moment.
yeah. And the thing is, a simple exercise like this, I didn't get your name. Sandeep. What Sandeep was talking about, that he was aware that he was cornering her or pushing her against the wall, and being aware of that allowed him the choice of, so how much can I push and at what point do I switch from there to there? So those choices become available to you, and what choices you exercise become very important, right? To that exchange, to that interaction, to that relationship. So this is how these games, so-called games in Theatre of the Oppressed, Boal has a whole book called Games for Actors and Non-Actors. It's a brilliant book, more than 200 games. Each one of them is a gem because you can play the games for pure fun, but you can also, you know, harvest them for a lot of learning and a lot of insight. And very often it's about insight into ourselves. So when you're playing this game, you suddenly realize, oh my God, I'm enjoying this. You know, I'm really liking this, that this guy is down on the floor, you know. So you kind of just become aware of it. And it's not a judgment in a very bad way. And it's not like you are this absolutely cruel person in real life, etc. But this is a little bit of you. And we are all made up of so many little bits, right? We are not this one person all the time. So, you know, just acknowledging that, just seeing a glimpse of you in a game, and then saying that, yeah, you know, that's me too, is interesting for us to kind of just register and then work with it, yeah? All right. So there are many such games, and we obviously don't have the time for it, but also I want to sort of move you on using this game to another kind of exercise. So if you're okay with that, I'd like you all to, yeah, you can continue to sit there actually, except you will all go on one side, yeah?
Before we move on, I just
yeah.
Something, if I can. For me, however, the third version was most interesting because it was absolute chaos, right? And that was fun for me. I mean, some people have said that the first version was what they liked, the second one. So for me, it was the third one because I really liked the chaos and the balance that we had to do. Because even if I was trying to do something, I would not be able to, because at the same point of time, the power relation would work. So the other side, other power is not letting me do certain things which I would do at that point of time. So I have to check myself and then rework my, so that is what, that chaotic third one is something which I love the most.
There were a few people who also said that they liked the last bit the most. And I didn't go into that thinking, I'm just keen to move on to the next. But I think let's stay with this for a few more minutes. I do want to know how different pairs managed this interaction. Yeah. You don't have to add to what he said. You can just say what you want to say.
I feel the third one was also different from the first two because initially, like in the one that we were getting control, we were blindly following whatever their orders were, and so was the other party. Like whatever we are asking them to do, they are doing it. There was no question asked, no resistance. But then when we both had to do it, so we both knew that the other one is also in power and they are also capable of controlling us and diverting us from something that we want to do. So we, because before we didn't know we have that power, and we did not actually. But when we know that we have that power, so we can resist to what they are doing, and we also have to be aware of the fact that they will also resist to whatever we are asking them to do or we are trying to control.
It sounds great, but in actual practice, how did you do it?
It was very like
Who was your partner? Come here. Just come here. Just show me how you did it, because I cannot imagine how, I can acknowledge somebody else's power and also retain my power.
Actually, because we are fairly new to each other, we are not trying to push each other's boundaries.
Okay.
But then if I am trying to like...
Do you think you can show us a little bit? No? It's all right. Okay.
But then like when she is trying to push me back or like control me, I was also trying to resist it and trying to push her back. But then there was also a little miscommunication because we are focused on the hand that we are seeing. And
that happened, yeah.
Yes, I was not able to see if I am guiding her to the right place where I want her to go, or if she's bumping into someone else. Because when I was the only one controlling, I knew where she is going. If she might bump into someone.
I just want to also hear from you.
Yeah, actually, that is something that happened. Like,
Need a mic.
Sometimes I sort of forgot that, okay, I had the control.
How many of you experienced this? You forgot that you also had a hand that was supposed to be leading. Yeah, okay. Right. Go on.
Yeah, so in a way, sometimes like I sort of submitted to her power and I was like, okay, I don't need to...
Okay.
I don't need to, like, I sort of lost my focus on what I was making her do. So I sort of forgot that my hand was also there. So yeah, that was what something happened.
Does this happen in real life? This happens? Yeah. You forget that you actually can take charge, right? You're so habituated maybe to following that sometimes it comes with a jolt that, no, I didn't need to do that, Yeah. So what did you do then? Did you quickly change what you were doing?
Yeah, whenever I realized, I was like, oh no, I'm also in control. Like, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Is this just our training that we all want to add to what somebody else
I
is
want to say
saying?
something completely different actually then, yes. So when me and my partner were doing it, I felt there was way more calm than chaos in the third part of it than the first two, because the first one, I could do whatever I wanted, I was leading, and she had to just follow. But the third one, me and my partner, I think we were on the same wavelength to some extent.
Who's that?
We both, Nazia.
Okay.
Yeah, we both just...
You agree?
I do not know her at all, by the way. So, I mean, no, I know of her. I know of her, I know her name, but I didn't really know like who exactly she was, right? So when we were doing it, we both just decided, this might sound really unfun, but we both were just like, let's just keep our hands like this. I think that's just, I know that's really unfun, but it was just easier because at one point I forgot that I could control her and she forgot that she could control me. So if I would go somewhere, I used to tell her that you can also move your hand, So it was very confusing at one point for the both of us. So it was more calm.
This is her version. What's your version?
What's your version?
Okay, so yeah, I was pretty much calm because we both, I feel like, yeah, about the frequency and wavelength, yes, we were on the same page, and I was like trying to protect her not to like stumble upon anything. We were going there, we came back, and then we came back here, and we were like protecting each other. She was like, is your hand paining? And then we stopped talking for a while. We were just looking at our palms like, okay. And that's it, so it was pretty chill.
Okay, that's interesting to hear that when something is really chaotic, we try and bring some order into it by probably pushing out all the interesting, chaotic bits and sticking with something boring. Isn't that what you said? Yeah. Boring, unfun, but yeah, that's interesting. That's one version that I'm hearing. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. For the third version, he often forgot that he could move his hand, and I was just making him dance to Eye of the Tiger at some point. I was like, dun, 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 dun. And I think it was very chaotic, and it was mostly because sometimes I used to do something, so he did the opposite, so we could go in different directions. Or sometimes, if he went down, I had to go down, because I was like, wait, why did I make him go down? Now I have to go down. It was very chaotic, and I think it was very enjoyable because, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I saw you putting up your hand for this last bit. No, the girl in blue, dark blue. Yeah. For this last bit, when I said how many people enjoyed. Yeah.
Did you want to say something? So I think something that I'm thinking from the very beginning is that we both were very cautious because we didn't know each other. I think we both were trying to be very considerate of each other. Like she could have made me lie down and clean the floor, but she did not. And the same, I know that I for sure was being cautious because I know my feeling, but I felt that from her as well. So like they said, I feel like this is a different version of that. We were not being boring, but we were being very cautious and yeah.
Very different perspective of it, actually. My whole focus was to make sure to guide my hand in a way that she cannot, make me do things I don't want to do the whole time. So if her hand is going lower, I would put my hand lower so hers goes up or something like that. So my whole time I was thinking, what can I do to restrict her more?
It's like playing offense or defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
First round I was still considerate, but the third round I was like, nah, it's defense mode.
Wow.
For us it was more so. In the first round, she was pushing me a little bit, so in the second round I had pushed her a little bit. But by the third round came around, we sort of went into a rhythm of mutually assured, okay, if we will take this as slow as possible, we'll just do this in circles, almost like a dance where we would just spin around a little bit, move left, right, then spin around back, move left, right. So to sort of like a mutual understanding between us that we're not gonna make the other person do crazy stuff.
Nothing much, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
She needs a mic. Come and get it. Yeah.
Okay, so for us, I feel like in the third round, I could either focus on following him or controlling him, not both of them at once. Either I was just following his hand or either I was going crazy with control. It was extremely chaotic and there was no calm whatsoever. I think the reason why that happened was because when we first did it, he was not considerate at all, and that pushed me into not being considerate also, and in the end it was just chaos.
Okay. Want to hear from you? Yeah.
I mostly agree with her on the third round. It was very chaotic. Either.
Was it fun, chaotic, or frustrating, chaotic? Were you trying to constantly change it, bring some order? No. Okay.
It is, yeah.
Chaos was okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I hope all of us were listening to what people were saying and paid attention to the kind of words that were coming up. A lot of words which are really important that people were saying, which give you a clue into what they wanted out of this, right? And how they set about getting it. So sometimes it is not want something, sometimes it is want something, sometimes it is okay this way or that way, and we heard all that, right? And like I said, it's a game, but it can tell you so much about, what we want out of this game and how do we go about managing difficult dialogues or difficult relationships, difficult engagements, you know, whether it's one-on-one or whether it is one-to-many or whatever. How do we do that? How do we all struggle with it, and we all evolve our own, you know, different formulas for working with that. And it's not like if you've got formula for one, it works for all. It doesn't. It doesn't work for all relationships, or it doesn't work for all time for the same relationship. It's something that has to keep evolving, and that's really what being human is about, right? Being alive to the moment, and to go back to what I said about listening, right? Really listening. And you were listening to each other in this exercise without talking. You were listening very deeply and responding to what you were hearing. You know, your body was responding. Actually, it doesn't even sometimes register in the brain. Before that, the body is already responding. You see something and your body is automatically responding. You know, the brain after that figures out, yeah, okay, so this is what I saw and this is what I did, yeah? And you will then now understand why Boal calls this theatre a rehearsal for life, or a rehearsal for the future, yeah? Because what you get here are insights that you don't have to immediately act on, and you're doing it in a safe space, no consequences. Like, it can be chaotic, but there are no consequences. You're okay with the chaos here, right? So accepting a lot of discomfort and chaos in such a space, in some ways, gives you lots more options, you know, for when you actually encounter them in real life. Right? You've encountered them, you've dealt with them in one way. This may not be how you want to deal with them in real life, but it's a choice. It's one option in front of you. And you've seen other people, you've listened to other people. So you know what other options are available, and you know what appeals to you, what doesn't appeal to you. You know who you are. You know who you are, and more than that, you know who you can be also. And that is something that I think can be a very, very valuable insight for all of us. Because we are all constantly being told who we are. But I think, you know, to get a glimpse into who we can be is always useful to have, yeah? So let's move on to, a big round of applause for all of you. Okay, can all of you just move to one side of the stage? We're going to do the same Colombian hypnosis now, but this time...
No, I get it. I'll ask her after the session.
The male member of the family who dictates everything, how the women of the family, what they're wearing, what time they're going out, and everything related to that.
So, yeah, we're not going to discuss these issues in detail now, because I just wanted to get a glimpse of the kinds of power struggles that all of us have seen, see, continue to see, engage with, sometimes read about, yeah, but sometimes are a part of also, right? So it's familiar, it's very familiar to us. I wanted to establish that before we continue with this, okay? So we all understand what is happening here, yeah? And we all feel very differently about this position and what that position is asking you to do. You know, some of you felt that he didn't fight back enough. Some of you felt that he couldn't have. There was too much power here, etc. Yeah?
No, I just wanted to add something to the conflict. I feel there is a conflict between our personal self and the mask that we put out to show ourselves to the society. I think sometimes we want to do something that we really love, but because of the fear of judgment, we don't ultimately do it at the end of the day. So I think there's not just between two players, I think there is a conflict between the same member itself.
An inner conflict, yeah. Okay. For today, for just this afternoon and for the half hour that we have with us, we're going to shelve that, the inner conflict aside. We're going to look at conflict with another person or another community, another group, yeah? And the reason being that to work with that conflict, there is another exercise that is much more effective, to look at internal oppressions, right? Internalized oppression, for example. You know, I put some restrictions on myself about what I can and cannot do, etc. That's very different from, you know, what we saw here, okay? So, what is going to happen now is these two, okay, so we've all seen this and we don't like to see this. This is not the ideal relationship, right? This is not the ideal kind of human relationship that we would like to see around us. So, in some sense, this is the anti-model of what we want, right? How many of us in real life have encountered something like this and tried to change it? Tried maybe to change it. How many of us have found it extremely difficult to try to change things? Okay. So what we're going to try and do is use this as a space where we rehearse change. Because change is tough, as so many of you have discovered for yourself. It's not easy, and there are many reasons. I mean, when you heard people talk about the many reasons why they were encountering, experiencing the game in different ways, so we know that all these factors come into play in every engagement, right? In every interaction. So we know that these are complex, and change, therefore, is not so easy. And yet, all of us are part of that process of trying to make some change. And so let's do something which maybe will give us a little insight into what is possible, what we like doing, what we don't like doing, what others are teaching us, yeah? Let's try and do that. And the way that it's going to happen, and this is what Jess in her introduction was talking about forum theatre. This is forum theatre, okay? What you're about to experience is just a tiny example of forum theatre. So they are going to do the same thing again. So this is an act of injustice. When we first saw it, we were not prepared for it. We saw it, right? But now, you know what is going to happen. But you don't want to let it happen, okay? So you have a responsibility to stop this from happening, all of you. Okay, so you are not spectators anymore. You're spectators. You can intervene. But there are a few rules of forum theatre. And the rules are, if you want to kind of simplify for the sake of understanding the roles, this is the oppressor and this is the oppressed, okay? So you will start to see the scene unfold again. This time, when you feel that this is where I want to intervene, because you know it's a really short scene, it will finish very fast. So you will have to quickly stop it. So what do? You raise your hand and then you say stop, loudly. The minute you say that, they will freeze. They will stop. Okay, so can we rehearse that, please? 1, 2, 3. Stop. Yep, you're ready. Okay, so they will stop. And when they stop, whoever said stop will have to come and replace Abhay. I'll tell you why you need to replace Abhay. Because Abhay needs to change his situation. He has the biggest desire, motivation for change. What's your name?
Panchami.
Does Panchami want to change? No. She doesn't want to change. Panchami is very happy with her power. So, she is not going to change. How do we make her change? Okay? So, you have to come, replace Abhay, and try and bring about a change in this person. And in Theatre of the Oppressed, let me tell you that this person is not an enemy. Sometimes this person helps me understand myself better. You know? And I don't want to live in a world where things flip this way and that. We see too many examples in the real world of that, right? An oppressor becomes oppressed, and oppressed becomes oppressor. We don't want that. We don't want that. So, what is change, really? What is change? Change is not just flipping it over. How do we change this situation? So don't even think of this as a person. Yeah, it is a person here representing something. How do we work on that? How do we bring about change? And don't think too much. Let your bodies just respond to what you see and just follow your instinct. And come and try whatever you want. It may work, it may not work, it doesn't matter. Everything you offer will be useful. It will give us insights, more and more insights. Okay, ready? All of you ready? You guys just do the same thing again.
Okay, do you want to chant again?
Yeah, just continue, do the same thing, really fight back. Yeah. But it ends the same way. If nobody says stop, it ends the same way, and it's like a stuck record, it will just keep replaying. Yeah? Right. Go. Stop. Okay, lots of stops. The first stop, I think, came from there. Big round of applause for our first spectator. It's not easy to say stop. We know that. It takes courage to say stop. And okay, now she happens to be on stage, but very often, you know, it takes a lot of courage to come from there, to cross this boundary and come here, right? So good. You want to start there or you want to go back to the beginning?
I can start here.
Okay. Take position. You push. You're not going to let go so easily of your power. You have to work hard to retain your power. Okay, I'm going to stop it here. I'm going to stop it here so that we can see more responses also. I'm going to ask you how you would describe your reaction.
I was kind of thinking that I would be aware of my own free will. Okay. I was thinking that I would be more aware of my own free will, and I wanted to see what would happen if she was trying to push me. She was trying to...
But you won't get pushed.
Yeah, she was trying to tell me what to do, but I wanted to see what would happen if I just didn't do
Okay.
it.
All of you got that? She's just not affected. Yeah? Right? How many of you think that you will be able to try that? How many of you think that you can try that? How many of you like it? How many of you think it's effective? Anybody who thinks it won't work, it's not possible? Anyone? Mike, please. Yeah.
Because resisting alone will not let the other person understand that this is wrong and like it is not okay for them to keep doing that. They'll try in some other way to oppress, and it's gonna still continue. So
how many of you agree with that? Okay. It doesn't bring about real change. It's a kind of personally, this is how I survived this, right? Yeah. Okay. And how many of you will be able to keep it up? It also calls for tremendous stamina, right? So you don't think that will be possible to keep on doing that, right? Keep ignoring, keep suffering, tolerating. Yeah. It takes a toll. It drains you completely, and you'll be paying a huge price, maybe. Yeah? Right. But thank you for offering that, because that made us think about what's possible and what may be difficult and what else could be tried. Thank you so much. Does anyone else want to come? There was another stop from there. At the same time, there were 2 or 3 stops. Who else said stop? Do you want to come? Did somebody else say stop? Come. It doesn't matter. Come. Do you want them to do again, or can you just start? Do you want to see the scene, or can you just start? Yeah, okay. So, one sec, I just need to, yeah. So you have to stay strong. It's going to be tough, but you don't give in too easily. Okay? You have to keep pushing, because you don't want to give up your power. But at the same time, you're not stone. You are a human being. So if somebody says or does something which really, breaks your thing in some way, it's okay. Yeah. You can be here, you can go back, whatever. Just relax. Yeah. Stop. 1 minute. There is a stop happening. We'll let that finish. I know, it sounds terrible. Looks terrible. Yeah. Right. Are you doing something different from what she offered? Thinking something different. You're thinking something. It looks the same as that? I know. Yeah.
Stop. So what I was
All right.
is that as Subiksha had said, realistically speaking, it would be very difficult to sort of just unilaterally try to change that oppression and sort of combat it just by myself. So stopping just all by myself and like trying to stop it just all by myself would be difficult. So I was thinking what would realistically work. And as sad as it sounds, being pushed to the extent that I am allowed to be pushed, in the sense to the extent that I have the stamina to be pushed, and after which resisting for a while and then being pushed again is what thought would work for me, because I do not have any other support in that situation unless somebody else had said stop. So what I was thinking is trying to use my internal sources to resist, to handle or like take the pushing as much as I could and then giving up when I had to. I think that was what I was trying to do. So trying to mobilize myself to handle the pushing is what I was trying to do. And also resist it at the same time. So showing that I could not be pushed to the extent that you wanted, but I have to comply because that is the condition in which I live.
This is an interesting take on, what started out looking like exactly the same thing, but I'm not sure what to make of it. It seems like you're putting yourself in a position that cannot be easy, but what do you want from it is what I'm not able to understand. What I did see happen is that she found it intolerable, right? You found it intolerable. She just had to say stop. And I'm just wondering where that could go, right? So I'm just going to make this happen again. Okay, let's see what happens. Or somebody else can come. Yeah. Somebody else want to come? Yeah, there we have. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, something going on that I need to know about?
Told him that I might get into his personal space.
Yeah, yeah. That's Hitler. That's not, yeah. That's not punch me. Yeah. Go. Okay, all right. Okay. What's your name?
Ayush.
Ayush.
So
you want to tell us what you were trying to do, Ayush?
So, we heard most of us say stop from others. There are voices that want to stop oppression. Even if you don't have power, at least the voices that want things to stop, you'll have that at least belief of stopping something. that is why one of the hands was waiting for people to stop, at least for the belief of someone has the capability to ask it, and the power which you would get from people supporting you, trying to stop it. This would be my trying to
So how are you
press
feeling now?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, my struggle did not prevail, but it was an effort well done. I'd rather have an example which fails than having no example that prevails. Yeah, that was my
So you're feeling
interpretation.
good about trying?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
A trial matters
How are you
most.
feeling?
It reminded me of a situation I did not want to be in. And it was very different from when I was doing it with, and I'm bringing in gender in because it matters. When I was doing it with girls, it was easier to go into their personal space and push their boundaries compared to the guy. He's just looking at me like, what about me? Hey, I know you.
So what you did with, your name is? Ananya. What you did with Ananya, that was not tough for you?
Yeah.
It was. It wasn't.
But what he did also took me aback. So I was very surprised with him giving.
And you didn't know what to do?
Yeah. So after one point, after he laid down, I didn't know what to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else? Come do whatever you have to do. Go on, go on, go on. Okay, fine. Whoever else. Yeah, please. Come and do something. Come and do something. Don't stop it. Yeah.
Oh,
Stop. Again, collective. Let's all talk.
Talk.
Okay, so what is your problem?
He's Hitler.
Okay, let's talk about a way in which we can
We just don't want him.
Let's ask, like, okay, you're Hitler, right?
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. What time is it, Aditi? 5:25. Okay, fine. Yeah. No, I'm just aware of time. So you can see that there is a desire to take collective action. And the very first thing that you notice is that there is a difference of opinion about what we actually want out of this collective action, right? So collective action is great. It's great. It's fantastic. It needs to happen. But something needs to happen before you actually go up to do things, right? But thanks for actually bringing it up as the issue, because that's what we were also trying to look at today, that, you know, in all interactions, we kind of do this, right? There is a listening, there is an engagement with the issue, and there is a desire to also take it out to spaces where, you know, some change can actually be introduced, etc. And you did actually not just listen to some expert talk about it, you actually experienced it for yourself. Both our desire, really very, very strong desires that we feel to change something, but also the challenges of bringing about that change. I mean, sometimes the rules of a game are so firmly established that we don't even know if we can actually come from there to here. We think that, oh, these two people are doing something, I can't come. Self-imposed. But it happens, you know. So you broke that and you came, so I'm glad you did that. So it gave us an opportunity to kind of feel something in your body and push yourself, and you did that. And you came here and you did something, you kept at it, you know, it calls for all that. that you have to keep at it. It doesn't happen so easily, right? Because she had her role very clearly given to her, that she pushes back. Yeah? I'm going to stop this here. I want to thank Abhay and Panchami for playing these very, very difficult roles. And I want to thank all the spectators who came up. I want to thank everyone for participating in the discussion. And I want us all to do one last exercise, just to better understand this whole process of dialogue. Yeah? If you're game, in pairs, get into pairs. Find a partner, somebody you don't know too well, and let's do this. I don't want this. Somebody take charge of this. All right. Okay, so let me demonstrate how this works. You want to come up here? I want to just demonstrate how this works. What's your name? Ranveer. Okay, so Ranveer is my partner. I want to show you something. All of you take position like this. Like this. Your hands on each other's shoulders. Like this. And push. Okay, before you start, there's only one rule. Nobody is winning. Nobody is winning. Nobody is losing. Okay? But you have to really push. You push and make sure that nobody is winning and nobody is losing. Okay? Yeah. Really push. You're not pushing, are you?
I am.
Okay.
I'm maintaining a balance.
Okay. One second. Yeah, okay. I want to see a struggle. I want to see the struggle, really. Struggle. Push. Really push. Find a partner. Push. I want you to tell me what happens. I want you to tell me what you're experiencing, okay? So really push. If you don't push, you won't feel it. Okay, all right. Those who actually pushed, tell me what you experienced. Tell me what you experienced. Then what did you do? Okay. Okay, so she says that she found herself being pushed back. Yeah? So what did she do?
So
she pushed back.
Yeah.
Did that happen to all of you? Yes. Did you feel someone really pushing you? And your response was to push back?
Yeah.
Right? And what happened to that person then?
They
pushed back harder.
Yeah.
And your strength grew.
Yeah.
Ideally, this is what dialogue should be. Ideally. This is how dialogue needs to happen. That we engage with somebody in order to enable their strength to grow. Not to crush them, not to shut down dialogue, but the dialogue continues. And as the dialogue continues, both are feeling good about it. Both are feeling good about it. Both are realizing their strengths growing. Ideally, that's what should happen. Thank you so much. I want to thank the organizers of this festival for giving me an opportunity to work with this wonderful group of students and faculty. Thank you.
Ask one question.
Yeah.
So when it comes to having a conversation, and when a person
We would like to thank you, ma'am, for this marvelous event. Thank you.
What do I, as a person who responds and acts according to that conversation? Should I believe the body language? Should I believe the words?
Of course, the body.
Right?
No, but sometimes.
It's directly being made there. If you get it here, it will be 6 yeah, definitely.
I would like to request Dr. Neerja ma'am to come and present Radha ma'am with a token of appreciation. Thank you.